All right, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the June 18th, 2024 Palo Alto City Council meeting. If the clerk can call the roll.
Absolutely. Mayor Stone.
Here.
Councilmember Burt.
Here.
Councilmember Vinker.
Here.
Councilmember Lithcott-Haynes.
Here.
Councilmember Koo.
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka. Vice Mayor Lowing. Here. For the record, 6 present.
Thank you. Yeah, we have a kind of a interesting order to our agenda today. The first item we're going to take on is a continuation from last night. So our first action item is AA4, discussion regarding Caltrans repaving project on El Camino Real, replacing existing parking with bicycle lanes. This item was on our agenda for last night, but our meeting last night ran very long and we continued it to today. We did take public testimony last night for those who stuck around late and wanted to speak. We will continue to allow public testimony today as well on this item, but we just ask if you spoke last night, please don't speak again today. And I'll turn it over to the clerk. How many speakers do we have? Oh, sorry, it doesn't matter. We did 2 minutes last night, so we're going to continue to do 2 minutes to make it fair for everyone.
Our first speaker is Mark S., followed by Eric N.
Thank you. I support the staff recommendation to work with Caltrans to implement the El Camino repaving and bike project. This is consistent with the city's climate, transportation, health, and equity goals. As density increases, we need viable alternatives to automobiles. In the 1980s, Palo Alto created the first bike boulevard, which make using a bike over car much easier and safer within Palo Alto. But we now need efficient intercity bike routes, both for regular bikes and the more distance-capable e-bikes. The city's BPTP update noted the growth in e-bikes and the fact that bike usage is high among lower-income groups. As a practical matter, people bike on the El Camino today, and the accident rate is high enough that Caltrans is required to make it safer. It is in Palo Alto's interest to work with them on this. Our neighboring cities have welcomed making the El Camino bike and pedestrian friendly as part of their plans to reinvigorate retail, reduce congestion, and link neighborhoods. For all of these reasons, I strongly support our authorizing staff to work with Caltrans to implement bike lanes and related safety measures on the El Camino. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Eric N., followed by Galen F.
Good afternoon. My name is Eric Nordman, and I attended the ad hoc meeting with Caltrans. I was glad to see a good collaboration between the city and Caltrans. Many shadows were removed, and the narrower lanes will help reduce speeding on El Camino Real. The suggestions from Fair and peers are solid, and I hope Caltrans can adjust their striping plan. I also hope that Caltrans will take the city staff's suggestion to ban right turns on red on the safe streets to school routes that cross El Camino Real. The improved sight lines from removing parking will improve safety for both bicyclists and motorists. Please support safety. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Galen F., followed by Tony L.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Galen Fletcher, owner of Sundance Steakhouse. My objection to remove parking on the El Camino to make room for a bike lane is well known and communicated. My business relies on parking. The roughly 25 parking spots on the El Camino from Stanford Avenue to Park Boulevard are crucial for the longevity of my business that has served this community for over 5 decades. Additionally, in my opinion, a bike lane does not belong on a 6-lane highway that is simply too busy to handle this extra variable. Since it appears that my objections may go to the wayside on this topic, my question for the council is what considerations will be granted to me to survive this profound change? Suitable employee parking is number 1. For my employees to park many blocks away on California Avenue is not convenient and will not work. I need modifications to the RPP as it pertains to employee parking behind Sundance before Caltrans breaks ground. I do have time to see how this plays out because I know that without modifications, I will not have a fighting chance. I'm requesting that you fast track some measures that will at least make this part of the equation work. Without El Camino parking for my employees, This is the only equitable way moving forward. This would be an acceptable compromise to keep Sundance going from a staffing standpoint. Reasonable parking for my guests is number 2. Although Leland and Stanford Avenue currently have 2-hour parking limits, I would like to propose that this could be increased to 3 hours so my guests can enjoy lunches without worrying about receiving a ticket. This stretch would be from El Camino to Ash Street. With the pending approval by this council, I'm at risk of joining the dozens of businesses on the El Camino that are currently out of business. There needs to be concessions made so we can all coexist with a balanced approach that works for everyone. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Our next speaker is Tony L.
Hello, my name is Tony Lee. I own laundromat on El Camino Real called Stanford Coin Wash. And my customer rely on offering this convenience of a great service to my customers. The only way I can offer that is that the ease of access to my facility that customers can receive when parking in front of my stores on El Camino Real. Parking along El Camino Real is vital to my business, especially to businesses such as mine that don't have parking lots and leaves customers with no other alternatives but to rely on street parking. Removing the parking along El Camino Real would not only kill my business, but also negatively impact the lives of our customers who rely on my services, and of course, my livelihood as a small business owner who gives so much to this city. The detrimental effects on our lives deserve to be considered when constructing this sort of proposal. Therefore, as a small business owner in Palo Alto, I must object the plan of removing parking along El Camino and replacing it with a bike lane, especially when there are much safer alternative options for bikers, but not for my customers and all neighboring business customers. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Martin L., followed by Catherine D.
Good afternoon. I'm Martin Landsberg. I live here in Palo Alto. I bike to work daily to Stanford, and I have kids who just graduated from Pali who bike to school daily. I would like to thank the City Council and especially Pat Bird and Ed Lowing for all your work you've done in working to create a safer bike lane on El Camino since the last meeting in April. And also thank Caltrans for being responsive in implementing improvements to the bike plan. I strongly advocate for the no right turn on red restriction to make biking safe on El Camino for everybody, particularly for children biking to school. And I think that right now putting the proposed bike lanes on the El Camino might not be perfect for everybody, but it will be a huge step forward to making Palo Alto the bike-friendly and environmentally friendly city that we want to be. And so I would like to urge Council to take advantage of this incredible opportunity to vote in favor of installing bike lanes on El Camino. And I can't wait for this project to come to fruition and to be able to bike on El Camino. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Martin L., followed by Catherine D. Our next speaker is Catherine D., followed by Laura A.
Hey, good afternoon. I lived 22 years in the College Terrace neighborhood, and I did frequent the laundry, the coin wash, and I found that it was nearly impossible to get a parking space in front because there were only maybe one or two. So I did park around the corner at Stanford most of the time when I went there. I wanted to emphasize the no right on red and safe routes to school improvements. and that the staff and PTA have offered strong data-based arguments regarding bike ped collisions at the numerous intersections that are in the report. I wanted to support the PTA Executive Committee's recent vote to support adding no right turn on red restrictions to the school commute crossings. And if there are any limits to, and this city staff reported no right turn on red recommendations cannot be added to the staff recommendations, then at least Los Robles will benefit from the addition of four-way signage. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Laura A., followed by Ken K.
My name is Laura Anthony. I am the mom of two elementary school aged kids, a rising fourth grader and a proud TK graduate and rising kindergartner. We bike to school daily and we love it. I'm also the Palo Alto Council of PTA's Safe Routes to School chair and the representative to the City School Transportation Safety Committee. In that capacity, I'm speaking on behalf of the Palo Alto Council of PTAs, as well as the many families that were not able to attend and speak in favor of this critical safety matter today on such short notice. The Palo Alto Council of PTAs strongly supports the city staff's recommendations to add no right turn on red restrictions to our school commute crossings and other heavily used bike and pedestrian crossings on El Camino Real. Without no right turn on red restrictions, right turning drivers look to the left, look left for a gap in the traffic. And then when they find one, they may go without checking to their right to see if a pedestrian or cyclist has begun crossing in the crosswalk on their right. Children are also less likely to be seen because of their lower height and slower speed, and they're less aware of the importance of making eye contact with drivers to ensure they're seen and safe. Multiple studies have found that no right turn on red restrictions slow vehicle speeds and reduce points of conflicts, making streets safer for everyone. Please vote in support of the proposed El Camino Real Bikeways project, as well as the no right turn on red restrictions recommended by city staff in tables 1 and 2 on attachment E of the staff report. The requested locations include the school commute crossings on table 1 and other popular and important crossings for pedestrians and bicycles on table 2, including California Avenue, which was the site of the tragic student fatality in 2020.
Your time is up. Our next speaker is Ken K., followed by Jesse C.
My name is Ken Kirshner. I'm an advocate with the Silicon Valley Bike Coalition. During the April 1st meeting, we advocated for the safest bike lanes possible on El Camino Real, envisioning this as the first segment of the Grand Boulevard vision. We appreciate the efforts of council members Ed Lowing, Pat Burt, city staff, and Caltrans in developing plans for complete streets improvements and parking mitigation strategies along the sub-regional corridor from Menlo Park to Sunnyvale. The most critical safety enhancement is removing parking to establish clear sight lines, addressing broadside crashes at intersections, driveways, and bus stops. While impactful, we've engaged with the Chamber of Commerce and Palo Alto TMA to mitigate impacts on businesses through 1, adjusting the RPP program, including expanding it near Stanford Avenue for nearby business employees such as Bike Connection and Sundance Steakhouse. 2, exploring short-term green curb spaces on side streets, especially near Evergreen Park. And 3, collaborating on ongoing parking alternatives and bike-friendly ideas. We've advocated for safer treatment at the Safe Routes to School crossings and endorse attachment E, right turn restrictions, and want to clarify that the city's walk and roll safe routes map do not and will not suggest biking on ECR. Following safe systems and Vision Zero principles, we encourage measuring injury rates and mode shift before and after implementation, allowing timely adjustments based on community feedback. We encourage improvements along outside of Caltrans right-of-way in the 2025 city bike plan with secured funding. And additionally, we suggest a public awareness event like a brief street closure for a ribbon cutting ceremony to educate the community. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jesse C., followed by Becky.
Hello. This is Jesse Cup from Mountain View. I often ride my bike through Palo Alto and frequent those businesses there. I like to eat out there. So I just want to support the no right turn on reds and reiterate that safety should come first. Safety is the priority, which the bike lane would greatly enhance. And if it's a choice between the convenience of vehicle owners and people's lives, you always have to pick people's lives. And, you know, it's hard to say this, you know, to those business owners, but I think they can and should adapt to these changes and not say, well, it's been this way for 25 years, so it has to always be this way, that all of my customers will have a, you know, one vehicle per person. It's not sustainable. And as someone who bikes everywhere, you know, it's definitely possible. So they can increase bike parking at their businesses. They can and should work with the city, work with VTA to try to get improved bus shelters nearby, encourage walking, biking, transportation, all those things. And I think they may find you can actually get more customers because parking lots are so inefficient in terms of the space that they take up. You can fit way more bike parking in that same amount of space. So please pass the bike lane. Please make it safer for everyone. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Becky, followed by Penny E.
Good afternoon, council members. I appreciate your taking up this important issue. I'm Becky Sanders. I live in Ventura neighborhood. Just would like to take issue with the equivocation that it's a choice between people's lives and small business owners. I mean, your job is to take all the information and figure out what is the greatest good for the greatest number of people. And I'm just not sure that there's data to support that taking away the parking on El Camino is the greatest good for the greatest number of people. Couple of things in addition to just bashing away at our you know, bashed out poor businesses along El Camino that are struggling for parking due to history of underparked developments allowed along El Camino. I also just feel really bad for our neighbors in Evergreen, Mayfield, and Southgate that worked hard to get their parking permit programs approved so that they could park in front or even near their own house during business hours. Also, just am completely bummed out that you guys have just de-emphasized, canceled the program to make Park Boulevard the preferred bike route from Mountain View through Pierce Park. We have plenty of, you know, we were promised that would be shored up, bike lanes, all kinds of stuff done there, nothing. So to me, we have a perfectly good route already extant. And there's even bike lanes on the other side of El Camino in certain areas, like along Stanford. So why don't we exploit the assets we already have rather than pay like a ton of money and working with Caltrans to do something that isn't even proven to really make any sense yet. Anyway, so I just think this is kind of a disaster. And I know that we can work with the Safe Routes to School people to see that their needs are met as well. Very important. That's nothing wrong about that. But anyway, thank you very much.
Your time is up.
Got it. Thank you. Bye.
Our next speaker is Penny E., followed by Kayla F.
Hello, good evening. My name is Penny Elson. I'm speaking as an individual. Consistent with council's adoption of the safe system approach, the no right turn on red restrictions slow speeds and reduce points of conflict. Speed is a major factor in severe injury and death in traffic collisions. I ask you to please support no right turn on red restrictions recommended by city staff for ECR, making sure to specify the recommended locations in tables 1 and 2 of attachment E in your motion. Secondly, please include wayfinding signage along El Camino Real to the parallel Wilkie Park Bike Boulevard for bicyclists who may want a quieter route. Please support Fair and Pierre's recommended improvements to the May 20 Caltrans repaving plans, especially at school crossings. Direct staff to continue working with Caltrans to improve safety and to engage in Caltrans-led planning for August 2024 with a very strong focus on school commute safety. I join with the city's Safe Routes to School PTA partners and the Palo Alto Council of PTA's exec board asking for safer ECR crossings for hundreds of PAUSD school children who cross El Camino to get to 7 PAUSD schools each school day, twice a day. Pali and Gunn high schools, Fletcher and Green middle schools, Escondido, Juana Briones, and Barron Park elementary schools. Safety challenges children face at ECR school crossings cannot be understated. Young people with shorter bodies and legs scurry to cross 7 lanes of heavy motor vehicle traffic without pedestrian refuge at most ECR intersections. Parked cars along ECR obstruct driver views of children who walk and people who drive at intersections and driveways. Bike lanes along ECR will shorten crossing.
Your time is up.
And improve sight lines at intersections and driveways for all road users. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kayla F., followed by Dylan F.
Hello, my name is Kyla Farrell, and I'm a resident of Midtown Palo Alto with a child in elementary school. I strongly support measures to improve biking safety across, along, and near El Camino, and specifically, I'm strongly in favor of adding all of the no right turn on red restrictions recommended by staff in tables 1 and 2 on attachment E of the staff report. A significant reason I'm raising my children in Palo Alto is the unique freedom they have to navigate our city by bicycle. With Palo Alto's housing element aiming to add about 6,000 dwellings by 2031, mostly along El Camino and San Antonio, the number of students biking to Gunn High School across El Camino from South Palo Alto and students traveling along El Camino will increase. Ensuring safe, accessible bike infrastructure for all residents, including these newer residents, should be a priority. It's vital that we extend our bike safety and accessibility enjoyed by the lucky folks who live in our older residential areas to all parts of our city, ensuring equitable access and the benefits and freedoms of cycling for all students and families in our school district. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Dylan F., followed by Tamina M.
Hello, Council. My name is Dylan Finch. I'm from Redwood City, but I frequently visit Palo Alto. Sometimes I even drive. But I would also like the option to safely and quickly bike there. I support the bike lanes and the no turn on red signage. And I just want to thank Council and Caltrans for improving the bike lanes and making them even safer from the original version shown at a past Council meeting. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Tamina M., followed by Sandhya L.
Hello, my name is Tamina, and I'm a resident of Palo Alto. I'm also a transportation safety rep for my elementary school in the Palo Alto School District and mom to a 7-year-old who loves to bike to school. I wanted to, first of all, thank City Council and thank the city staff who have ensured that Palo Alto is one of the most bikeable cities in the country. It is why a lot of us move here, and we're really grateful to you all for protecting our safety and that of our kids. I did want to say that I support the no turn on red restrictions that are proposed and the creation of bike lanes along El Camino Real. And in particular, focusing on the recommended locations identified by the city staff to ensure that kids heading to school on their bicycles are protected from collisions and injury. I also support signage for bicyclists and sightlines, especially near the school crossings. I want to point out that not everyone in Palo Alto has a car. There are a lot of us parents who don't have cars and rely on being able to bike to school with our kids to make sure they get to school on time. Because getting to school on time matters, we often cannot be diverted to take extra long pathways off El Camino Real. Not everybody can avoid it, and And so just recognizing that some of us really rely on access to safe bicycle transit is appreciated. I also want to point out that bicycling to school gives agency to our youth, and we're setting them up, situating them to live in a greener way than we may have in past generations. We want our kids to be biking, to learn how to bike safely and feel confident when they're on the bike heading to school. Finally, I just want to note that there is more dense housing emerging along El Camino, which I strongly support. That does mean that we need to give people along that throughway access to bicycle routes as well. And we need to do everything we can to encourage
Your time
bicycling.
is up.
So much.
Our next speaker is Sandhya L, speaking on behalf of a group of 6.
Taladha, and I'm the Deputy Director at Silicon Valley Bicycle Coalition. I'm here today on behalf of thousands of members of SVBC across San Mateo and Santa Clara counties, and it represents a vast variety of people who bike, including parents who bike, which includes youth, which includes students, which includes people who bike because they have no other means of transportation, which includes people who bike who don't have access to a car or are not able to afford a car. It also includes people who bike to advance a sustainable way of living and much more beyond that. I'd like to start my comment by thanking City Council, all of you here, for your leadership in pushing Caltrans to do much more out of this project and all your work that you've done in the past 10 weeks. Thank you, Councilmember Burt and Councilmember Lowing and the other ad hoc committee members for all your work in the past 10 weeks to improving the project drawings. Thank you, city staff, especially Philip Kame, Sylvia Starlack, Melissa, Nate, Rose, for all the hard work and recommendations and working with Caltrans to get most out of these updated designs. And of course, thank you, Caltrans, for their leadership and also to their technical staff that have worked diligently outside of their usual regular processes to bring complete streets improvement, adopt the DIB 94 guidelines, which they did not have to do it, but they still were able to incorporate all of these for a safe El Camino Real. We are really excited about all the improvements this project is bringing, which includes reduced lane widths, increased improvements at intersections, and all of these would reduce speeds and reduce the number of crashes significantly on this corridor. It's a shame that Palo Alto is the highest place on El Camino Real, which sees the maximum number of crashes in Santa Clara County, which is 33% of the entire county. So this is an opportunity for us to reduce those number of crashes significantly. This project is also a Safe Routes to School project. The city staff, especially on the Safe Routes to School side, has done so much hard work in the last month to make sure that safety of children who try to get across El Camino Real is taken or given utmost priority. The recommendations, especially around no right on red, which you've heard from multiple speakers right now, especially from parents of schools in Palo Alto, show that these improvements would increase significant safety. The child who was killed in 2020 on California Avenue was killed at a right hook turn. And if we had no right on red at that time, maybe Paul would have been with us here today. So it is really important that we recommend no right on red and approve the attachment E that the city staff is recommending. Yes, there would be removal of parking, but parking removal would establish clear sight lines and reduce broadside crashes, the same number of crashes which Caltrans reported that are the highest number of broadside crashes on El Camino Real. And removal of parking would increase sight lines and reduce those broadside crashes. The staff report does include various ways of addressing loss of parking, including the RPP program adjustments, short-term green curb spaces on side streets, and more of which are great ways to minimize the overall parking loss impacts. Following Safe Systems approach and Vision Zero goals, we encourage the city staff and all of you to prioritize working with Caltrans and include all the improvements that are not already in this project through the 2025 Cities Bike Ped Plan, and fund and prioritize these future projects to elevate this project to the next level. Last but not the least, special thank you to Councilmember Burt for your leadership in showcasing that we should never settle on less or compromise in any way, especially when it comes to safety of our own roadway users. And each of us is a roadway user, either as a pedestrian, a driver, or a bicyclist at several times during a single day. Your advocacy has taken this project from a very minor level to a much higher quality level by adding such significant improvements. And to be very honest, we did not anticipate this coming. We did not even try. We thought we're getting the best as much as we can, but your push to make this happen has brought this project, increased in significance of this project so much. We urge you to pass the resolution today with two recommendations, at least these two. First, passing a motion that includes no right turn on red at intersections suggested by city staff in attachment E, both table 1 and 2. And then also push for a 5 feet bike lane in the underpass section by narrowing lane widths to 10 feet, 10 feet, and 11 feet. So it closes the only gap this current project has. Palo Alto has always been the pioneer or the leader of bike infrastructure, not just in this area, but across the entire country by having a 10 to 12% mode share by bike, which is significant because the average of the remaining 2 counties is barely 1.5%. And we look forward to you all to be the pioneer once again by sowing seeds to realize the vision of the Grand Boulevard, which we all envision El Camino Real to be. Thank you so much.
That concludes public comment on action item AA4.
All right, thank you. Thank you, everybody, for sharing your comments. We'll now return it back to staff for presentation.
All right, thank you very much, and good afternoon, City Council and members of the public. I'm Philip Cami, Chief Transportation Official, and joining me tonight or this afternoon to discuss the repaving project and the Caltrans proposed El Camino Real bike lanes. We have Ong Meng and Sergio Ruiz who are attending virtually from Caltrans. We have various city staff that's also available and our consultant. Sorry, you can go ahead and skip to the second slide. The report before you follows on the April 1st council item. And since that time, staff have been meeting with the ad hoc and various stakeholders and collecting input. At the April 1st meeting, at a high level, I'm not going to read it in detail, but the motion was requesting that Caltrans return with additional safety measures and to create the council ad hoc to focus on 3 key areas. And those 3 key areas have really been the focus of all the work that we've done over the past couple of months. The first one is the safety improvements, to which, following on comments that that the city provided to Caltrans revised their plans, and in those revised plans, they reduced the vehicle lane widths, they widened the bikeway widths, they added additional bike boxes. They eliminated some of the share locations, and they proposed 17 no right turn on red locations. Noting it, as you heard in the public comments, staff are also recommending additional consideration of additional locations that are also safe routes to school crossings and also high levels of bicycle usage intersections. That's attachment E. Second is addressing parking impacts or parking alternatives. To that, we agree with one of the comments that was received that we need to identify opportunities for short-term parking on the cross streets. And also a similar comment that we need to make modifications to the RPP permit employee programs. We need to help to get information on the garages and lots, which are actually lower cost than RPP employee permits. And we need to leverage the TMA to reduce parking demand by promoting the transit passes and bicycle commute programs that they have. And then finally, we need to talk about customer parking on residential streets when they're not near to the garages and lots, or there's not garages and lots available at those businesses. And then the last item is the RV and vehicle dwellers. So just to note that Caltrans has committed to providing three-week notifications to the impacted businesses and parked vehicles on El Camino Real. The city's continued to have conversations with the county and local safe parking operators and local landowners to identify and then secure near-term and long-term safe parking options for the RVs. And the next step will be identifying funding and advancing necessary steps for the longer-term approach. Next slide. Through this process, Caltrans has committed to expediting encroachment permits on El Camino Real. And I think I have some evidence of this. Just yesterday, we had one of our pending encroachment permits on El Camino Real approved late yesterday afternoon. So it didn't even make it. It's still on the list here on this slide of pending Caltrans approval. But for our Churchill Avenue and Hines Bikeways project, they approved our encroachment permit yesterday. We still have one pending on California Avenue. It's just signage changes. And then we expect at least 2 more that would be forthcoming for future work in California Avenue and potentially Quarry Road. Next slide. This slide shows some of the example conditions that council might consider incorporating into the recommendation tonight. These include changes that the staff, the consultant, and VTA have requested that Caltrans incorporate into their plans. The additional no right turn on red locations that I've mentioned earlier, as well as 3 items that are items that staff really is continuing to work with Caltrans on. And with that, the last slide is just the recommendation. But before I turn it back over to you, I want to just note that following this, there are several more slides, which you'll see. Many of those slides were provided by Caltrans, and you can tell if they've got the Caltrans logo on them. But if we have any questions that Caltrans might want to share those slides, and just for your information. So with that, thank you.
Thank you. We'll return to council for discussion. Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. So I'd like to report out on behalf of the ad hoc. Councilmember Lowing, I assume will also, and also to just provide some personal comments and a couple of important questions. When this came to us April 1st and even the months before that, I was really concerned that the proposal that was coming forward of just painting bike lanes on El Camino without other safety improvements and without really a parking mitigation plan would not be a net gain necessarily for the community. The biggest safety benefit would have been, at that point in time, would be the sightline improvements from not having cars blocking the visibility of bikes. And as I think we've learned, the overwhelming majority of the collisions that we have are broadside collisions of that sort. So we as a council really put in I would say an aggressive directive toward our staff to work very diligently over less than 3 months, and to Caltrans staff. And on that note, I want to turn to the city attorney, because we really didn't have the leverage to be able to insist that Caltrans respond to us in the way that they have. And so, Attorney Stump, would you clarify for us the authority that Caltrans has in controlling and regulating parking on El Camino?
Sure. Thank you, Councilmember Burt. City Attorney Molly Stump. So El Camino Real is a state highway. Caltrans has the authority to design the street and to redesign and reconfigure it in the way that they deem appropriate. City approval is not required for them to make changes on the street. And in fact, as a legal matter, they do have the authority to design and redesign that street even over the city's objection. Hope that answers your question.
And just clarifying on the, do they have the authority to restrict parking on the street?
They do, yes.
Okay. So we didn't have a great deal of leverage, and yet we have a drastically improved outcome as a result of the council's initiative on this. And I do really want to say that Caltrans staff, our staff, and VTA staff really all came together to make a significantly better project, and one that can become better yet going forward. My concerns from the outset were safety and parking mitigations. And I think that we now have a proposal that, as we didn't go through all of the safety measures that are in the staff report, but they're really extensive now. Separating the bike lanes physically wherever possible from the car lanes, and intersection improvements, the right turn on red improvements, a whole series of things that are along the lines of Caltrans' own best practices in their manuals, but were not part of the original proposal. I do want to say that the parking mitigation plan is extremely important. Our small businesses on El Camino have traditionally relied on parking for a portion of their parking, on-street parking on El Camino for a portion of their needs. And so I'm going to, when we get to a motion stage, I'm going to want to include a multifaceted parking mitigation plan that our staff has already been working on the bulk of this on, but as to be a clear directive, it includes the requests that were made by the chamber and more. So we'll get to that shortly. And then I do want to note that we not only have the current conditions of our demand, but as our housing element is hopefully on the cusp of being approved, and the projects that are coming forward, we are looking at thousands of new residents on El Camino, something that has not existed in our city historically. And so whereas El Camino up until now has been a destination for people to go to, now it's a point of origin as well. And it's both things, or will be that. And then I really want to emphasize that what was very compelling to me was that our Safe Routes to School representatives and committee of our PTA council has fully endorsed the proposal that we have here. They had not fully endorsed what came to us in April. And their mission is to assure that students have safe ways to get to school, with a big focus not on the riding on El Camino, but all of the intersections on El Camino. And that's a thing that has become a major part of this project, which didn't exist at all in April. Let's see, I think, just the other thing, in addition to new housing, we do have a reality of new mode shift. More e-bikes, more other micro-mobility vehicles, and the future is that that's going to be a growing trend line. And so we will not only have bikes on El Camino, conventional bikes, but we'll have all these other sorts of vehicles that will be a big part of the use of this going forward. So those are my initial comments, and thanks to the council for support on not accepting the proposal that was before us in April, and that we have something before us now that is, I think, something I can certainly support going forward.
Vice Mayor Lowing.
Thanks very much, Mayor. Yeah, in the April motion, I was one of the ones that did not support the first iteration, as was Councilmember Burt. Among other things, I felt that giving up all parking for a little bit more safety on El Camino, all parking for our residents, giving up a little bit of parking, a little bit of safety on El Camino just wasn't worth it. So the mayor said, yeah, okay, you guys go try to figure this out then. So we started this ad hoc and worked really hard with staff and BTA with the mandate of to do safety. As you just heard from the city manager, it's a state road. It's a big state road. The focus there is for them to fix the safety on their street. They're not focused on things outside of their street. We are, so that's a major difference going into these discussions. They stated immediately and reiterated immediately in the initial discussions that they are not, that the decision to put bike lanes there and remove parking was unchangeable. That was not going to move. And we've had a lot of public comment tonight and emails and so on that's understandable from my perspective, suggesting that we reject the proposal, suggesting that one person said, don't be held hostage. Another said, we actually don't really even need this. And given the situation, none of those comments are really a workable approach, because whether the city needs them more or not, they're focused on that and they're going to do that. So the core of the discussions was to focus on the areas where we have complete common agreement, and that is on safety. And I would say that worked very well. Our discussions, I would say, were blunt. They were comprehensive, and I think they were productive. Caltrans was very receptive and supportive to the ideas. We had a workshop in City Hall that went on for hours and hours, and I want to point out that we sort of virtually walked each block of El Camino. So we have looked at all of that along there with all those people in the room, because the boots on the ground approach to an intersection is just crucial for really figuring out the safety. Outcomes were threefold. They accepted a lot of our suggestions because it worked for them, and it worked fantastically for us, particularly, as folks have mentioned, the no turn on reds, which we've added to, as Director Cammy has just said. It's not over. There are a number of ideas that are still in process that they're considering that we've brought up, such as we could put some fancy new flashing lights on the back of buses when they're going to pull over, which would make it safer for the bikes behind them. So some of those things are still in process. And they've also agreed that this doesn't go far enough. So over time, when it's not conflicting with their paving project that's on a specific timeline, they'll work with us some more to get better situations in there. And some of those will be turned into pilots, such as, I can't remember the technical name for it, but when we can get the bike out of the bus out of the bike lane off to the side, which is going to have to look at some easements and so on, which makes it a lot more complicated. So what else is Councilmember Burt said, and Director Cammy, we've had pretty good results so far looking through the possibilities for relocation of RVs. That's not inked yet, but there's really good progress there. The remaining issue is absolutely parking mitigation, which has concerned me since April 1st, as it has Councilmember Burt. And there's some good approaches there. And I think there's a lot of cooperation there between the businesses and the ad hoc and the city. That's a big problem. We understand that. The access for serving local retailers and restaurants and other businesses is serious. And we have to do that block by block, business by business, to make sure that there are solutions there that are going to work. Appreciate the ideas from the Chamber of Commerce and from the business folks. Particularly appreciate letters from folks like Bike Connection and Sundance Steakhouse outlining the concerns that are there. We're going to get that done. we have to get that done, figure out a way for folks to be able to get to, if they want to come by car, the businesses. So I think if you just look at the direction, our mandate as an ad hoc was to make this thing safer. And I think that we'd have a unanimous vote from the ad hoc, including Caltrans, that's happened and everybody's benefited from that. We just started from a different point of what's important, and what's important to that group is El Camino. That's their focus. Ours is broader, and so we're gonna have to do the best we can with that and do the parking mitigation very thoroughly. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you to the ad hoc for your work and update tonight. Other council members, Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to utterly commend my colleagues, the Vice Mayor and Councilmember Burt, for really grabbing this quickly, urgently, and working with staff on Caltrans to try to achieve a solution that is right for Palo Alto. It's really extraordinary to think about how far this particular project has come in such a short time. And lots of community members involved, of course, the organizations that have spoken tonight, like our Pedestrian and Bicycle Advisory Committee, known as Payback, Silicon Valley Bicycle Coalition, the Council of PTAs, the Safe Routes to School folks, many, many, many individuals. This task of balancing the needs of businesses with the desire for beautiful, safe bike corridor on El Camino, linking us to the north and the south with other cities, looking after the RV dwellers. We have been urged to come up with solutions that are the greatest good for the greatest number, but that is not a simple equation. So I'm just really grateful to those who have brought us this far. My particular question is on the Class 4 bike facilities. I know that those closely involved know precisely what that is and precisely what that looks like and how it stands in contrast to the other bike facility options. But as I looked through the report, I didn't see a whole lot of pictorial evidence of what that might be. And I think for the public to really appreciate what El Camino might look like if this moves forward, it would be helpful if we could throw up a few more examples of what it means, as Councilmember Burt said, for the bike lanes to be separated from the cars whenever possible. So I'm wondering if there are a few more images that you could pull up that might give folks that sort of picture's worth 1,000 words kind of image. Because when I imagine El Camino redone, if this is all said and done one day, it's an entirely different place, and in a good way. And so I'm interested in more folks in the community being able to kind of envision what that might look like. Do we have any such image? I'm just trying to talk at length so that you could find stuff.
Yeah, I think actually our recommendation slide has a Class 4 bike lane on it in the image. Actually, and the Caltrans slide also does slide 9. Could you go to slide 9?
Didn't we say that there may be some raised curbs to separate, or is it all those sort of flexible bollards? Because that's what I'm seeing on that slide 9.
Yeah, so I don't think they have a good image of that. We have a good image of that on slide 3, which also has a Class 4 bikeway. This one, the image on slide 3 is actually the channelizing system that Caltrans has recommended, which has, it's like a rubberized raised curve with the separators, the channelizers.
So is it fair to say that this is what we think our bike lanes would look like? This would be the method, the mode. Is that what we're saying?
This would be the separation, noting that we also have some other elements. There's green thermoplastic, which is that the green elements. And also on this slide, it's a two-way bikeway. We don't have any two-way, but so going back to the Caltrans slide on slide 9, you'll see some green thermo under the Class 4 bikeway. So it's kind of a combination of this slide 3, and wow, that was fast, slide 9, the green thermoplastic. So you'll see that green marking that really indicates that it's a bikeway. The plastic channelizer system, the quick curb system.
So that plastic channelizer is about how tall?
Oh, I'm not sure. I don't have that. I can look that up though, but I believe it's about 2 to 3 inches. But I can look that up. Oh, the channelizers. You're talking about the channelizers
Well,
or
I
the
meant
curb?
both. I actually was referring to the thing that these things stick into. I'm
Yeah.
interested in whatever functions as sort of a curb-like separation that you would feel if you bumped into it with your tire.
Yeah, got it. I can look that up, but I'm wondering if Caltrans staff might be able to speak to that more readily.
Sure, it is about 3 inches tall, those raised curves.
Do you know the channelizer height, Ong? Thank you. And thank you. That's Ong from Caltrans.
Yes, it would be about over 2 feet. I have to verify. Might be between 2 to 3 feet.
Thank you. And those 2 to 3 feet high thingies are approximately how far apart?
You can have different spacing, so that is something that we kind of need to identify for the project, what spacing would be the best, not blocking the view and such.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Vinker.
Thank you, Mayor Stone. And I'm excited to see this coming back with the work of my colleagues, council members Burt and Lowing, and the community and Caltrans. Was in support of bike lanes in April and had hoped to get to add some safer things that night, but I'm glad that when I saw Councilmember Byrd and others propose that you would jump in there and do this so quickly. Go skin the cat that way. So this is tremendous. I had the same question as Councilmember Lithcott-Haynes. When we talked about adding physical barriers, quote, where possible, I wanted to know where possible and what they looked like. So appreciate that. I don't know if my email got through to the clerk, but I'm very interested in exploring curbs between the cars and the bikes. And they can be used for a variety of things. They can be combined with a bike, sorry, a bus, what do you call them? Island, bus boarding island. I tried to send I don't know if it came through. It didn't come through. I think it was too large because one was a little video. I know there's lots of examples all over the world and in various places, but there's one in particular that I saw actually in our sibling city where they had a two-way bike lane on one side of a busy road, and they had say, I don't know, 2-foot curb, cement and brick. And then as it neared the intersection, they sort of swept it out into the far right traffic lane, car lane, as cars would slow, sort of coming to the intersection, you lose that right-hand lane, then it popped back in to allow where a bus could go, and created a bus boarding island, came back out, and then went into a turn lane. So you can combine various things to create a lot of safety and also have traffic do what you want. So I'm sorry I couldn't get the image through, but what's the process going forward to explore the physical barriers? Is it set? Are things like curbs in the mix, or is there a cost element? Could you just tell me a little about the thinking there?
Yeah, thank you. So just to confirm, the current design proposal that Caltrans has provided includes curb. That is part of the quick curb, but it's different than what you're talking about, which is you're talking about a lot of concrete work.
I'm sorry, I just couldn't hear. I'm talking
Sorry,
about
you're talking about what you're referring to is a lot of concrete work.
Yes.
Including like some bulb outs and some and a bus boarding island and all that. So what you're referring to in our understanding of this project and discussions with Caltrans goes beyond the scope that's possible for this type of highway maintenance repaving project. However, it's something that Caltrans has committed to looking at in a future project that would start, I believe, approximately a year from now, that they would start working with the city on that. So, and yes, thank you. City manager would like to continue.
Thank you, Philip. And Councilmember, having been part of the conversations with Caltrans, I think there are a few considerations that come into play, and just worth noting that the devices that are being proposed do consider both the ease of installation as well as maintenance, because as you may have seen throughout the region, that as this equipment is hit or otherwise becomes worn, it's important to be able to maintain them, replace them easily as wear and tear occurs. Also, as I think in reference to the where possible discussion, the conversations have included considerations such as where are the buses pulling in, pulling out, where there are driveways, and where there's sufficient both area as well as, again, where there may be conflicts with traffic that are part of the consideration. And then beyond that, I think the conversation that Mr. Kami pointed out is really an openness that we heard both from Caltrans as well as from our cycling advocates as far as what might be possible in the future as different types of treatments, including, I think as was referenced earlier, an integrated bus stop bike lane that perhaps has a raised level to it, but again, are not comfortable at this point as available for application in this specific project. So I think, again, just noting that there's both the openness as well as there has been a significant discussion on a variety of devices. At the same time, ultimately, I think worth noting from the city's perspective that the selection of devices and the specific designs are really a Caltrans prerogative. And so that's an area in particular that we would defer to them on the specifics.
Well, I think it sounds like most of this is a Caltrans prerogative, but we're trying to be good partners, as are they, and cooperating. And I don't know whether there's a way to contribute to funding if we wanted, an upgrade, so to speak, but I'm glad to hear there's an openness to pursuing it. I think there's a temporal aspect as well. There's what do we want to do now if we're going to do this to make bikes as safe as possible in the near term. And then in the longer term, if there were things that like curbs, no matter what we put in, there's going to be some maintenance aspect to it in some ways. Perhaps some are more durable than others and require less. And I think that all will take time to sort out. But if there's like sort of a second bite at this apple, I think that would be good. The integrated, bus bike thing scares me a little, which is why I was asking about sort of a combo of a curb and a bike island and various things that transportation engineers can sort out. So if there's a path toward evaluating that, after this first phase, that is good news. And I think that's what I heard.
Yeah, so confirming that Caltrans has told us that is a next project that's going to be coming on the quarter, and that we would be stakeholders in the discussions.
Okay, that's great. And then I just wanted to comment that I also support the no turn on red, the designated locations that's been discussed and staff has worked on, and the community supports, and also the parking, the three things that the chamber had identified last night and the Sundance owner had asked for today. I think it's important that those parking programs are worked out to make this work. So thank you.
Councilmember Koo.
Thank you, Mayor Stone. I just wanted to confirm at both the February meeting that Caltrans held, as well as our council meeting, Caltrans has said that when it comes to what we do on El Camino in the city stretch, that it would be up to us. Have they gone back and said no more, that they are the ones who are going to decide on whether parking is removed or becomes bicycle lane? Have they rescinded that statement? I mean, according to what our city attorney said.
Yeah,
but I want to confirm, have they rescinded it?
So I want to answer this kind of delicately. I don't believe it. My understanding this whole time has been that we have not gotten a direct response from Caltrans as to whether they would do this without our permission. Or without our approval or anything like that. That's something we've asked several times and we haven't gotten a direct response from them on that. However,
Obviously
our
not in
understanding is
writing.
that legally this is their facility and that they can do this. I also think that because they've mentioned several times that they have safety, they've identified it as a safety concern, that they have liability issues should they not do something following this. So yeah, I think that's kind of where I'd leave it, except for I do want to note that I don't think they've been, I really don't think they've been clear either way as to whether they would necessarily require the city to support or whether they would move forward. I think that
That's
they've
good to
said they've
know
been,
because they've said it twice now in public meetings. Yes, we don't have it in writing or anything like that, but I do want to say that, emphasize that they have said that at the February meeting as well as in our April meeting. And so, so if that's the intent of them not standing behind their word, I know staff has to be delicate, but I don't really have to be. On my other note is that, I do appreciate our ad hoc committee doing the work, trying to make sure that we work it out. I mean, totally in support of no red, no right turn on red. So I'll totally support that. But I also want to say that in the staff report, it says meetings took place throughout April, May, and June, and it gives the dates. And it's a joint workshop. But I read on for it to say that it was with ad hoc city staff, Caltrans staff, VTA staff, fear and peers, and bicycling lobbyist stakeholders, including representative from the City Pedestrian and Bicycle Advisory Committee and the Silicon Valley Bicycle Coalition. So where's the businesses and the residents at Evergreen Park and Mayfield? After all, I totally hear what you're saying. We want to make sure we have parking mitigations for the businesses on El Camino who are losing their parking spaces. But the mitigations are not there, has not been delivered or talked about, except for TMA, which we still don't know whether it's going to need more money. Are we subsidizing that even more? And then it's going to be another effort that is going to divide the small businesses and the residents. We went through that many years ago, and we have come to an understanding between the small businesses and the residents. And now this is again coming up because the residents are going to have to take the brunt of it. I want to say we do want to separate bicycles, but is El Camino a state highway the best place to be doing this? We also say in our economic recovery and all of transitioning that we want to support small businesses. We want to make sure our retail stays, our restaurant. Is it because the ones on El Camino is not favored by some of us? I mean, come on, why are we not supporting the small businesses on El Camino? The other thing is safety. Buses coming onto the bike lane. You're saying, I'm reading here for it to say that bicycles will stop behind the bus when the bus comes to a stop. Is that reality? And then the other thing is it says, if they don't want to stop, they can veer to the left. So it means they're getting in front of a vehicle. Or they can veer to the right of the bus, so they're on a sidewalk. And we're not even looking at our ADA laws. What about people who are walking or who are on crutches or, so it's an over-engineered plan. And, I have to say, is a state highway the best place for this? I want to say also that as we should be looking, since the other cities have already approved this to put bicycles, what is our hurry? Caltrain should just go ahead and repave and repair our roads. And we should be watching what happens in the other cities and what is working and what is not. Instead of going over engineering on what we have here and destroying our businesses, destroying the businesses. Then I want to go into, there is no enforcement of traffic laws for the bicyclists, including now we have the electrical bikes as well as the other electric modes of transportation. There's no laws. And Caltrain is not going to be out there enforcing and making, are they enforcing or is our Palo Alto police enforcing? City manager?
This would be Palo Alto Police.
Palo Alto police.
Yes.
And so if they give them tickets and actually enforce, you know, when we're talking about these kind of things, there's the engineering part, there's the education, which we have plenty, but there's no enforcement because we're not supposed to give you all tickets if you break the law. Yeah, I mean, so this is really over-engineered, and I think that we should tell Caltrain to fix the road, and we should be watching what the other cities are doing. So while I appreciate the effort, I am also rather offended that the word now is vulnerable. You know, we have a vulnerable population, which are the people who are functionally and also intellectually disabled, and then people who are on wheelchairs or in crutches who are hurt. And now we have moved the word away from them and making sure that they have some representation. Yeah, just repair the road. Repair the road. Thank you, Mayor. I'm sorry, I lit it up again by accident.
A few questions. I'm curious if it seems like a big part of the plan to mitigate the loss of parking is looking at residential parking permits. And I'm curious, has staff had a chance to be able to reach out or through the ad hoc, were there communications with residents associations in those impacted neighborhoods regarding the distribution of RPP and expanding that to additional employee permits? Have we done an audit of available parking at impacted times and permits in those residential neighborhoods?
Yeah, thank you. And I do want to note that I have Nate Baird, our parking manager, online, but I'll take a stab at this and see if he doesn't need to say anything. Yeah, Nate and Steve Guagliardo both did a survey and talked with residents and the businesses along there, got information from them. And Nate has also had several meetings with residents to talk about the parking impacts. So just to give the high level, the areas where the RPP programs that are neighboring El Camino Real in particular, we believe will have impacts. You have Southgate, where we have very few employee permits actually designated to El Camino Real right now that would be impacted. I think it's actually, we currently have like 2 permits that are sold there. So potentially we would need to move some permits into the residential streets in the Southgate area. And similarly in Evergreen Park, Mayfield, we allow up to 50 permits to be sold on El Camino Real. We haven't sold 50. I think it's around 46 or 48 historically since we started that. I believe we started selling permits on El Camino Real when we eliminated the employee permits in the Evergreen Park Mayfield zones, which previously was 250 permits that were sold there. And so we believe that we would distribute approximately 10 to 15 permits per zone back into the residential zones would be a starting proposal, noting that that could not be the solution on its own. I mean, as mentioned before, we would want the TMA to be engaged in discussions out there to see what options there are to get somebody on a VTA bus that has a stop there, or to take Caltrain, and also for options to bike on the new bicycle facilities that they're constructed there.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's some reasonable solutions there, and clearly we haven't done enough. And I think we all recognize that we need to do more. I know the plan is to do so. I am concerned about the outreach. I mean, you said staff reached out to local businesses along El Camino Real. We received a petition from 22 business owners this afternoon from impacted businesses along El Camino Real, alleging that they felt misled about the number of parking spots that were going to be removed, and believed that it was not going to be all of the parking spaces along El Camino Real, I guess, in front of their businesses. So can you talk more about that outreach and what was said to the businesses?
Yeah, actually, I'm going to welcome Steve Guagliardo and Nate Baird to come on and speak about that. Maybe Steve, do you want to start with that?
Certainly. Happy to address it. Steve Guagliardo, assistant to the city manager, focus on economic development. And Mayor, in response to your question about the reaction from the business owners, I think it's largely consistent with what we saw in the survey response, that folks were generally opposed to the removal of parking along El Camino Real. I think the communication, we did what we could to make clear what was being proposed by Caltrans with the removal of all parking along El Camino Real. We tried to make clear in the survey what options could be available after the fact to help manage and mitigate those issues. In addition, Nate was also able to conduct some site visits and some face-to-face conversations with folks. And we do anticipate continuing those conversations through the next month plus, trying to make sure that we are aligning parking options for those businesses in advance of the potential removal of parking along El Camino Real to find those solutions that work for folks. Nate, if you want to add any more context there.
Please don't interrupt the meeting. You already had your opportunity to address this, council. Sorry for the interruption. So could you please continue, Steve?
Sure. I'm not sure where the interruption occurred, but was just mentioning that we will be conducting outreach over the next month plus to businesses along El Camino Real. Again, trying to ensure that we align those parking alternatives well in advance of any removal of parking, should council decide that tonight, and try to make sure that we are addressing it through kind of our toolkit of short-term parking options, of RPP options for employees, VTA transit passes, and frankly, of legal parking in the residential neighborhoods after RPP hours for customers of establishments like Sundance the Steakhouse. Nate, if you want to add any additional context, would certainly welcome it.
Sure. I would add that, we have a very unique employee permit parking program in Palo Alto. It's not very many places that allow employees into the neighborhoods with permit, but that's a long established agreement kind of negotiation that took place, and in recent years, we really did work to hear resident complaints about that situation. So, Philip already mentioned the 250 permits that were previously available in the neighborhoods. That was reduced down to 0 in the neighborhood. So we previously had 290 permits in the Evergreen Park Mayfield. That was reduced just to the permits on ECR. And so we really are discussing now moving those back in. I believe that there is some room, but it is a very sensitive conversation. Some residents are blanketly against any employee parking in the neighborhood. But in our experience, we do have additional availability in the garages and lots. And those neighborhoods, we really are talking about 40 to 50 permits currently in the Evergreen Park Mayfield neighborhood. And we think that, that's reasonable compared to the 250 that were allowed previously with the expanded capacity in the garages and lots. Southgate should be a really minimal impact. We only have sold 2 permits on ECR. And so it's only a handful more that would go into that neighborhood. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And I agree with several of my colleagues who referenced comments made by the Chamber of Commerce last night. I thought there were some really good recommendations made. I'm sure staff was taking notes and is in constant communication to be able to make some of those improvements. And then, so just one more question and a bit of a follow-up with your exchange with Councilmember Koo. Why would the city be expected to maintain these bike lanes and then be potentially liable for accidents within those channelizers if Caltrans owns the road. And then Director Camia, something you said kind of struck me. You talked about one of the reasons that kind of originated this for Caltrans was concerns for safety and Caltrans being liable if they didn't make these changes. So I just don't understand, why would they be liable if they didn't make these changes, and then that would transfer liability to the city by them making these changes?
Thank you. Wow, I just went full circle on that. I think that, so the request from Caltrans for the transfer of us maintaining that facility, once we've added the delineators or we've requested the separation, comes from their experience with the neighboring cities that have done similar agreements. And so they've said that this is their standard moving forward. I just want to note that that's something that Caltrans has committed to continuing to discuss with us. So it's not something that they've necessarily said that they're entirely firm on. But I also want to turn it over to legal if they have anything that they wanted to add to that. Not sure if Tim does or.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Tim Shimizu, Assistant City Attorney. So the premise that you stated is generally correct, that Caltrans, as their road, has the responsibility in general to maintain its road, including whatever things they put on it, such as these channelizers. If they wanted the city to maintain the channelizers or any other kind of improvement for them, then the Caltrans would have to enter into a maintenance agreement with the city for us to take on that responsibility. And you're correct that if the city were to take on that responsibility of maintenance, it could be held more responsible and more liable if someone got into an accident or filed a claim against the city and Caltrans. Whereas currently we are not, right? Because the city doesn't have maintenance agreement to, say, maintain most of El Camino Real. In terms of the city taking on that obligation, of course, the city would have to consider whether the potential liability is balanced out by the potential benefits of having channelizers there, and also whether Caltrans has any room to absorb this, whether both in resources and staffing and funding, which they've said apparently the basis for this request from Caltrans is that they don't have the staffing to maintain these channelizers, even though this is their new standard. But ultimately, any agreement to maintain these improvements would most likely have to be approved by council due to the cost and length of such a potential agreement. So it's something that council will probably have to revisit should this an agreement be negotiated.
Thank you. It strikes me as odd, as this is Caltrans' project. They wanted this. They have ownership, and I agree with Councilmember Koo. At the end of the day, I think if we were to vote against this, Caltrans will continue to move forward regardless. And so it strikes me as strange that if they did and they created those channelizers and that protected bike lane, and then we would be held liable for injuries there. And so the only change is if we endorse it.
I think it may be worth clarifying and actually ask our Caltrans representative if you'd like to clarify. But let me take a first crack at it, which is, it's my understanding that the channelizers themselves are considered an enhancement from Caltrans. And if they were to proceed with the project without the city's interest in or willingness to maintain them, that they would do the striping, but not the channelizers. So I think that that's a choice for us. And so could I get either a confirmation or a perspective from our Caltrans representatives?
Sure. Yes, for Caltrans, as previously mentioned, staffing and the equipment is the significant challenge as far as for us to maintaining those channelizers or the vertical elements, and also the quick curbs. So that's how the when we talk about the improvement and the treatment, if we are looking to install a quick curb and the vertical channel pieces for the better protection, that is where we normally reach out to our local partners if they can maintain it for us with the fee, right, with the delegated maintenance agreement. So in that way, we can have a better enhancement as well as plan for the future maintenance of those.
What about the liability piece? 'Cause I can understand the maintenance if we're saying we want to make these improvements, but the liability, I don't understand.
The liability, since Caltrans is the owner of the facility, we gonna be the responsible for it. Probably previously mentioned about the liability is regarding if city fail to maintain it and accident happen due to that lack of maintenance, then city will be partially liable because city and Caltrans agree that city will maintain those elements.
Great, thank you. Let's make sure we get that in writing in the final agreement. Okay, perfect. Apologies to my colleagues for going so far over. Councilmember Burt, we'll do another round. Let's see if we can get to motion.
Yeah, I'll just have a couple comments and then I'd be willing to put a motion on the table. So first, on the issue of maintenance and liability, I think that's part of what still needs to be negotiated and to be determined. Just as we've made significant progress in the last few months, I'm hopeful that we will be able to have similar progress on that topic. I did want to note also, there's a question about our Palo Alto Transportation Management Association and their role. Previously, our TMA had been providing Caltrain Go passes and a certain number of VTA Smart passes to moderate and low income employees. One of the things that became better understood or understood for the first time by me was that they were having to pay the full individual price for the VTA Smart passes because the programs that VTA had didn't qualify for a nonprofit to be able to then distribute the discounted passes to low-income employees. If they could get a rate of, VTA has rates of $100 to $200 a year in buying in bulk, or if you are a nonprofit and distributing passes to your own employees, but the TMA didn't qualify there. So fortunately, VTA has agreed to do a pilot where we're going to be receiving over 500 passes at $90 a piece, lower than any rate that they have. And so we will go from 50 of those passes to over 500 for the same amount of dollars that are already in the TMA budget. And so no additional cost. And that opens the door not only for these businesses, but even potentially for things like Buena Vista mobile home park residents and others who are parking in that area. So that's a really positive development. And as staff noted also on the residential permit parking program, Evergreen Park had previously had an agreement of 250 permit parking spaces, which at that time reduced the number of workers parking in the neighborhood compared to what was there before the residential permit parking program. But those were in part El Camino workers, but predominantly workers coming from Cal Ave. Between the 400 space parking garage that was installed and the hybrid work, there was a huge amount of parking in Evergreen neighborhood. So this proposal that would return a fraction of the previously permitted number of workers having permits would still be fewer than we have in our other RPP zones, like in the downtown area and elsewhere. So I think it's spread out within the neighborhood. It's not a significant impact. I know that there are some residents who want zero workers, but once again, that goes to the kind of the philosophical part of all of our RPP programs of a trade-off between residents having a reasonable right to be able to park in front or nearly in front of their own homes if they don't have a driveway or choose not to, versus that the streets are actually public property and we as residents don't own the parking spaces in front of our homes. And then I did want to just note that Menlo Park and Mountain View and Los Altos are going to have bike lanes on their portions of El Camino without all of these other improvements at this time that we're going to get. So we're going to get a much stronger and really a model that hopefully they'll eventually receive as well. So on that note, I'd like to propose a motion. We have two segments in the staff report, the recommendation, and then below that is a set of additional conditions that go from the first page over to the top of the second page, and hopefully the clerk is able to capture both of those. So there are 5 bullets under executive summary that would be added to the motion, and then I have 3 additional bullets. So I'll let that come up. So the first additional bullet is a parking mitigation plan that would include the following. Adjustments to the RPP program, provision of VTA smart passes through PATMA for workers, restrictions or short-term parking locations expanded on side streets immediately adjacent to El Camino, a program to relocate RV dwellers, and then a city program to provide bike racks along El Camino as businesses request them. That's the first bullet. And clerk, tell me if I'm going too fast. I can loop back when. And then the second bullet is to continue to work with VTA and Caltrans to pilot bus stop designs. And then the final bullet is to, subsequent to the installation of these measures, to monitor and measure mode shift and collision outcomes. While the clerk is getting that up, and we'll see what got captured, I just note that these other bullets that are in our staff report include the transmittal of our Fair and Peers memo and the joint city and VTA memos with requests that Caltrans respond to requested changes in there. The attachment E is the prospective locations for the no right turn on red, and then to develop the maintenance agreement with Caltrans that is satisfactory to the city. And then the next one is commitment by Caltrans to expedite encroachment permits, which Director Kami has already talked about. That we were very pleased that the project lead in our joint meeting committed to expedition of encroachment permits, and I just want to express appreciation to Caltrans on that. And then the last one is that Caltrans would provide tentative and final project timelines for public notification. So we'll see what, while I stalled, what the clerk was able to capture. Yeah, Philip.
If you don't mind, while I was up here talking, Caltrans approved our other pending permit on
Well,
El Camino Real.
Both of them, or we still have one outstanding?
So we have two that were pending that are both approved since yesterday.
Great. So I don't have to stall any longer to see if they'll approve anything else? Okay. Well, that's really appreciated. And while the clerk's, oh, we have this up. Okay, so I'll go ahead and let others speak, and while I just review this and see if it captured everything. Oh, first, I guess we need a second if there is one. They're fighting over. Oh, sorry.
Second.
Councilmember Burt, would you like to speak to your motion?
I've done so. Thank you.
Councilmember Lithcott Hames, speak to the second.
Yes. Button here. What I would just want to say in furtherance of the second is something I didn't mention in my preliminary remarks, which is my tremendous sense of gratitude to our staff who are working on helping think through what's going to happen to our RV dweller community who are living on the side of El Camino Real. I think there is, as I understand it, nothing to report yet, but I know that people are working hard to secure a location for temporary safe parking for folks who currently live on El Camino in their vehicles, while our longer term plan is to do more with Gang Road. So I just want to express gratitude to staff and community members who have really insisted that we not overlook this particular portion of our community as we pursue these upgrades to El Camino.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Lowing.
Yes, thanks, Mayor. I just want to address this to the public as well as some comments that Councilmember Koo made along the lines of, is this really the best place to put bike lanes? In my personal view, no, it's not, because we have other areas that we can bike in. They don't have as much noise, as much smell, as much risk, even with what we got here. I wouldn't want my kids or grandkids going over here, but some people do want to bike there. And the goal is to make those bike lanes safer too. So I get that. Do I like the parking mitigation that we have to do? First of all, it's just painful to me to think about the small businesses that are in the state right now. So that's just been thrust at us. And the question about, will Caltrans do this without our consent is unquestionably, because that's been the plan here. So that is not going to change, and we have to deal with the reality of it. Like other state directives, we are not subject to local control here. And so we need to make the best of it. And I think we should be very committed to mitigating the parking issue that has been thrust upon us. And that becomes our issue. It's not an interest of Caltrans. It's just that blunt and that factual. So relative to the safety part of it, as I said before, I'm really pleased with their cooperation on that issue. And I think we've got a multi-stage and frankly, probably multi-year plan to make it even safer. So thank you.
Councilmember Vinker.
Yeah, just briefly, I support this motion, and I again echo that just as we just saw these permit approvals come through, it really is amazing how quickly this work was done by colleagues, staff, and the community. So that is terrific. Again, somewhat akin to what Councilmember Lowing just said, or Vice Mayor Lowing. Some speakers are worried about the safety of bikes alongside a highway, but I worry about parked cars alongside a state highway. I mean, drivers have to walk out into the stream of traffic to get in their cars on a state highway. They open doors into traffic streams. Councilmember Burt mentioned the sight lines for people pulling in and out of driveways with cars there. And I just think that there are safety issues no matter. And at least with the bike lanes, we can try to mitigate that. We have, as was mentioned by a public speaker, we have bicyclists on the road now, and nobody's talking about banning them for safety. So if they're there, let's try to make it a safer situation. And I think this does a very good job of this in a short time. And I've heard the commitments to continuing to try to improve that. And I look forward to that. So I support this motion.
Councilman Ku.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to ask the maker and the seconder if we can separate out number 2, which is the no right turn for voting purposes.
Yeah, I don't see a problem with that. City Attorney? Okay, then we'll separate 2 for voting purposes.
Thank you. And then also when you direct the city manager or the designee to direct staff to make necessary adjustments to RPP, I would love to see that you include in there who are the stakeholders that they're going to include in their conversation. Because if we're going by what we had seen in what the outreach was, in many instances, it does concern me that the neighborhood would be left out and the businesses will be left out, especially small mom and pops.
Yeah, I would be fine to add to the language where it says adjustments to the RPP program include with outreach to business and neighborhood stakeholders.
So thank you, Maker. Is the seconder accepting this? Thank you.
Yes.
I was wondering if Vice Mayor was the seconder. I forgot, sorry.
No, I think it was Councilman Lithcott-Hames, but I had actually another question that's right in the same area, which is to ensure that, exactly what you said, I'm wondering if it's really necessary for this to go to consent. This can sometimes be controversial and public comment. So I don't think it necessarily has to go to consent. If we're changing RPP regulations, that generally comes to council. So I'd be fine if it didn't say do it on consent.
I didn't see it spoken to either way on that.
I'm just saying that it came from the staff saying on consent. I'm saying it might be better if it's not on consent, because it's generally controversial when you're making any changes in
I see. That was in the initial staff recommendation.
And this way, we know it's going to get public comment because it's going to come to back to council.
Yeah, I would be fine with deleting that language and return to council, and we can determine if we have agreement with the business and neighborhoods. It may be fine to go on consent, but we can just say return to council.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, for that.
Second.
And then thank you to the maker and seconder. I'm just gonna say that, I appreciate the work staff and Caltrain and VTA did, and also ad hoc committee for, even the Bicycle Coalition for all of their comments, business community, hearing from the residents. At the end of the day, we're losing a lot of parking spaces as if we're not planning for the future. We're hoping for more businesses to come into Palo Alto. And so we have ADUs that doesn't require parking. We have a lot of the high rises and a lot of the mixed use and all the housing that is going to have less parking because, again, state law says, we don't have to provide that many parking, that sufficient amount of parking for all of the housing that is going to come in. Because, of course, you believe that you're going to ride bicycles and we're not going to have to address the vulnerable population and all of that. As it is at Mayfield Place, which is the below market rate deeded housing in that neighborhood, there's a lot of residents from that building that actually parks on El Camino. Why? Because the puzzle lifts, the mechanical lifts do not work, and they do not like using those. So a lot of times they're parked in the parking lot as well as on El Camino. And the people who are going to the blind, who needs the help of the blind organization, and I forget their name, Vision, they are not finding parking spaces because a lot of the parking is taken up by the residents. So I think that, we really need to stop over engineering things and really look at it with some reality of not here and now. And I know we all want to be pioneers here in Palo Alto, but really, when it starts to become too much, where it makes residents living not with quality, it becomes we kind of do away with the confidence and trust that people place on us. So I appreciate a lot of the work that has gone in here, as well as agreeing to some of my changes. So again, thank you.
One request of the maker and the seconder on item 2, development of a new maintenance agreement. Would you be open to maintenance and liability agreement?
Yes.
Agreed.
Great, thank you. And where we're at now is such a significant improvement from where we were back in April when this first came to council. So I really appreciate the ad hoc and staff and Caltrans being able to work together to be able to bring this back and make these significant improvements. I think this is a great example. Oftentimes advocates are very frustrated with the Palo Alto process, and I agree it's oftentimes too slow, and sometimes when council raises objections and pushes back on projects and sends it back to be reviewed, there is frustration over that, but oftentimes we get something like this, a significant improvement through that, whether it's bike lanes, road safety, housing. Oftentimes through those negotiations, we're able to find some better public benefits. I understand the arguments raised by many that Palo Alto already has a bike boulevard just a few blocks away, and this kind of argument that we're going to be welcoming additional bicyclists onto El Camino, which is a more dangerous bike route, of course, than many of other bike routes in the city. And I think that argument is true if we're looking at the current situation along El Camino and not considering what Caltrans is doing in surrounding cities. Caltrans is making these changes along El Camino in our neighboring cities with really the desire to be able to create an uninterrupted bike boulevard. So whether we like it or not, Caltrans is doing this, and since they control El Camino, it's ultimately their decision. So I think we can either have a seat at the table and work with Caltrans to be able to improve these designs like we've been doing since April, and what this motion is going to continue to allow us to be able to do to create more measurable improvements in safety and design, or we can bury our head in the sand and Caltrans is going to move ahead with this project regardless. So I think it's better that we work together to be able to make these improvements that will ultimately serve our community. And I think it's a good reminder too for people, more bikes on El Camino means less cars. And for every bike that's parked in front of a business on El Camino, that's one less parking spot needed for cars. I think we also need to recognize that there are neighboring cities along El Camino Real that are going to be getting these new bike lanes. And so even if we could say no, these new bicyclists in neighboring communities are going to be riding their bikes along El Camino Real into Palo Alto, which will ultimately increase the number of bicyclists on El Camino. And we're really going to need to have these improved safety of those lanes, because otherwise I think we're going to be creating a very dangerous situation. And ultimately, safety has to be our number one priority. So no way is this a perfect plan. I think it's a massive improvement. I think this motion also is going to allow us to be able to continue to work with the impacted businesses and make the necessary changes. So thank you. I'll be supporting the motion. And Councilmember Vinker, one last thing.
Yes, apologies. I don't mean to drag this out. I had neglected to notice that I don't think that there's a reference to continuing to explore with Caltrans physical barriers and enhanced ones. So is that something that the maker would be open to add?
I think that's captured in one. If you read the Fair and Pierce study or report, I should say.
Yeah, to a certain extent, I think what Councilmember Vinker is referring to is that future project. Is that what you're referring to, the future Caltrans project?
Yeah, when I was asking you earlier about not just the
yeah, so some of those things were identified in the memos, so there is some crossover. So some of those, or a lot of those things actually were identified in the safe systems approach memos that we've submitted to them. A lot of those items, and the VTA memo as well. Sorry.
Fair and Pierce broke it down between nearer term and then medium term, and the medium term measures are clearly beyond this set. It's all the things that are the next generation of best practices that would be reviewed.
That would be reviewed, even though it's beyond this set.
Right. That's
Okay.
the medium term.
Okay.
And there's no medium term things that will be done as part of this paving. Those all are referring to future things.
And so the condition of asking that Caltrans respond to the requested changes, you say, as including the ones that wouldn't be part of this set that would be future to cover that.
It's both.
Okay, that's what I want to make clear. Okay, as long as we're all clear that that's both. Thank you.
Okay. Seeing no other lights, when the clerk is ready, you can call the vote.
Going just on 8 first, huh?
Sorry, yeah, we separated item 2. So we'll take the vote on everything but item 2.
So 2 was actually renumbered to 8. So we'll be voting on this first main motion here, A through C and 1 through 7.
Thanks for that clarification. Okay.
Vice Mayor Lowing?
Yes.
Councilmember Koo?
No.
Councilmember Burt?
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker?
Yes.
Mayor Stone?
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott-Haynes?
Yes.
Motion carries 5 to 1. Councilmember Koo, no, and Councilmember Tanaka, absent. Sorry, 5-1-1.
Good. And then when you're ready, we'll vote on what is 8 now?
Councilmember Lithcott-Haynes?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lowing?
Yes.
Councilmember Burt?
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker?
Yes.
Councilmember Koo?
Yes.
Mayor Stone?
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0-1. Councilmember Tanaka absent.
Great. Thank you. Moving on now to public comment. We're about an hour behind already. All right. So public comment on everything, on anything that is not on the agenda. How many comment cards do we have, Madam Clerk?
We currently have 2 requests to speak. 3 for items not on the agenda.
All right, with 3 speakers.
Our first speaker is Jenny Kay.
On. Hello, I'm Jenny Karatley, and I am the lead handler for the Barron Park, for the Barron Park Donkey Project. And I'm just here to give the briefest of brief updates on how we're doing with the very generous matching grant that Mayor Stone and the City Council offered us just a few weeks ago. We have held a wonderful community event, which Mayor Stone attended, and Councilmember Koo, and maybe others I did not see, in honor of the 30th birthday of Perry, our celebrity. We had coverage in a number of regional and local news media. Thank you. Sorry, I did not have time to prepare. We had coverage in local and regional news media, including several Palo Alto papers, Palo Alto Online and others. The CBS 7 News interviewed my husband as I was away. San Francisco, several papers, the LA Times had wonderful coverage of the generous matching grant. We, on June 14th, we were featured in the Washington Post. And yesterday morning, I had a 2-minute, I was interviewed as part of the NPR Morning Edition. It seems that everyone is moved by the donkeys. The donations have been coming in. Just today, I've seen 15 already just come through PayPal. I'm warmed by the comments that people are making. It's so much, I mean, people are wishing Perry health and commenting on how much they like Shrek, but the majority are actually talking about sort of the importance of donkeys, you know, for calm and therapy, and also just the community support, which I think was captured by the City Council supporting us and what we're able to give to the community just by taking care of the donkeys. I actually did a survey at the birthday bash. About 60 people filled it in, and I have some wonderful comments about the importance of the donkeys and how much they mean to the community, and I'll be sharing that. I just haven't been so busy managing this that I don't have an actual report due, because it's not the end of the challenge grant yet. I fully expect that we will make the grant. Thank you again. And I think that we will exceed it because the donkeys really are universal. So thank you for the opportunity.
Our next speaker is Aram J.
So I grew up in Barron Park. Boys spent a lot of time taking my boys when they were young over to the donkeys. So count me in for a contribution. I really appreciate what you're doing. So I'm here to just talk a little bit. I got a little more time than I expected. This council lacks the courage to agendize a ceasefire resolution for a debate on the merits of the issue. Just a debate on in the best tradition of a democracy. And after the debate, you were free to vote it down with your rationale on the record so the community understands your reason for saying yes or no to a ceasefire resolution. But you couldn't do that. You acted in the most cowardly way, stepping on our constitutional rights while you hid from this issue. You choose to pander to the powerful Jewish lobby, the AIPAC folks who fear you might be called anti-Semitic merely for addressing the ceasefire issue head on. It's not a matter of anti-Semitism. It's a matter of democracy and debating a topic so critical as that, and you let us down. One of your members writes in a blog that those who claim or accuse the council of having blood on their hands have engaged in patently outrageous rhetoric. Well, I call you outrageous for standing on the sidelines while innocent Palestinians die every day in plain view. You said there's nothing you can do. I know differently. Your buddy and classmate is Senator Cory Booker. You have deep connections with the Obama administration, and you can't pick up the phone and lobby on behalf of the voices of those whose family members are dying daily in Gaza and the West Bank. You know what is happening. It's a genocide. Pick up the phone. You're a nationally recognized speaker, so speak the truth now. You know it, and I know it. If you don't do it, if you don't do the right thing, you will live with blood on your hands till your dying day. I say that from my heart and from my soul. Call my words hyperbolic rhetoric if you wish, but that won't wipe the blood off your hands, and you know it. You claim only 2 candidates for Congress called for a ceasefire. Really? Well, Ahmed Mustafa ran for Congress with you, and he called for an immediate, permanent ceasefire. You didn't call for a ceasefire. You called for I don't even know how you could put the word humanitarian in there, bilateral ceasefire. It's no ceasefire at all. It depends on Hamas losing all their leverage, and they must give up the hostages for the genocide to stop. Don't compare what you asked for with Ahmad Mustafa. That's half-stepping. You're half-stepping on him, and you didn't tell the truth in your blog. So, that's nice going for you. So I gave all of you these 2 posters to think about while you're off on vacation. One reads, "Stop U.S. aid to Israel." The other one you got. Bye.
Our next speaker is Ken H.
Good evening. Hard to follow that act. Just I want you guys to, and ladies, to leave on your vacation without reminding that Cubberley is still around. And I wanted to also let the city manager know that. And haven't heard much about what's gone on with the ad hoc committee. I know they've been meeting. I know you've had several mediation sessions. No reports have come out of those. And you've had a couple of closed session items regarding Cubberley. I just think that this is such an important issue because this is something that you do control. You do own the 8 acres. This is your property. You don't have to deal with anyone else. And we have a contract coming up at the end of this year with the Palo Alto Unified School District. I did send a letter to a few of you regarding the income that comes from the rental of those facilities that are part of the PAUSD property. And I just think it's really time. And hopefully this election, which coming up in just a couple of months, will kind of crystallize Cubberley and we can move forward. Thank you. Have a great summer break.
That concludes public comment on items not on the agenda.
Thank you. All right. Council member questions, comments, and announcements. Vice Mayor Lowing.
Thank you. I'd like to report out on the CAO committee for council members. We met on CAO committee as chief administrative officers for the public. We met on May 29th and then followed up on June 14th. Committee members are Lowing, Burt, and Koo. The agenda of both items was around evaluation of the process for the 24 reviews of the chief administrative officers. At the first meeting, we noted that there are 4 CAOs, but one, the auditor has just been appointed, so would not be getting a 2024 review. And at the first meeting, we raised a number of issues based on prior process and experience, and came away with sort of, in summary, 5 questions that we wanted to address in the second meeting. First of all, should we go into more depth on CAO reviews than we have in the past? Secondly, CEO reviews have seemed kind of rushed in council deliberation and in the review discussion with each CAO. Third, are we evaluating CAOs on all the right things? Often it's against objectives and work plans, and is that enough? Fourth, should we incorporate longer term goals with sort of 3 to 5 year plans in certain areas like succession planning or multi-year projects? And five, are we giving sufficient clarity to CAOs on what they need to do and comprehensive feedback on pluses and minuses, because it's supposed to be very important and clear to them as well. When we reviewed those at the second meeting, we essentially said yes to all of those. We also noted a couple of process issues. One was we have a new facilitator again this year, which is the third time in 3 years that we've swapped out an assigned consultant, and the committee didn't have any input on that. And last year, the facilitator didn't capture fully council input for the city manager in the written review, which required all of us, including the city manager, to kind of do a second round. So we'd like to be that a bit more efficient in the future. So we do want to be a little bit more thorough, a little bit more strategic this time. That's our recommendation. That's going to take a little bit more time for council members, but the committee sees these reviews as very important as part of our role and responsibility to residents, and we should be thorough and not rushed. So accordingly, in the next day or so, you're going to receive an estimated timeline for this, as well as questions that we will be asked relative to the reviews, and also questions that the CAOs are going to be asked for their pre-review. So that packet will be coming out quite shortly. And it starts now, and interviews from us are going to start as soon as the end of July, if anyone's around, or as soon as we're back. And that will be from Dan Rich, our consultant facilitator. One other little bonus issue that we discussed was we discussed the fact that incoming new council members don't really know what that's all about, what reviews are all about, particularly given the variety of backgrounds and experience sets that people come in with. So separately from all what we just talked about, by Q2 of 25, we'd kind of like to have a document to orient new council members and sort of bring them up to speed. As we said, right now, it's sort of self-education on what that is. And so that's another kind of outcome of the committee that we'd like to recommend. So that's it, and you'll be getting a packet.
All right, thank you. Councilman Ku?
Thank you. I'd like to also ask for the Stanford Ad Hoc Committee, which consists of myself, Councilmember Lifcott Hames, and Councilmember Burt, that maybe we can kind of review and also put out a report out when we return in August. And then also lastly, I'd like to ask the city manager in your communications with Stanford, when they have the story polls up at the El Camino Park, that we announce it to Palo Alto so that interested parties can go out and take a look at the boundary lines that are proposed. Thank you.
And I just have one. Vice Mayor and I like to announce an allocation from the Council Contingency Fund to Neighbors Abroad in the amount of $5,000 for video technology expenses related to sibling cities, USA town halls, and public events that have been co-sponsored by the city. As a reminder, in 2021, the council adopted a resolution to enter the first ever sibling city relationship with Bloomington, Indiana, to promote democracy, the sharing of culture and commercial best practices and civil discourse. So this allocation would support the Palo Alto side of the audio and video connections that enabled first of their kind community discussions across the miles about issues facing residents in both cities. Last year, the topics were climate, regional divides, and race and belonging. This fall, the topics will be housing and elections and voter turnout. So we look forward to continued sibling city conversations on important topics facing our community and hope this allocation can help further that. Okay, great. Seeing no objection. Then moving forward to, and seeing no more lights, going on to our consent calendar. So consent calendar items 2 through AA2. Public comment?
Our first speaker is Herb B.
Mayor Stone and council members, my comments are on item number 4, the proposed contract amendment with Magellan Advisors. I believe it's not too late for the council to go in the correct direction on fiber to the premises. I believe this is the wrong direction. The council rejected the idea of using the bonding capacity of the fund, of the fiber fund, and its expected additional from revenues to pay for a bond to commit the city to do the entire city. This is reminiscent of what's happened with other things where the city was promised, oh, we're going to underground all electric utilities, and some neighborhoods got it, and then you stopped. Or we're going to reconstruct sidewalks to a certain standard, and then some neighborhoods got that done and then stopped. And I suspect the same thing will happen now on the path that you're taking. There's also the question that you approve staff's suggestion that the city be the internet service provider itself. And that doesn't matter whether the city is doing all those functions or it hires a contractor to do those functions. I believe if the city's involved in transactions, whether it's providing the internet service or having the help desk or providing the customer premises equipment or the drop cables, that rates will be subject to Proposition 218 and there'll be need for votes on rates. I still believe the best way to do it is for the city to own and control the backbone, which might be operated by a contractor, but the city owns and controls that. And all the other transactions are between one or more ISPs that lease space use of that backbone. And so they will have the transactions with the customers for providing the internet service and also for connecting the drop cables and providing the customer premises equipment. And those could be the standards that the specifications that the city sets, but the city would not be involved in those transactions. In my opinion, the current path will not lead to a citywide FP fiber to the premises system. Finally, this proposed contract is with Magellan Advisors, which was acquired by Entrust Solutions Group in November 2022. And it seems to me the contract should be with the parent organization. And we first have to do due diligence to see if they're an appropriate group to have a contract with. It was only recently that staff advised, I guess, the Utilities Advisory Commission, and maybe
Your
the
time is
council
up.
about that. Thank you.
That concludes public comment on consent calendar items 2 through 8, AA1 and AA2.
Thank you. Do we have a motion to move the consent calendar?
Second.
Wonderful. Any no votes or requests to pull? Seeing none, clerk can call the vote.
Councilmember Lithcott Haynes,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lowing,
Yes.
Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Ku.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0-1, Tanaka absent.
Great. Thank you. City manager?
For city manager comments, being less than 24 hours since our last city manager comments, have no further for you this evening.
Glad to hear it. All right. That brings us to our break. We'll take a 15-minute break, be back at 6:30. Okay, coming back from our break, we're going to get started on our action items. So our first action item, item 9, adoption of the Community Development Block Grant, more commonly known as CDBG, for the fiscal year 2024 to 2025 annual action plan, and adoption of a resolution approving use of CDBG and the CDBG CARES Act. Turn it over to staff.
Great. Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, City Council. Jonathan Late, Director for Planning and Development Services. Rebecca Atkinson, our planner with the Long Range Planning Program, will give you a brief presentation, and we're going to try to get you back on track with your schedule. Rebecca.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. Tonight, we're holding a public hearing to take public comment on the Community Development Block Grant Annual Action Plan, which is in draft form right now for fiscal year 2024-25. The plan is discussed in detail in the staff report and is included itself as attachment A. The annual action plan fully allocates all available CDBG and CDBG CV funds and is consistent with the city's consolidated plan. Next slide. Next slide. This slide outlines proposed subrecipients and fiscal year 2024-25 funding levels, consistent with Human Relations Commission recommendations. The proposed subrecipients provide fair housing services, public services, services for unhoused persons, economic development assistance, housing rehabilitation, and public facilities. Next slide. Tonight, we request the following City Council actions, which are pulled from the staff report. Shown and underlined is one requested adjustment to correct a typo in the draft resolution to be consistent with the funding amount shown in the plan for the Life Moves Public Services Project. Our next steps are to submit an approved annual action plan to HUD in July by the deadline after City Council action on the plan, execute subrecipient contracts, and implement the annual action plan. Jonathan, Tina Roseberry, our city lead CDBG consultant, is on Zoom, and I look forward to any questions you might have. Thank you.
Great, thank you. We'll do public comment.
No hands are raised and there were no requests to speak for action item 9.
Great. Return back to council for questions, comments, motions. Councilmember Ku.
Just very quickly, so does the 1,037,807.61 include the CDBG CV fund of 119,478? That's included into the $1 million figure, right?
Yes, it does.
How come there was so much unspent funds from previous years?
Thank you. I can answer that in brief, and I'd like to turn that over to our CDBG consultant, Tina Roseberry, as well. But in general, unspent funds were the result of CDBG recipients in the end declining funds because, for example, they no longer wanted to continue to do the project. Or
I'm sorry, I can't quite understand you. I'm so sorry.
Sorry. In general, the unspent funds result from some CDBG subrecipients in the end declining the funds because they no longer wanted to do the project, or in the end, a project came in under bid, and so they no longer needed the funds, things like that.
Thank you. Kind of thought that might be. So the 20% cap for planning and administration, does that get us the city full cost recovery?
It does.
It does?
Actually, no, I don't believe it does relative to the cost that we provide to our consultant MBI and the staff time that it takes to also do additional work. So it is not a full cost recovery expense.
Okay. So it didn't show, I know there's a lot of applicants for funds, but it doesn't show the other applicants who did not get approved on this list. Is there any way that we can get informational report on that? Or next time for it to be included also?
I think our consultant, Tina Roseberry, can speak to that.
Well, I can, so yes, we can get you an information report. I guess my question to you, Rebecca, or to our consultant is, are there agencies that applied for funds that we are not granting, that are not receiving CDBG funds?
There was one subrecipient, a proposed subrecipient, but that they were determined to not be eligible for CDBG CV funds.
Oh, so it wasn't eligible?
Yes.
Okay. And how did fire station sidewalk? What was the qualifications or qualifying the fire station sidewalks to be in this facilities, new facilities improvement?
My understanding is that there are ADA crosswalks and ADA curb cuts involved in the project. If Tina has any additional remarks, but ADA improvements are assumed to be a presumed benefit, so they qualify.
I was just kind of surprised by that. Lastly, the Pearl Transit Group recommended for funding, that's on packet page 190. Who is the Pearl Transit Group?
That was the subrecipient that was determined not to be eligible for.
Oh, that was not?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, thank you. That's all, ma'am.
Others? Yeah, Councilmember Koo.
If there's no other questions, I would like to move these staff recommendation for this item.
I'll second. Would you like to speak to the motion?
No, thank you.
Okay. I just want to appreciate staff and the Human Relations Commission for doing this work. And when I served on the Human Relations Commission, I frequently worked on this ad hoc committee to vet CDBG applications and make recommendations. And I confidently can say that the HRC does a very thorough job in doing that. So I trust their recommendation, and it was a unanimous unanimous vote on the HRC of these CDBG proposals. So I'm confident in it. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, clerk can call the vote.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lowing,
Yes.
Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Koo,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Hames.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Wow. All right. Well done, staff and council. We are now ahead of schedule. Incredible. Okay. So now we'll move on to our next item. Item 10, a public hearing and quasi-judicial on the Buena Vista Mobile Home Park redevelopment at 3980 El Camino Real. Turn it over to staff for your presentation.
Actually, I think we need just one moment to get our staff in the correct places.
Okay, so thank you again, Mayor. I made a mistake in that I was going to send Claire a text message when we started the CDBG item, and I failed to do that. So, but she's here. We're going to give you a presentation. Claire Raybold, Principal Planner with our current planning program, is going to give a presentation, and she's going to share a slide with Melissa McDonough from the City Manager's Office, and then we'll hear from the applicant in their presentation. Okay, and here's Ms. Raybold for the presentation.
Good evening, council members. Claire Raybold, Principal Planner. We're excited to finally bring this Buena Vista redevelopment project before you tonight. If you go to next slide. The project before you tonight relates to really two key components of the redevelopment. One is amending the existing regulatory agreement, and the second is review of the 61-unit multifamily apartment development. The proposed apartment building would be located on a 1.69 acre parcel to be created through a subdivision map. And on the remaining 2.83 acre parcel, the County Housing Authority would develop 44 mobile homes, which will be processed through the state. The project is a housing development project that is subject to Senate Bill 330 streamlining, which limits the total hearings for a project. And tonight's hearing would be the third hearing for this project. The apartments would be 100%, oh, sorry, can you go to the next slide? The apartments would be 100% affordable at rates affordable to low-income earners or below. And the project qualifies for an 80% density bonus accordingly, which the County Housing Authority is utilizing in full for the project. The applicant is proposing 4 concessions and 6 waivers for minor adjustments to the code requirements, which are detailed further in the staff report. I do want to note in particular one key point, which is that current plans show a private street and include a waiver for the private street width. However, this was based on staff's understanding that the tentative map would include a condominium subdivision for the mobile home portion. In reviewing the initial submittal of the tentative map and discussing further with the Housing Authority, it was determined that the project did not need to include and does not propose a condominium subdivision for the mobile home portion. Therefore, the project only serves 2 parcels, and the ingress-egress easement does not need to be a private street. So this will result in only needing 5 waivers instead of 6 for the project. This is anticipated to be corrected prior to council's decision on the project in August. Go to the next slide. I do want to just briefly touch on some of the key design modifications. In particular, since the project last came before the council earlier this year, it had an H-shaped design that included a tuck-under parking design on the west side. The County Housing Authority has indicated that that design proved to be financially infeasible, and the design was revised both to address that infeasibility and to address various city department comments. And that resulted in the project in the second picture that's before you tonight. The other modifications are primarily related to ARB comments and are detailed further in the staff report. Next slide. The modifications to the regulatory agreements are required to reflect each of the 2 respective parcels to be created, and modifies the agreements to reflect a total of 105 units versus 100 units. Next slide. And I'm going to turn it over to you to Melissa McDonough from the City Manager's Office to briefly touch on this item.
Thank you. I just want to take a minute and acknowledge what a journey we have been on. We have come a long way. Just in the 2 years I've been with the city, from the first time we came to council and the Housing Authority came, since then, we've been in regular meetings with the Housing Authority monthly and at times weekly. And there has been a lot of engagement and outreach between the Housing Authority and residents and the community. And this rhythm is reflected on this slide. And some of these things occurred after conversations where we said, hey, we tried this, but maybe think about trying that. And so I just wanted to reflect for you on how much engagement has occurred, how long we've come, and how great it is to be somewhere where we can bring this development up to a standard we all want moving forward. Next slide.
And just to finish out, we wanted to touch on the next steps. We anticipate completing SECRA review in the next couple of weeks. And then we anticipate bringing the tentative map to the Planning and Transportation Commission hearing in July. And then returning to council with all of the relative actions on consent in August. And we anticipate that Santa Clara Housing Authority would submit the application for tax credits at the end of August. And we're anticipating start of construction in summer 2025. And with that, next slide. Staff recommends that council provide feedback on the development design, provide feedback on the proposed amendments to the regulatory agreement, and return to on the August 5th, 2024 council consent agenda following the completion of the environmental analysis for the decision on the streamlined housing development review application and to authorize the city manager to execute the amended regulatory agreements. That concludes our presentation.
Great, thank you. And does the Housing Authority have a welcome?
Good evening. I was thinking I had to push a button. Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Preston Prince. I'm the Executive Director of the Santa Clara County Housing Authority. I like to think of us as the housing authority for the county and all of the cities. So we're your housing authority as well. I am so excited to be here today. I want to offer our thanks to the city staff who have been instrumental in advancing this project to the major milestone that we have today. As you know, in 2017, the city, county, and the housing authority with the Buena Vista families came together to preserve Buena Vista and to prevent families from being displaced from the city that they loved and the place that they call home. And now, after 7 years of hard work, we're at an historical moment. Following tonight's presentation, council will take action on a few items on August 5th. With approval from the council in August, the Housing Authority will be able to take the steps necessary to secure all project financing and thereby begin construction on all phases by this time next year. Think about that. We could be done by the end of winter of 2026. Next slide, please. Our work at Buena Vista represents our commitment to anti-displacement practices and the concepts of co-creation with the community. We've done extensive community engagement with residents and derived the following goals: a right to return to an improved housing that existing residents can afford, to preserve ownership opportunities for those wishing to remain owners, and to improve the amenities and utilities at the site. All of these are met with the plan that we share with you tonight. Our North Star guiding our work is to provide 2 projects that operate as one integrated, holistic community comprised of the apartments and the park. I'm really pleased to introduce Fred Pollock to speak with you more about the apartments.
Right. Good evening, council members. I'm Fred Pollock with Van Meter Williams Pollock. We're the architects working with the residents and the Housing Authority on the rejuvenation project at Buena Vista. Next slide, please. Thank you. So we're talking about the whole community tonight, both the mobile home and the new apartment building. There's been some modifications to the apartment building, but the concepts behind maintaining a strong community at Buena Vista are fully maintained. Joint open space between them, joint amenities between them, utility improvements, also improvements to the Los Robles frontage that'll benefit the greater community. Next slide, please. So the specifics which were addressed in our work with the residents included this shared open space component. And the open space is located at the center of the community. It connects directly to the mobile home park and the new apartment building. It's framed by amenities that are easily accessed by both sides: the community room, the teen room, which is the homework club, as well as a prominent location for the resident manager's office in a point that provides security on the site where the comings and goings can be observed. In addition to that, there's resident storage, which was included, and it offers that as an amenity to the residents. Next slide, please. In addition to that, we also met with the Architectural Review Board in our information hearing, and there were specific refinements that were pointed out, which we were able to address. And those included providing an additional entry on Los Robles for the convenience of the residents, consolidating the utilities, refining the facade articulation so the materials better reflected the ins and outs of the building. And importantly, we increased the tree planting in the parking lot to get closer to the shading coefficient. Next slide, please. So what this really brings us is all those parts fitting together to create this one community. The modified design still works well, preserving all of those high priority items: the connections of the open space, the provisions of the amenities, the prominent location of the resident manager's office for security and access, really knitting together the whole community. So I'll hand it back to Preston.
Thank you, Fred. I just want to say, I think you and your team listened and designed a beautiful community. So thank you. I will now address our request for updates to the existing regulatory agreement. I'm sorry, next slide, please. I got to remember. The updated agreements will replace outdated language. We'll split the existing agreement into two agreements to align with the two parcels we are requesting in the tentative map application. It will update the unit count from 100 units in the existing agreement to 105 units, 61 in the apartments, 44 at the park. And it will also update the rent calculation methodology to better align with funding requirements anticipated for the two projects. And I want to close with this, that we deeply thank the residents of Buena Vista for working with us, for having patience, for providing thoughtful ideas, but first and foremost, for welcoming us into their community and into their homes. We are honored to have been given the trust by the city of Palo Alto and by Santa Clara County. It's been an extremely rewarding experience for us at the Housing Authority. We think we have the best possible plan, and we are ready to bring people back to the new home at Buena Vista. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Anything further from staff, city manager?
Hi, I just had an announcement. I should have made it at the beginning of this item. However, I believe the community members were informed that translation services are available here at the clerk's office, or the clerk station here. So if you're interested in translation, we do have a QR code that you can scan to read the meeting in English. And same, if members of the public would like to make public comment in another language, we can have that translated for the council. Thank you.
And do we have a way to make that announcement translated?
It is currently being translated to those that are reading our live translation, and it should be translated to Spanish to them currently if they are on it.
Perfect. Thank you. Okay. Anything further from staff? No? Okay, great. then we will turn it over to public comment. Any additional speakers, or that's how many?
I do not have any more requests to speak, or no hands are being raised.
Okay, great. Then we'll do 10 minutes for the group.
Thank you. Our first speaker is Winter Dellenbach. Just a reminder, after the first speaker speaks, we will be closing, accepting new public comments.
Oh, yeah, everybody's flat. You all seem so friendly. I forgot I had the shirt on. That's cute. Can I not start quite yet? It would be helpful if what you just said about translation services, residents only found out about that really late. And can what you said, a Spanish speaker say it to Buena Vistans so they can understand your instructions or your notice? No, I mean, I can't either, or would. I mean, that's the
You might
amazing
ask
thing. I don't speak
anyone in
Spanish.
the audience who might volunteer.
Yeah,
for
that's
that
it.
to-
There you
To
go.
share. Or-
Yes, come on.
Yes, we'll stop the clerk. Thank you.
Si uno de los residentes habla español y ocupa que le traduzcan, hay servicios de traducción que están allá atrás. Si quieren hacer comentarios, los pueden hacer en español también.
Thank you so much.
Necesitan escanear el QR code que tienen allá atrás para que le puedan dar la información, para que le pongan en español. Gracias.
Okay. I want to start, I guess, by having Buena Vista residents who are here now. I think more will come. Would you guys stand up? Notice I'm not translating that into Spanish. Buena Vista, more Buena Vista. Oh, Amanda at the back. Don't ever forget Amanda. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, I'm delighted to be here. I strongly support this project upgrade. Housing Authority, especially Flaherty Ward, deserves credit and a big thanks for what will become a safer, prettier, and more comfortable home place for Buena Vistans. Here is a summary of my questions, concerns, and recommendations I've asked you to consider. Some should be made a condition, I think should be made a condition of approval. Some required documents and reports needed for you to grant final approval, as we saw, are not provided tonight. So I have a question for you. How is it assured this missing material not discussed tonight will meet your standard for BV of we must get this right? We must get this right. So I would like to hear more about that later. Please require an enduring Palo Alto liver work preference for housing at Buena Vista, as we have done in the past. So we are able to take more responsibility for getting our folks housed. Tree removal and replacement. Our Manager of Urban Forestry, Peter Gollinger, is here tonight to answer any of your questions regarding trees. All 60 trees, many protected, are slated for removal on BV's 4.5 acres, including city-owned trees on Los Robles Avenue. Los Robles means the oaks, in case you didn't know. This public right-of-way is then to remain treeless due to concerns of valley water, which I take it. How many replacement trees, though, will actually be planted at BV and not into an in lieu fund? And I would really like that answered. How many replacement trees will actually be then replaced at BV? Please show the first slide. There it is. So that's the 4.5 acres, but focus on the mobile home park part, because there are trees there. At the ends, on the sides, a wide lane in the middle, and some skinny trees down the center. I want to know if we can get more shade trees planted for this notorious heat island. I think it's going to remain, much of it will remain as a heat island. I don't know that that's avoidable, but it's really bad. It's, 10, 15 degrees hotter sometimes there than it is just if I walk 2 blocks into my neighborhood and get shaded. There's a lot of hardscape there, and it looks like they may change. So please ask, can more shade trees be planted near treeless mobile home groupings? Because there's groups of mobile homes with no trees around them, near them at all. And if not, why not? Temporary relocation of residents during construction. The 28 PAUSD student households are to be relocated within Palo Alto. Scattered here and there, wherever housing is available. Households without students may be located here or in Mountain View, as I understand it, which this is, I think, mostly good. But the question is, what is the hard deadline for households to declare their choice to return as mobile home owners, renters, or to leave permanently? And when will residents specifically know where they are to live where they are to live when they're actually relocated, before they're relocated? I've gotten both of those questions from Buena Vista residents. Homework club. What is the plan to obtain a substitute meeting place during relocation and, if needed, transportation home for the twice-weekly homework club? Perhaps a free space can be arranged at Barron Park Elementary, which Buena Vistans often use, where the homework club kids go. Transportation during relocation. Housing Authority said it would provide private transport as needed at no fee. What is the plan for this? PAUSD students may need transportation once located, depending on their age and or new distance from schools. Elderly residents and those with disabilities may too. They may not have a walkable neighborhood as they do now. Safe biking. There's going to be a new ingress egress added to the one that's more or less right where it is now on the Los Robles side. Safety signage should be installed near both driveways. This is a really well-used safe route to school and a major way into our neighborhood for residents. It needs to alert bikers to emerging cars and reminding everyone to be careful. The color of Buena Vista. I am sad that the Architectural Review Board, it wasn't explained to them why the colors were being offered by the really good architects. Those architects went to their clients are obviously Housing Authority, but also the residents, and they went to them a couple times and said, here's a palette to choose from. What colors do you like? And residents were able to indicate. And they had a nice palette, pretty colors. And some of it reflects the colors of their mobile homes. A lot of them really weren't that into beige. And I'm sorry that the ARB wasn't aware of how the color palette came to be chosen. And so I kind of was a little bewildered and thought that the colors were maybe a little out of trend. So I really wish we would respect residents' color preferences. Actually, Buena Vista Mobile Home Park. Oh, and one last thing. So I just heard tonight, I learned something, condos. So there's a legality about when something's a condo or not, and the mobile homes and all that, and we don't have to understand that. But by that not happening, what we can do, as I understand it, is we can do as we do in Palo Alto, if these are private streets, to participate in street naming. PAHA gets involved. We have a process, and sorry, you probably don't know about it, but it would be really wonderful, just like Thomas Foon Chu, and when we kind of had our realization that, wow, sites can be really meaningful. And I don't know what it is, but there might be a couple Latino figures other than Juana Briones that has relevancy, but not only. And I think we should definitely want street naming to happen, because Main Street, A Street, B Street, D, it's really boring. And finally, Buena Vista Mobile Home Park is 98 years old. To successfully save a mobile home park is nearly unheard of, let alone keeping it affordable, let alone with residents able to remain, let alone with a 75-year affordable deed restriction. I want to thank for their commitment and action our city and county that each put in $14.5 million out of development fund to purchase Buena Vista. The Housing Authority's massive commitment, and they also made up the rest of the money needed to purchase it. Law Foundation of Silicon Valley continued representation of residents. To all Palo Altans, faculty and students at Stanford who supported and showed up every time needed for Buena Vista. Thank you, finally, incomparable Buena Vista residents. Your organizing skill and persistence were critical to success. Oh, and I almost forgot. While there are many others whose support was essential, but none more so than the best friend that Buena Vistans could ever have, our own supervisor, Joe Simidian. You all kept the faith. And staff too, by the way, of city and county. We all wish residents and the Housing Authority the best with this next undertaking. I look forward to when we all celebrate Buena Vista's gala reopening and Barron Park can have its neighbors back. And I have time for just a few slides. Could you start the slide, the first slide, and hold it for 5 seconds or so? Go on. Yep. This is how we got very enthusiastic about and knew we had to save Buena Vista. This is the children there and the elders. And so residents came up with the idea of the posada. It was a tactic. How can we get people in Palo Alto and Stanford to not be afraid to come to Buena Vista and to meet us and to find out basically how fabulous we are? So they did the posada and they invited everybody in town and everybody at Stanford. And they said, and we'll feed you for free with traditional posada thing. I said, you're crazy. That really scares me. And Erica Escalante said, Winter, if you invited people to Thanksgiving dinner at your house, would you charge them? And I just I felt terrible. So they really brought that off for years and years, and it completely succeeded in bringing people in. Then the next thing was stuff they're starting to come into city government. And when we needed critical meetings time and time again, also with Joe Simidian doing an amazing rally in City Hall Plaza and all those people coming in, people came in. Buena Vista.
Your time is up.
Fine.
Mayor, for individual speakers, are we 3 minutes? Our next speaker is Ditch T.
Good evening, gentlemen and ladies. I'm very thankful to be able to stand here tonight and to represent one view of a Buena Vista resident. I do know that the concept right now is a hybrid, 61 renter and 44 homeowners. And I do recognize that the gentleman here present four objectives, and the objective number 3 is preserve home ownership. However, I present my view because I have been in Palo Alto for quite a few years. I'm looking 100 years down the road. We just try to preserve a 98 years mobile home park. And right now we are planning a hybrid. So 100 years from now, we have 44 unit mobile home and 61 renter. I think that the use of the land is probably more adequate or better benefit to people if we do it all renters. So that is my presentation because City Palo Alto I look down the road of El Camino Real. The floor is no more one floor home, but many floor home. And we see it 4 or 5 floors. So that is my view. And thank you very much for listening to me. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jonathan G, followed by Herb B.
And to the architects. Thank you. Okay. All right. Thank you for listening to me. I'll be brief. My name is Jonathan Gershater. I live across the road from the mobile home park where we have been for 25 years. I support the remodel of the park. I interact with the residents. They know me. I can get some faces here. I only have one request, and that is the road. It's not on the slide, but I took a picture for you. The road that separates the proposed condos from the mobile home is directly opposite the entrance to our complex. Our complex streets are maintained by us, not the city. Our dues go to repaving them or fixing anything on the roads. We get quite a lot of traffic today cutting through our complex into Buena Vista. With the apartments, that traffic will increase even more. As you see from the red line on the picture, we're asking for that road to simply be moved down 100 yards or 200 yards or something so that the temptation to drive through our complex is removed. I know that this remodel of this mobile home park has gone through several iterations. There was once a design where they would actually close the Los Robles entrance and only have residents drive through the other road that exits into the parking lot next to the Valero gas station. I don't know if that's an option. Anything that can be done to remove the temptation of residents exiting Buena Vista into our complex would be greatly appreciated by our residents to reduce the traffic. Unfortunately, sometimes drivers don't drive very safe. These are tight, narrow, windy roads. Again, the maintenance of the roads falls on us, not on the city. So anything that can be done to remove that temptation of using our complex as a throughway would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Herb B, followed by Richard J.
Mayor Stone and council members, my first point, which you could correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought Councilmember Vinker had been with the Law Foundation, one of the groups that was participating in helping Buena Vista. And I don't know if that then raises the question in a quasi-judicial proceeding of potential bias. My other comment has to do with something that I mentioned online when this process started, which is that I felt that the intent of Housing Corporation in saving Buena Vista would be to turn it into a multiple family housing development, and that the usual people come up as self-appointed experts or organizations to help the residents, either were ignorant of that or were that part of the process to create multiple family development in replacing the mobile home park. What you have before you now is a partial project. Part of it is this multiple family project, and the other is retaining as a separate parcel 44 units the mobile home park. The question is if it's the intent to turn the whole thing into a multiple family development, as a previous speaker indicated as his preference, that should come to you all at once, and this will be phase one, and that will be phase two. But since it's coming to you in two pieces now, it seems to me there need to be protections to ensure that down the road there's not an attempt to remove the remaining part of the ownership of the mobile home park of those individual mobile homes and create another multifamily development. And I don't know whether a condominium map would increase or decrease the chances of preserving that, but it seems to me, since we've already had part of the mobile home park saved by replacing it with something else, that's not really saving it, that you may need to have conditions, if there's none there already, that this was the one chance for part of the mobile home park to be converted to that type of development entirely, and not be able to come in at a later date and say, well, we have 61 units that those 44 mobile home park residents can move into while we redevelop the remainder of it as a multiple family development. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Richard J.
Hello, I actually meant to speak on the AA3 underpass, so I'm not going to speak on this topic.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jordan F.
Hello, I also meant to speak on the AA3 topic, so I won't be speaking on this one.
Thank you. That concludes public comment on action item 10.
Okay, thank you, everybody. We'll return to council for discussion, questions, and motions. Councilmember Burt.
Okay, thank you. And this is really exciting to see this come forward. It's been a long process to move into this next phase. And I wanted to acknowledge not only the years of work that Supervisor Simidian has done on it, but the tireless commitment Winter Dellenbach has had on it. And as well as the ongoing commitment from the Housing Authority that's been so invaluable in our own staff as well. It's really all that, and the residents of Buena Vista themselves who have stood up for themselves over the years and lobbied and hung in there as we went through all this. So congratulations to everyone as we're moving forward. I wanted to ask a follow-up on a few of the questions that Winter Dellenbach raised. One is on the tree plan. Is there, where do we stand on an updated plan? I know that there have been issues on some of the tree types that were originally proposed, whether we're having enough screening on the north side, the shade trees, all those different elements. So can you give us any update on where we stand on the tree plan?
I can start, and maybe if the applicant wants to add to it. We do have a tree planting plan that's provided in the development. However, the plan does not include updates that are anticipated to be made in response to some of the public comments, specifically from the resident that spoke tonight, related to some changes in tree species for the mobile home portion of the site. So the project plans that are before you tonight only include what's anticipated as the final plan for the 61 unit development of the parcel. So maybe I'll let the, I know that we also have the landscape architect online tonight. So I'll let the applicant.
So if we can, I'm going to run out of my clock down, but what is the plan then for the updated tree plan? Is there a commitment to take the current tree plan and update it with in response to some of these concerns?
Yes, I'll let the okay. They are anticipating to change some of the species. There were some species that were identified as not very compatible with the mobile homes. And
what about additional canopy and screening?
Additional canopy and screening is not planned as far as I am aware.
And I, through the mayor, yeah, please.
Okay. Fred Pollock again for the architecture team, and there is a landscape architect online. I can provide a few just overview. The overall numbers on the entire site, both parcels, there's 84 trees removed and 128 proposed to be replanted. So it's an additive of 44 trees.
Of course, we'll be losing mature trees in some circumstances, and it'll be a long while before we get back to a comparable canopy level on what has been an inadequate canopy as it is.
Yeah, there's a variety of canopy sizes on the site, so we will be losing a variety of canopy sizes and replanting with new trees.
I guess one of the things I'm concerned about is that the current canopy, even with mature trees, is inadequate. And so the need is to not only look at numbers of trees that are being replaced, nor even to get back how many years before we get back to the current canopy level, but really what is the canopy level that we should be seeking and what's the plan to achieve that or as close to that as we can. And then out of some of the replacement trees, are they all being replaced on site? No off-site replacements?
This count is on site and off site. That total count is on site and off site. There's additional specific breakdown. I don't know that we need to get into it parcel by parcel.
My concern is the trees on site.
Okay.
And so we have a great canopy throughout the community. And we have rules that if you can't replace on site, they'd have to be off site. But in this circumstance, in my mind, the priority is on site. And I really am kind of dismissive of the any trees that would be replaced off-site because they're not going to serve these residents who already have an inadequate canopy.
Councilmember, if I may.
Yeah.
So there's a couple of components to think about when we're considering this tree issue. One, with respect to the development application that's before you concerning the apartment building, that is the entitlement that is before the council. And I'll ask Ms. Raybold if I've got this correct, but I believe we are under the impression that the apartment portion of the project complies with the tree replacement requirements of the code. There is a question about the mobile home park, which the city does not have regulatory authority over. And in that regard, the tree ordinance would not apply. However, this is a three-party agreement between the city council, the county, and the housing authority. And so if this is an area of interest to the council, that would be at least the forum in which to approach the conversation.
Okay. And I do appreciate the more narrow aspects of what's actually going to be acted upon tonight versus other direction that we may wish to give tonight. Thank you. And I'll just, I'll have a couple other questions, but one I'll raise in this round is there an intention to provide for new residents who are not currently residents at the park, eligibility for the affordable units that would be a preference for those who already live or work in Palo Alto or who have a family history of having been from historically disadvantaged communities in Palo Alto or adjacently?
On behalf of the Housing Authority, we're very interested in doing exactly that, having a preference.
Thank you. That's great. I'll have a couple other questions if others don't ask. Thanks.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to echo Councilmember Burt's gratitude to Supervisor Smitty and Housing Authority, our colleagues on staff, Ms. Raybold, Ms. McDonough, Mr. Late, and all of the residents of Buena Vista, some of whom have really been leaders in the community, trying to make sure that everyone else's perspective is highlighted and illuminated. I want to acknowledge that it's got to be hard to be spoken about to the Buena Vista residents. I want to acknowledge that when folks are low income and their housing is in the hands of the state authorities, it's the state, the housing authority, and the city that get to speak. And yet you are the residents, you are owners, you are renters, and ultimately this is about your quality of life and well-being. And we want to acknowledge that it's been a long road with a lot of advocacy and some difficulties along the way. But what we're hearing seems to be a tremendous amount of progress. And I do hope that if anybody is needing to express concerns that you are doing so. I'm grateful that Councilmember Burt mentioned his concern about trees. And there was a lovely slide that was part of the presentation. Can we put that slide back up that shows the entire rendering of the apartment complex plus the mobile home with sort of El Camino at bottom right? If we could find, I'm sorry, I don't know what number slide that was or whose slide it was. But it really beautifully illustrates Councilmember Burt's point that we are currently deficient in tree canopy in the Buena Vista Park. And what we want is for this community to look like, can you scale it down? Yeah. Look at all those trees around it. Okay, so what we want is for this community to look just like any other in Palo Alto, lush with trees. And when you're starting from scratch, those trees are going to be smaller and what have you. But our goal should be that it has a lovely tree canopy, just as we would expect anywhere else. So I want to double down on the request for more trees. To Ms. Dellenbach's point about the heat island effect, it's a climate issue, it's a safety issue. So I'd like to see us figure out how to get more trees in there, if at all possible. I'd like to now address the issue of the colors. Forgive me if I've missed the page or what have you, where the colors were described, the colors that went to the ARB versus the colors that have come out of the ARB. But if what I'm hearing is accurate, that the residents preferred a color palette that didn't pass muster with our colleagues on the ARB, I would like us to take a second look at that, because ultimately this is a community 98 years old with a lot of history, a lot of folks who've lived there through generations, and their notion of what they'd like the colors of that community to be matter a whole lot to me. I agree with Councilmember Burt's interest in a Palo Alto live work preference, and appreciate that, Preston, that you've indicated that you want a Palo Alto preference as well for any newcomers who come to the park. I do have a question on counting the size of a family. As a technical question for the Housing Authority. I feel like I read somewhere that when you're counting the size of a family, that children under 6 are not counted. Is that accurate? Does that seem like an error? Okay. That's not correct.
ringing any bells.
Not ringing any bells. Excellent. Okay. And also on packet page 368, the proposed monthly rents indicate the junior 1-bedroom starts at $829, the 1-bedroom $882, the 2-bedroom it says starts at $595, which is $300 less than the one. I'm thinking that's an error. The 3-bedroom starts at $1,203. Is that just an error, or is there something weird about 2 bedrooms where one does start as low as $595?
Are you looking at a staff report, council member? Sorry, we see a lot of rent tables.
I am looking at attachment G, project description and justification of concessions and waivers under D, affordability.
So we're not sure, so we'll pull it up and see what you're specifically looking at. But what you might be seeing is current rents, and there are.
It's on a table that says proposed monthly rents. It's under item D, affordability, so 3 project details, 3D.
Yeah, no, I see what you're seeing now. That is bizarre.
I assume it's a typo. I just.
No, like, why is this?
That must be a typo.
I think it's a typo.
Okay. All right. And I wonder, do these units count toward the city's RENA?
No. We discussed that in the staff report. They have already been counted towards our RENA, and so we can't count them again.
I want to be sure the Housing Authority knows that. These do not count for our RENA. Okay. I do have one more question, but I'm over time, so I will wait for the next round. Thank you very much.
Mayor, if I may, so the question of the trees at the mobile home park has come up a couple of times, and I think it might be helpful to get some information from the applicant team to understand what constraints there may be relative to placing new trees, if that's acceptable to you.
Yeah, that'd be helpful.
So the landscape architect is on the call. If we can let them describe the tree planting at the mobile home park, I think that's best. That's Haley Watterson, I think.
Okay,
Sorry?
so if the project landscape architect's on Zoom, you can unmute.
Yeah, that's right. So this is Eric Jensen. I'm with Haley, registered landscape architect on the project. So, what I would say is that, we're really excited for the number of trees that we've been able to fit in given the constraints. It's true. We don't have a ton of trees immediately on Robles Ave. A lot of that has to do with a really extensive subgrade utility condition, in addition to the 10-foot valley water easement. There just isn't any room left, which is, something we would wish was otherwise. But what we've managed to do on the remainder of the site is meet city requirements for tree replacement. And my understanding is we've done that both for the apartment considered an exclusion and for the mobile home park considered, in isolation for both. We aren't planting trees off-site to make the numbers work. We had to remove a few trees along the property line that are technically considered off-site, but we have replaced all of those impacted trees and then some. We're using climate adaptive, native or naturalized oaks that are going to fit in lovely with the existing canopy. And, we think we're going to have a year-round, really strong, predominantly evergreen condition that's going to give a lot of shade and help with the heat island effect, which is important to us.
Great. Thank you. Anything else to add from the Housing Authority or the architects? No. Okay. Vice Mayor Lowing.
Thanks very much, Mayor. I had all these same questions about trees. The new one that just came up was the Valley Water easement. That's something that they won't let you plant trees there in case they need the land someday. Is that a layman's way to interpret that?
That's correct.
Yeah, the underground culvert that contains Barron Creek along this frontage takes up pretty much the entire entire Valley Water easement.
Okay.
So placement of the trees within that easement would have the potential to impact that culvert. It's a very shallow culvert, only less than a couple feet deep. And so those roots would impact that infrastructure.
Okay, fine. And I had another question, but I think it was indirectly answered. The in lieu fees are to plant offsite to take care of the requirements, correct?
We're meeting the requirements by planting entirely on site.
Oh, you are? Okay.
Yes, correct.
Okay, and obviously I would agree that the arborist needs to take down that tree that's in the mobile home. That's a little bit odd, but you guys can make that call. Shifting over to objective design standards, I think y'all did a good job of sorting through the input there and making decisions where you could to make adjustments and said no at appropriate times. You didn't have to meet all of those. So I think that was well arbitrated. It talks about the residents on packet page 247 had a lot of, they stressed the importance of amenities like play areas and homework club with computers. Ms. Dellenbach managed that. Were all of these accepted? It just says that they raised them. It doesn't say what was incorporated.
Is this still on? Sorry. Yes, they've all been incorporated into the design.
Okay. A different subject. Last time you were here, now that you've sat down, we discussed some of the applicants and getting placements and so on. Could you just give us an update on that?
Oh, you mean people submitting their housing decisions?
Yes.
Yeah. Last time I came to council, we were at, if I'm recalling, about 66% of the households had affirmed a housing decision. As of today, we stand at 76%. More families have submitted housing options. We are about to embark on one-on-one meetings directly with households again. We're updating people's offers based on new appraisals. So and during those meetings, people will also get additional details on the relocation impacts to their household, what phase they fall in, how long we anticipate them to be off-site, as well as if they're an owner, additional information on the housing we are providing for them. So we believe that these more detailed individual housing meetings will result in more households affirming their housing decision within the next 6 weeks or so.
Okay, good. Inching towards the finish line on that one.
Getting very close, yes.
Right. And then also, Ms. Dellenbach said that we're missing materials or documents. Any idea what that refers to, and what are we missing if we make a decision tonight?
The CEQA is not yet complete, just the documentation to support the exemption for the CEQA. The tentative map is a separate application, but we are hoping that if everything moves forward with the Planning Commission in July, and we can couple that with the rest of these entitlements and also move that forward in August. So you also don't have that map here tonight, but those are the two I think that she would have been referencing.
Okay, just a little concern that would instantly go to consent if there's still documents we haven't seen, but you guys can make that call later.
So they're just the environmental documents, and we're not expecting them to reveal anything that isn't already, available. There's no additional concerns that we're expecting from that analysis. It's just wrapping it up.
Okay. And then lastly, in my round here, I think I just addressed this to you, Director Light. So we don't really have any jurisdiction over the mobile home park at all. Yet it went to ARB and ARB changed the colors. So are we in the situation now of just putting out there, we would like more consideration and just have the other agencies comment on that?
So, we do not have authority over the mobile home park.
Right.
And that said, to the extent that there is an area of interest that the city of Palo Alto has relative to the three-party agreement related to the mobile home park and the preservation of the units, there is a regulatory agreement that could provide an opportunity for a conversation about some additional considerations that the city might be interested in. But it is a conversation. There may be some constraints relative to the site and the programming or funding or any number of issues that we may not be privy to at the moment, but we'd want to give the parties a chance to discuss. So I would say that to the extent that the council has an interest in some additional issues, we would want those to be flagged so that we can spend the balance of time to look at that. City Manager?
Councilmember, perhaps just for clarification, were you asking about the prerogative around color and how that relates to the
As an
decision?
example, yes.
Could you speak to whether that's mandated or advisory, perhaps?
Yeah, with respect to colors, the applicant could do what they want relative to the colors. We do not have discretion over that.
Right. So I did notice that part of the law is that the applicant has to sort of talk to us, the ARB, to get input on whether it's within regulations and so on, which we did, but they don't have to follow the color scheme, for example.
Correct.
Right. Okay.
Yes. And to the extent that the city council felt really strongly about the colors and wanted to weigh into it, the opportunity to have that conversation is through the regulatory agreement.
Yeah, certainly not for us to figure out the colors. That's not happening.
We wouldn't think that would be a topic that you'd want to spend as much time on, but I just want to make you aware of your options.
I know everyone is an artist, but I'm not sure about this group. Right? So, okay, there should be some sort of dialogue here and just pointing out things. I mean, for example, if the trees are not possible and it's really going to be intensely hot, then maybe something else ought to be addressed. Things like that, I think, are reasonable. So, okay, thank you.
Councilmember Koo.
So First, I wanted to say congratulations for coming all the way to where we are now. It's been a long road. I'm really happy to see where we are. I did want to kind of belabor the point about trees, and so just to clarify, are you saying 128 of the trees that was proposed is going to go on site? Did I hear that correctly? Or so 88 is removed, 128 is going to be put back, but is all 128 on site over time?
And adjacent. So on the site and adjacent, the frontage as well. We do have some area of the frontage where we can
In the frontage you
place
have
some
some?
trees. Yes,
Where Valley Water said,
where we're outside of the Valley Water easement area.
thank you.
So I do want to add a note that we're finalizing the conditions of approval for this project still, and we are expecting an updated arborist report before we finalize any numbers. But based on the most recent arborist report, they would actually be required to plant 173 trees to meet our requirements. The nuance is that would reflect trees across the entire site, and the city's regulations wouldn't apply to the mobile home portion. So, when we've been looking at it, we have been looking at that in the entirety, but they might still be right in saying that the in-lieu fees wouldn't be required because they are planting the replacement trees that would be necessary for the apartment portion.
And I appreciate that, Housing Authority is doing what they can to get as many trees in there, but I think I want to add my name to my colleagues who are emphasizing that trees are quite important for this project, as well as many of our other projects. The other trees that are along, in the picture that Councilmember Lithcott-Haynes brought up, and also one of the commenters, we have a whole bunch of other trees along Los Robles. So why are they allowed to be there?
If they were planted at a certain point prior to the culvert being developed or the easements being there, that's likely what happened. Or sometimes things are planted without Valley Water's approval. But under their current authority, if they feel that it wouldn't conflicts with their easement, they have the authority to say no, which they have for this project.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So I wanted to make sure that we do get Ms. Dallenbach's questions answered, that when she asked, when will the residents know where and when they will be relocated and will return? Also, transportation during the relocation period, as well as the homework club. I think those are outstanding questions that I think residents should know.
Councilmember, I believe the Housing Authority is prepared to respond to that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
No worries. So typically, housing is secured about 90 days before a household needs to move off-site temporarily. Given the tricky and tight Palo Alto housing market, we will likely start in advance of that, potentially 120 days out. We will start leasing units. When families meet with their BV advisors in the coming 6 weeks, they're going to get a lot of questions from the BV advisors about their needs when they're temporarily off-site. Do you have any children in school, and where do they go? Do you have any mobility issues we need to be aware of? Do you have pets? Do you have plants? How much stuff do you have? Do you need storage? Those questionnaires will help ARWS or our BV advisors find the temporary housing in the community. We anticipate about 90 days in advance of having to move is when we'll be able to let residents know where they can expect to be living temporarily. We are committed to making sure those children can get to school. We don't have a plan for that yet because we don't know where those replacement units will be. So some of this is knowing we need to do it, but it's just premature to have a plan yet since we don't know exactly where households will reside and what households' needs have been. So one example is a redevelopment I did previously at the Housing Authority. We were ready to provide private transportation services to get kids to school, but at the end of the day, all the parents opted to get reimbursed for their mileage and their time. So we went that route instead, right? So it's going to be a process where we involve the residents, find out what their needs are, and come up with a solution that works for the families. But we remain committed to figuring that out. The homework club is a good one, and we can have conversations with the school. I think the idea of working with the elementary school on that, it will be a little hard to find, we need to find a central place where the residents are together, and likely they will be spread out. So I think dialoguing, we have an open line of communication with the school district around Buena Vista, and I can add this to the next list of things we talk to them about to see if we can do something at the elementary school or middle school.
Oh, may I ask another question? Just very quickly. So I wanted to understand, and if you can explain to me again, the regulatory agreement where there's the proposed changes on where the AMI goes up to 120%. Can you explain that to me again? Because it says two agreements, total of 105, and it's on one of your slides here. So I thought that this complex, both the mobile homes as well as the apartment, is 30 to 80% AMI. So where's this 120%? And if we could kind of explain that, it will be really helpful.
I'm going to ask Sarah on our team to run you guys through that.
Thank you.
Good evening, Sarah White with the Housing Authority. The regulatory agreement is just trying to capture potential over-income residents that live at Buena Vista currently that wish to return to the park. So the regulatory agreement has the same basic structure. It's 40% of the units at 30% AMI, 40% of the units at 50% AMI, and then 20% at 80. And then there's a provision for how to calculate rent for those over 80% AMI and those over 120.
Because remember, what we're doing is we're essentially grandfathering in. If this was a normal housing authority development that we were building from the ground up, we would impose those income restrictions at 80% and below from the get-go. But we're grandfathering in residents who are over income, and that's why the clause is in there.
Okay, thank you. May I go a second round later? Thank you.
Councilmember Vinker.
Thank you. And I'll try to move quickly because I have a lot of questions. But first, I just want to add my thanks to everyone who got us here, and particularly to the residents who enrich our community every day. Thank you. Just briefly to answer to Mr. Brock's public comment, I am proud to have spent 20 years on the board of the Law Foundation of Silicon Valley. But as a volunteer, I was never employed or received compensation for that work. And I resigned from that board when I became a council member so that there would not be any question or appearance of any conflict of interest with respect to items like this. So just quickly back on the trees, because we obviously all care about the trees. The ones on there are some existing now, correct, on Los Robles? And those are being removed. Exactly why? To facilitate construction? And if so, need they all go, especially those that are along the part that have mobile homes that are being constructed elsewhere and brought in? Because if they are grandfathered and they are there and they are big, the easiest way to get canopy is to keep as many as we can instead of clear cutting.
So
So council member, is that a question directed to staff or the applicant?
Anyone who can answer?
Okay, so staff will take a first cut at it.
Thank you. So they are being removed to facilitate the redevelopment. Specifically, we are putting a sidewalk in this area and then redeveloping that whole frontage for utilities and other, lighting and other things. So that's why they are being removed as part of the redevelopment. we did discuss whether any of them could be saved. We did discuss it more in the context of the apartment portion and confirmed why each of those trees were being removed. So the applicant may have some additional discussion or input regarding the mobile home portion.
Yeah, I would appreciate hearing that. I've seen some pretty miraculous tree savings around town. I know on my property, when we remodeled, we sort of built around it. I know there are efficiencies and cost issues related to that, but given our interest and that whole long stretch has trees and won't have trees, I'd love to hear if there's any thoughts on whether there could be, slight modifications that might allow preservation of any.
So I think Claire summarized it well. It's really a combination of the utilities and the easement, and that's why the trees are being removed. More specifics, I'm afraid I can't offer.
But the easement isn't relevant until after you've removed the trees, I think. So I guess it's the utilities and well, let me just leave it this way. Since tonight is about our feedback, my feedback is I'd love it if you'd take a look at that and see if you can preserve any trees.
Understood.
Thank you.
I can add a few notes on that. We have the Valley Water easement. That's one thing. We also have a joint trench coming down through that area. Between that and the alignment of the sidewalk and the bike lane and the parking lane, there's just not any room to provide the required clearances to trees.
There's not any room to what with trees? Sorry, just
sorry. The typical rule of thumb code would require a 5-foot offset from most subgrade utilities, and so we have a compression along the length of the street in that area. That just doesn't allow us to fit a root ball in.
Okay, it's coming in and out, but I think I got the gist of it, and I'm running short on time. But I would still encourage you to take a look and see if there's any deviations that could be made from that. Support, thank you to the Housing Authority for being willing to look into the homework club meetings, perhaps at Barron Park or elsewhere. I think that's important for the children and their stability and their ongoing learning during a time of disruption. So I appreciate that. I also, my support to what our residents and council members have supported on the preference for Palo Alto live work. And a question related back to the trees, kind of the heat island idea. What is the paving material contemplated in the mobile home park? And are there different ones that could be less heat islands? And if so, are we implementing those?
We're still using asphalt for the paving, but we're reducing the paving area in the park. There is additional non-asphalted areas. The entire site is paved now. So with the addition of the open space, we are reducing the paved area.
So the asphalt is sort of the blacktop type?
Correct.
Just curious, since we're having this concern about heat, if we can't preserve the trees, that would be interesting to see if there's some other surface material that could be applied that might be cooler. So I'd appreciate any thoughts that could be put toward that. The relocation, I appreciate the one-on-one meetings that are upcoming, and hopefully you will have success at increasing some housing decisions up from the 76% number. But I know last time you were here, we talked about the possibility of trying to provide any kind of mediation services, and we've talked in between about that, and I don't know if that's something that's been explored. I'd be curious what the status of that is, and if not, if these meetings don't result in decisions, if that could be something that could be explored. So I don't know.
Yeah, it is something we looked into. Unfortunately, we aren't able to identify what an appropriate mediation or mediator would look like. We had initially worked with the Law Foundation previously around some resident issues, but communication on that front hasn't been as frequent as it used to be. So that is potentially a possibility. I do really think with the next steps of the IHIP and the more details we're able to provide residents about specifics, I'm hoping that the outlying residents who haven't made a decision will eventually get there.
Yeah, I hope so too. I just think sometimes a third party can help, even the communication that could underlie reaching resolution. And it doesn't have to be a formal mediation with briefs and all that. Sometimes they're just third parties that can help facilitate conversations. So if it comes to that, I would hope, it sounds like Ms. McDonough has something to say about it.
Hi, thank you, council member. If I may just add something, I've been part of this process of observing and coordinating. And we've worked pretty closely with the Housing Authority and also listening to residents. I personally have talked with some members of the local clergy who have joined in these meetings as a third party. I'm also in communication with some local service providers who have engaged with folks at Buena Vista. We've seen lots of efforts, actually, sort of different types of efforts as the situation warrants or seems fitting to try and resolve these different residents' concerns. And happily, a lot of the concerns have been resolved. Some, despite involving these third parties in the instances I'm aware of, sometimes some of these issues seem to be intractable. And I understand that for mediation to be successful, both sides still have to have something left to give. And in some of these cases, there isn't any left.
I don't know that I completely subscribe to the latter, but I do greatly appreciate all the efforts, and I'm glad to hear that there were facilitators, and I will keep my fingers crossed that we will get the rest of the way there. Thank you.
Councilmember Tanaka.
I have a few questions. I was looking also at the regulatory agreement, the slide, the 2017 to 2024. And so I'm not sure who can answer that one, but number 3 says on the 2024 proposed changes, removes obsolete references like leased land at dogleg and base rent. And I guess, can someone explain what that means?
Yeah, the 2017 regulatory agreement, when we purchased the park in 2017, there was this piece of the property right behind the Valero gas station up until what we now understand to be the Buena Vista eastern property line that residents resided in that we weren't able to purchase from the previous owner. So that was the leased land, and it was spoken to. It was a defined term in the original regulatory agreement, and there was a whole section on the leased land because we had essentially 3 years to move people off of that. So there's no reason, now we're off the leased land. We don't have households residing there anymore. There's no reason for it to appear in the new regulatory agreement. Base rent is when we purchased the park, everybody was at a certain rent level. There were requirements in the regulatory agreement that froze the base rent for like the first 3 years, if I'm remembering. And then we were to start doing rent. We were going to start moving people into their new income brackets and charge them their revised rents. What's happening with the redevelopment is that when people move back in, whether it's a coach and they're renting a space or it's an apartment, there will be an adjustment, some down, some up, depending on what income level they're at. So there's going to be no more need for a concept of base rent and no longer a reason to bring that defined term into the new regulatory agreement.
Okay, makes sense. Thank you. Before you leave, another question for you. Number 5, and it was number 4 before, but I guess I want to understand this. So I think the idea behind this whole project is to provide housing, affordable housing for those that can't really afford it. And I guess I'm trying to understand. So if someone, let's say suddenly has a windfall or someone suddenly makes a lot more money, lot higher income, right, that they could afford, let's say, regular housing. Why would we not want to make this kind of affordable housing that's very scarce and valuable? Why would we not want to make that available to others who are low income and let these kind of properties circulate?
Yeah, let me confirm one thing real quick.
Okay.
There is, so for our, over our affordable income limits, when households come back, they will be adjusted to market eventually based on their income. So if they're really, if they're 150% AMI, they will, their new rent will eventually be that 30% of 150% AMI. It's a market rate rent. But we have, because of, you can't just immediately increase somebody's rent like that. The rent increases will slowly happen over time. So at some point, yes, but we're not allowed to, nor would we want to raise somebody's rent like that right away.
Oh, I see. Okay. It just seems like what we want to do is we want to allow, if let's say someone's graduated and been able to make a lot more income, which we hope happens, right?
Yeah, they move on.
They move on, and then it frees up for other people, right?
And it's important to note, we have to actually, we don't get the property tax exemption. There's other impacts to our budget with not having an income qualified household in that unit. So we actually need to start charging that higher rent to offset the additional operating expenses attributed to those units. We do it throughout our portfolio. It doesn't happen often because, like you said, if all of a sudden they're paying a market rent eventually, they don't want to deal with all the compliance requirements of living in an affordable housing community. They can go elsewhere.
Okay, makes sense. And then one last question, maybe for you or maybe for someone else, I'm not sure. But I was thinking about what one of the speakers talked about. So, well, maybe there'd be a second 3-story building there and this and that. And a lot of my colleagues have expressed concern about trees. And I'm also really, I love the trees here in our city, so I would love to see more. And so I guess we're building 60 units and there's 40 mobile homes, right? Why not build 100 units? And so that everyone could have a high quality housing unit and then make the rest parkland. Why not do that? Wouldn't that be a better solution than what we do right now, where and one reason why it's hard to have trees is because there's not much land, but if we just make the property just a little bit bigger, we could house a lot more people with a much higher quality and have a parkland for the community that would seem like a better solution than what we're doing right now.
Yeah. I think, we understand that sentiment, and it is often when we're approaching a vacant piece of land, that's how we think. But something that when we stood up to be part of saving the park, a commitment we made was to provide home ownership opportunities as a mobile home for the residents who live there, that was kind of part of the deal. And that's, the resulting plan you see is trying to balance that, the desire for a denser site, which you see the apartment buildings now, that's new, but trying to honor the fact that there are mobile home owners that wish to remain as mobile home owners and not, this idea of helping them build equity and having some control over their destiny and where they wanted to live.
Okay. Well, it just seems like we could solve a lot of problems if we made, let's say, some of these like condos, ownership condos, right? So people could buy them. And then that way there'll be a lot more land for trees and parkland and, whatnot, right? For people versus right now, it seems like there's so much.
Yeah. There is economies that make doing home ownership condos very expensive. It's just a different scale of a development budget that, quite frankly, there's not available funding for right now. They require such a deep subsidy.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right, let's do another round, but this time let's try to get to some motions as well, since it's coming up to 8:15. Councilmember Koo.
Thank you. I want to go back to the regulatory agreement again. I'm sorry to belabor this, but under terms, right? Currently at the 2017 is a 75-year term, and the proposed is the same, which is fine. However, as I read on, it says the reinvestment part, which gets me worried. If the property is sold, proceeds will be reinvested in the city to create affordable housing. So that with all the funds that has been spent already, so am I understanding that if there's a reinvestment that potentially somebody can buy it and then there's nothing in the deed that states that it's affordable?
No, so so a little bit of background. All affordable housing projects contemplate this. You have to kind of put something in there that explains what happens if it's no longer, if ownership has to change hands. I should say, and Preston can back me up on this, the Housing Authority never disposes of or sells property, right? We are in it for the long run. We don't have a history of ever doing that. We don't intend to sell this property. But what the reinvestment proceeds essentially say, and any attorney in the room can correct me if they're familiar with this, but the way I understand it is that if for some reason the housing authority needs to sell the property, if it is sold to a like a nonprofit that's going to come in and run it for us, there's a credit in the purchase price of what's been invested so far, so that they're coming in and essentially buying it for, offsetting the initial investment. If for some reason it is converted to market, which again, would not happen under our leadership. There's a commitment, then the housing authority would receive the benefit of the sale, right? I don't know, however much that would be. We would reinvest those proceeds in Palo Alto to build more affordable housing. It's a scenario that is very unlikely to happen, but it was important for the city and county to make it clear that that $14.5 million each entity originally invested stayed within the community here. It is not meant to be an indication that we think this is likely to happen. It's just that if on the far off chance it does, your funds stay within the city limits and produce more affordable housing.
And I appreciate that. I just want to make sure that after going through what we went through in the past and the residents haven't gone through the potential closure, supervisors submitting and fighting for this and us fighting for this, and then you stepping in for it to suddenly be reinvested and going to market rate and saying that the 14.5 million would be invested in some other affordable housing, that's going to be pretty difficult,
Yeah, and it's not our intention. It's just
I don't know if maybe our city attorney should kind of take a really deep dive in this to give us some reassurance in terms of stability, and even more longer term. I mean, preferably, that the deed restricted part of it is going to be in perpetuity. Yes, ma'am.
And Housing Authority can correct me if I'm wrong, but I do want to note that there have been changes in state law since that original development came in and considered changing this to market rate. If you have deed restricted units or even restricted units that are being rented to or sold within the last 5 years, they cannot be converted to market rate development or demolished and not replaced.
Is there a timeline, a time frame?
It is a 5-year time frame under state law.
Right.
Yeah.
There is a time frame where it can convert. So, there's all these outs in these kind of laws. So I just want to make sure that we understand this very carefully. And thank you so much. I want to say thank you so much for listening to the residents and increasing their mobile home sizes. I see that, in one of the slides, the 1-bedroom is now at 400 square feet, but the largest is a 4-bedroom, which is at 1,104. So, and then there's the 973 square feet for the 3-bedroom and 720 for the 2-bedroom. Thank you very much for that. And with that, again, thank you for the good work. Thank you, sir.
I just have one question for staff. All my questions have been asked and answered, so appreciate that. As far as the recommendation goes from staff, trying to understand exactly what it is that you're then looking for from council in a motion, because it essentially just says provide feedback.
Yeah, so what we anticipated is that the motion, if you could bring up the last slide of staff's presentation, item 3 on the slide that's about to be brought up is really what we're asking for, but we'd like you to include in the motion or in if you have specific feedback on specific things that you would like us to be exploring further or consider making modifications to before we bring it back. We wanted to get that feedback tonight so that we know what we're bringing back to you addresses, whatever concerns you have.
Great. Thanks for that clarification. With that information, let's see if we can get to a motion. Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Sorry to disappoint you, Mayor. I do have a few more questions. I'll try to keep it brief. Trees have been the theme of the evening, so I just want to say a couple more things on trees. Barron Park does not have sidewalks. It's the pride of Barron Park. And so it's not necessarily considered an improvement to add sidewalk right here on Los Robles. If that's a potential possibility, maybe we can preserve the trees. To Councilmember Vinker's point about not losing the mature trees on Los Robles. I mean, it's how you know you're in Barron Park, no sidewalks. I also wonder if the two-way main streets inside the mobile home portion are sizable enough for a small roundabout with a tree in the middle. I'm just throwing that out there as a thought. We definitely need more trees throughout the mobile home portion. So that's just an idea. Mr. Pollock's beautiful plans say that the tree canopy will shade 50% of the parking lot in 15 years. So I would love to know, what would the budget increase be to plant bigger trees at the outset? So we're not waiting 15 years for that sizable canopy to be in place. Is that something that you can ballpark for us right now?
I think the tree canopy replacement, the calculations based on city regulations, that both the tree sizes and the timeline, that's my understanding. I did want to point out on the Los Robles frontage that we're connecting to an existing sidewalk directly to the south. So it's a continuation of that infrastructure improvement from the south.
Okay, thank you. If we could get from staff the sense as to whether more mature trees are plantable, do we need to get our nonprofit canopy involved in helping us make this happen?
So we could take a look at those options. I do think what I've understand and Mr. Gollinger's here to either validate or shake his head no. But if we did go with a larger box tree, the larger tree that you install does take longer for its canopy to grow. And so when we have 24-inch box replacements, they start off a little bit smaller, but they actually catch up to those more mature trees through their growth pattern. But let me just glance over Mr. Gollinger, if I got that about right. Okay.
Thank you. My final question is about in the category of residents who are in the 24% who have not yet made a choice, who are feeling not satisfied with their options. I'm aware of at least one resident who currently owns a 2-bedroom coach and indicates they are losing square footage in moving to the new 2-bedroom coach because it is just smaller. It seems problematic in and of itself that a family would lose square footage. In addition, this family has a family member with a documented disability of anxiety for whom being in a more crowded space is problematic, at least according to paperwork that I have seen. I'm not trying to air this person's situation, but rather ask the more general question. What would it take to make a family in such a circumstance whole? Or are we at a point where we're saying that's simply not possible? When I say whole, I just mean comparable square footage, not a diminution in square footage from what they currently have to what they will have.
Yeah, I think there's a slide in the presentation that speaks to the average increase in size. And as you see, and a council member referred to it, on average, everybody is getting more square feet. There are a handful of people that are seeing a small decline. We are tasked with providing comparable housing in all cases. The size of the 2 bedrooms is quoted for the mobile home park owners is the size they're going to be at this point. For specific households who have potentially reasonable accommodation requests, it is easier for us to accommodate a request in the apartment building. So if you're willing to move out of a 2-bedroom home into a 3-bedroom apartment, that's an accommodation the Housing Authority can make. We can't, though, change our program to offer somebody a larger size unit at this time without impacting the budget and the space in other households.
And remind me, Ms. Ward, a 3-bedroom is how many square feet?
About 1,000. Yeah, 900.
You can see that somebody losing about 150 square feet is in a fairly small home to start with is a sizable difference that will have an impact. What I'm hearing you say is that family needs to opt for the apartment in order for their accommodation to be met?
Yes.
That's it for me.
Councilmember Vinker?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I seem to be recycling other people's concerns. So this time I'll go to the other popular one, which is colors. And I'll keep it brief because I went over last time. So as I understand it, the Housing Authority and the architects did some wonderful work by asking the residents what they wanted, listening to what they heard, and then actually putting it in the plans. But then the ARB, what I read in the staff report is that the color and material palette has been revised to add visual interest and define spaces, and that sorry, now I had it and I just lost it, but basically been revised in response to the ARB's concerns. So my question is there anything standing in the way if you were to want to put them back?
I would say no. There's nothing in the way of changing it. I did want to just mention that the ARB had completely varying opinions on color and arm wrestled to come up with that recommendation. Some people liked the color, some people didn't. It's how color always is. I also wanted to clarify that it wasn't the color for the mobile home park coaches. It's just the color for the apartment building. I know that topic came up a little earlier, but I just wanted to be sure that that was understood. Okay.
Yeah, no, that is helpful. And I have a lot of deference for the ARB. They are professionals in the field where I am not. But I also, my predilection would be to defer to the residents, particularly in this instance. And one moment. But I do appreciate that you did take the time and effort to hear that and put that in your plans. So do you have any other lights on? I'm going to go ahead and move, and I assume there'll be further discussion on this, but partly I want to put some things out there for further discussion by my colleagues. I believe the motion you're looking for is for us to direct staff to bring back the streamlined housing development review application after considering various things that we would suggest. And I would say after considering whether any trees can be preserved on Los Robles, whether a surface treatment on the pavement can reduce heat island concerns, whether larger trees can be planted, to come back after all reasonable efforts have been made to resolve disputes standing in the way of housing decisions, and whether color choices may be returned to the resident preferences.
I'll second.
Thank you. I have nothing further on that.
Okay, then Councilmember Cooge, would you like to speak to your second?
I don't have anything to add, but I would like to ask if the maker would also add in that with regards to the proposed regulatory agreement, if our city attorney can review regarding the deed restriction and to ensure that it is beyond, that there is deed restriction language in the agreement so that it doesn't accidentally become market rate.
Okay, so there is language in the regulatory agreement that restricts the affordability of the units for 75 years. That is the term.
Right, and when Buena Vista came up, it was 50 years, and then the owner decided to sell it, and then we had to go through that entire exercise, and it was quite painful. So 75 years can come up really quickly. And if you would kind of give me an idea why there's hesitancy to provide assurance for this property.
So it's consistent with the previous regulatory agreement that the City Council and the county and the Housing Authority had agreed to initially. That one was originally for 75 years. And the agreement that is going to be presented to the council in August and is in your packet this evening would also be for 75 years. And so the question then would be if the city council is interested in extending it beyond 75 years. If that's the ask, that's a conversation that we would need to have with the other parties.
That is the ask, if the maker would consider to add it in. And
I'm wondering if the city attorney had any comments on that, but have you been briefed on the question?
Yeah, thank you. So apologies, I was working in the back and missed some of the context, but I understand it's a question about whether there's a legal ceiling on the length of a regulatory agreement.
Well, that's a good question, whether there's a legal ceiling or if we can actually request for it to go in perpetuity.
I don't think in perpetuity because contracts have terms. But we looked at this a number of years ago. They do have, there is a state of the art, if you will. And I believe this one was increased beyond what was then typical of 55 years to 75. When we looked at this a few years ago, we did not find that there was a ceiling, a particular ceiling. It is a contract term, and so it has to be agreed to by all the parties. In perpetuity, I don't think that works.
Through the mayor, can Ms. Ward address?
I just wanted to provide a little bit of context because, the Housing Authority has regulatory agreements with deed restrictions. The deed restrictions typically have 3 terms. Affordability restrictions usually have 3 terms, either 30 years, 55 years, or 75 years. So, and that's typical across our affordable housing portfolio. So the city and county and the Housing Authority agreed to what is kind of accepted as the longest affordability term that we have on our properties. But what will happen, and the city attorney can probably speak to this in your existing your loan portfolio out to affordable housing projects, but is often, the property will need financial repositioning as it ages. We bring in more money, we do things, and what happens is every time we do that, you have to approve it. And in most cases, when cities approve lengthening their loan or approving a resyndication, is they restart the term. So we see it regularly in our portfolio where the term gets a new clock. So the Housing Authority is actually approaching, we've been doing this for a very long time. We have never had a property run out of its affordability restriction because usually between years 20 and 30, we're doing some sort of huge financial reinvestment, and the cities or the county will extend their regulatory agreement term.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
And so did we restart the clock from the 2017?
Yeah, you're getting a new 75 years.
Okay. Okay, I withdraw that. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you for the explanation, Ms. Ward.
Councilmember Burt?
Thank you. Just one other proposed addition, which would be to something that the Housing Authority has already acknowledged is in their intention, but just to get it as our endorsement, which is to pursue a Palo Alto worker resident preference.
Absolutely, yes. I had intended and completely overlooked it, so thank you.
Great. And then just one quick comment. We had earlier this evening a discussion of our Caltrans repaving and removal of on-street parking on El Camino. As part of that, our city transportation management agency, our nonprofit, has been able to obtain 500 VTA smart passes to be able to distribute for. The focus has been workers along El Camino, modest and low income workers, but I believe that they'd be available also to residents like Buena Vista Mobile Home Park residents to have a free VTA bus pass when that bus service, the 22 and the 522 is regular right down El Camino. So I just wanted folks to know that that is a prospect that would be, you could work with our Palo Alto TMA to coordinate on that. Thank you.
Yeah, Councilmember Baker.
Yeah, sorry, I wonder whether, given all of the items A through F in the motion, that we should just say return to council, and depending on what is done there, may or may not be on consent. Just because it seems like there are a fair number of substantive things. Or is there a speed issue around that? I'm getting nods, yes. Well,
there's if an action is taken on the 5th, I think that would be fine. I understand that, you know, how the applicant responds to each of these items.
Well, and ultimately it will also be our staff report that, in working with the Housing Authority, describes the efforts that have been made. But I think the point that was drawn up by the question is this will be a time-sensitive decision on August 5th, that if there is not a green light to proceed with the development, would put at risk, if not by certainty, a delay to the development.
yeah, and so thus it seems more of a problem on consent, because if it gets pulled and delayed and noticed, as opposed to just, you know, maybe it goes through without much discussion, but if it's a action item. So I was going to not say one way or another, you can make a call between now and August 5th. But if we require it to be on consent and there's a big hiccup from any one of the 7 of us, then we're in a time crunch.
Well, ultimately, it's
Not
certainly
I guess.
discretion of the council as to how you'd like to characterize this and your expectations for it coming back. I do believe the more items on the list of issues to be addressed when this comes back, the more certainty that it needs to be an action item. And that, again, the more uncertainty that it will be approved on that night.
I guess the thing is, what we were trying to do here is be suggestive and not absolutely directive on these, but I think the only way, you know, to have much impact is to have it come back to us, hopefully in a posture where we don't do anything more to it. So
if I can weigh in, so I think if we just kind of look through some of these items, A is, you know, we can certainly look at the sidewalk component and not have a sidewalk. I think there's some other factors that are influencing whether trees can be located there. And we heard about the easement, and the city can certainly get involved between now and August 5th to be engaged in some of those conversations to understand, you know, to what extent our influence may help allow for more tree planting in that area, if at all. We can at least explore that conversation. But I think that's going to be a technical requirement as opposed to, you know, more subjective. And so I think that'll be an answer that is, you know, we can figure out. The other B is potentially a cost implication that the Housing Authority will need to examine. And I think they've at least communicated to us, and I'm sure they'd be happy to share with you, the amount of investment that they've put into the park today, and how much more they'll be putting in as a result of this program. So I know that that's a concern from the Housing Authority. With respect to larger trees, I think that in 15 years, it's not going to matter if it was a 24-inch box tree or a 36-inch box tree, because the smaller trees will catch up, and it'll be the same functional result. And it may not have the same canopy spread interest that we have in the early years, because they'll still just be 36-inch box trees. So we can certainly explore that and upsize them where we can. Again, that's going to have a cost to the Housing Authority that we'll need to get some feedback on them. And then I'm going to skip D for a second. And for E, I think we've agreed that that's fine. And F, the Housing Authority has already indicated that that's their intent. So we would just include that language in the appropriate agreement. D gives us a little bit of pause because it talks about reasonable efforts, and I believe this is an indirect reference to the mobile home park and not the apartment building that is the subject of the council's review tonight and in August. But it may factor into your contemplation of the regulatory agreement. I think what I have heard over the course of the several meetings that we've had and from the Housing Authority here this evening is that they believe that they have gone through that process and have exhausted the remedies that they think that they can address. Now, if the city council believes otherwise, yeah, I think that's a conversation that should probably be discussed this evening so that we have a set of expectations on what can move forward. But again, from a regulatory standpoint, we're not involved in the mobile home park, and those efforts, again, except to the extent that City of Palo Alto is a part of a three-party agreement.
Yeah, so Director Lee, thank you for all of that. And that all comports with my expectations, having heard this and listened to you. I while there's, 6 items, I don't think they're unlikely to, I don't think they're likely to be ones that when this comes back would stand in the way. But I feel like if there are, we should be able to air that and talk about it directly and immediately because of the speed issue. So that's partly why I would like to still take consent out, Madam Clerk. And I also understand that with respect to D, that's of a different kind. It's a horse of a different color. It's a different category of thing. And I think if we feel that, all reasonable, and I would like to put all back at the beginning of that, and D, all reasonable efforts, just efforts. There may not be conclusions, but it's just to communicate and ask, that's all. So that would be my motion. And seconders, okay, with that form of it. Okay, thank you. Thanks for letting me clarify.
So, Councilmember, if I may, and Mayor, between the city manager and the mayor, there's the process of setting the agenda for the council's discussion as a possible alternative to your recommendation. We could place the item on consent as we've recommended, but leave the action agenda light so that if you wanted to pull it off of the agenda, and you would need 3, I believe, votes to do so, then it would be heard that evening.
I understand that allows us to do it. What's the benefit of having it on consent versus action? Just not a staff report? I mean, we're going to get a staff report anyway on this, right? Or
true. Okay. Well, there's not all of our staff will be present on the 5th, but we can probably work through that. I wouldn't let that affect the decision.
Yeah, I think there was some, I think, reference to a brief council discussion, and quite frankly, those are rare. And so I think it's a question of how you want to set up that point in time.
what I was trying to do is not be prescriptive either way. And so you can play the odds with us. If you think you've got it to a place that we're just not going to pull it, go for it, put it on consent. If not, so in other words, I was trying not to be prescriptive either way. And, hopefully some work will be done. You'll put it on consent. You'll be right. We'll be happy. It'll be done. Can we leave it like that?
So you're kind of leaving it that it could be on consent or an action?
Leave it to our discretion, and ultimately the council will decide if we
I think it's
Planned
typically
right.
been our practice in prior ones is to say, return to council with blah, 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 and we don't necessarily say, and maybe the presumption is its action. If you all want to put it on consent, hopefully we won't pull it. I think
Sure.
that,
We can work with that.
Yeah, and I think, I forget who said that, but let's do this right. So let us look at it.
Thank you for that. I think that's just it, is we've come so far. There's been so much work by all the parties in this room. We are so close to getting this right on something really important to a lot of people, to their homes after all these years, that we just want to make sure we have the opportunity to finish strong.
Vice Mayor Lowing?
I am concerned about the wording on item D because I don't understand what the proof points will be. We don't want a lot of cases presented of these are the 7 cases or the 12 cases, and this is why each of these things isn't going to work. And then we have to decide if it is going to work. At the very least, it's not going to be concise, but I don't understand us judging the proof points.
I think the concept there is whatever we think it is. If we're satisfied that, they have spoken one-on-one and called in people where they can, and we haven't heard complaints for the community, it's going to be up to you and us.
That's literally what I'm asking is what are the proof points that we would be listening to? Maybe she can answer that. This one.
In anticipation of this topic coming up, there are 2 slides in the addendum to the presentation we included, which spoke to high level, the concerns we've heard from residents and how we have provided those, what our responses to residents have been, and then what the various ways in which we have outreach to residents to talk about those issues and convey our decisions. Yeah, I don't know yes. So that slide, and then the slide that follows. I do believe we've had countless hundreds of one-on-ones, open office hours, meetings directly with residents. We've surveyed folks, we've had large town halls. All of us have answered numerous calls and emails and text messages, working with residents to understand their concerns. I do think there are some outliers that we have not come to an agreement on, but I think the vast majority of residents are happy with the decisions that they have. And I would argue we have made all reasonable efforts at this point to meet with residents, hear their concerns, and come up with a plan that works for all at the park. We do have to be mindful about equality. If we make adjustments to one person's household, but not give that same consideration park-wide, it's not fair.
Certainly, and it's hard, and it's not easy, but I believe you do think there's more to do because you're having the one-on-ones, and I'm super grateful for that, and I want to acknowledge that. And so that is part of it. So when we come back and you can report that you've done that, there's an objective point. And if we think that, there should be more, fine. But I think, again, it'll be a subjective call of this council, like all the calls we make.
I think on that specific point, and correct me if I'm wrong, but we're having one-on-one starting in probably mid-July. So we won't, we're not going to get through all the households by August 5th. We will have some of them done, but not all of them.
And Councilmember Lithcott-Ames.
Okay, thank you. I'm wondering if the maker and the seconder would accept a friendly amendment to item C. It certainly was my intention to ask both about larger trees, which I was sort of hypothesizing about, and more trees in general. So we've got the trees preserved on Los Robles identified in A, but inside, I think that's not adequately addressed here. So I would propose whether larger trees, or additional trees can be planted. We're trying to achieve a greater tree canopy for the look and feel of it, for the climate benefits of it and health benefits. So would you be open to that?
Yes, that's why it's nice to have colleagues that enhance one's motions.
And can we specify that this is on the mobile home side, the mobile home park? Okay. So Clerk, if we can add on the mobile home park.
Okay. Wonderful. Seeing no other lights, let's take the vote.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Hames,
Yes.
Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Ku,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lowing,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right, wonderful. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it. All right. We are behind schedule, but we got a pretty sizable item next. Why don't we just take a 5-minute break? We'll begin our last action item at 8:50. road crossings for the advancement of the alternatives into the preliminary engineering and environmental documentation phase. Sorry, staff, right? Do we have any additional staff presentation?
No additional presentation, but we do have the slides available. And again, to mention that staff, consultant, and Caltrain are here to help answer any questions.
Wonderful, thank you. As a reminder, we continued this item from June 10th. We did have public testimony at that time. We're going to continue additional public testimony, but as a reminder, if you spoke at the June 10th meeting, I ask that you do not speak again. We received your comments. We appreciate it. But if you have not, please either submit your speaker cards now or raise your hand on Zoom and go to the clerk's office. How many speakers do we have?
We currently have 11 speakers.
Okay, we'll do 2 minutes per speaker.
Our first speaker is Michael W., followed by Steve E.
Council, tonight I'm asking this council to approve moving forward with the hybrid solution for more engineering study for grade separation in southern Palo Alto, and please reject the underpass option. The hybrid is less expensive, does not strip residents of their properties or community. The underpass is dangerous and requires full and partial property takes that threaten homeowners and their families' safety. We should not extend more energy or money on this overly aggressive, disjointed idea. We cannot compare the visual impacts of the hybrid with the devastation of property takes that come with the underpass. With only 5% engineering done, the underpass could result in more, not less, property takes. The traffic circle can only be shrunk so much. The constraints are the constraints. Please endorse a safer, less invasive solution, the hybrid, to move forward. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Steve E., followed by Andy Z.
I think the best solution for separating cars from trains in Palo Alto at Churchill, perhaps, and Meadow and Charleston is a viaduct for the train. Get the train up in the air. It will make great improvements to Palo Alto by reconnecting east and west, and it will also prevent any takings of properties, which we've seen in the complicated solutions that have come out for those crossings. The viaduct is very simple. Pylons with the rail bed on top should be reconsidered. Mike Forrester gave a very compelling 8-pager that I believe he gave to you, and I hope you've all read it and that's given you some thoughts. I think it's very well put. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Andy Z., followed by Richard J.
Hi, good evening. I'm here to express my strong opposition to the acquisition of residential properties as part of the underpass solution for Meadow Drive and for Charleston Road. So I grew up in Palo Alto. I attended the public schools here, and as did my brother, and I returned here after college. So the underpass option would include the partial acquisition of the house that my brother and I grew up in. And it would be severely disruptive to my parents, who sacrificed a lot to be able to afford a house in this wonderful community. And so, of course, I look forward to the modernization of our transportation systems, but I believe the underpass solution is an excessive misuse of public funds. It's overly complex. And frankly speaking, I think it throws certain community members under the bus. And so I urge the council to move forward with a solution that does not involve the acquisition of residential property. To my understanding, the hybrid solution is the only viable option here. But of course, new ideas are always welcome. And so I hope that the council will reject the underpass solution for Meadow and Charleston and reject any solution that involves the acquisition of residential property. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Richard J., followed by Jordan F.
As a family on Charleston Road, we have been living with years-long anxiety over losing our home and wondering where we're going to live and if my siblings will benefit from the same quality education that I received in PAUSD. This education is a game changer for first-generation families and families of colors, and your vote tonight will impact our educational economic futures. Grade separation should focus on moving traffic, not families or property lines. I urge you to reject the Charleston underpass, which relies on eminent domain and effectively banishes citizens from our homes and communities. It is an unsafe, disjointed maze for bikes and pedestrians to navigate, and it will force students to compete with cars, negating its purpose. It's exceedingly expensive and environmentally aggressive. It does not warrant more analysis, so please do not invest more funds on this option. Conversely, the hybrid plan, which is endorsed by the Palo Alto Pedestrians and Bike Advisory Committee, is a safer and $400 million less expensive and truly equitable grade separation solution. It prioritizes all citizens' property rights with no home or land acquisitions and does not burden us with unnecessary excessive debt. With only 5% of the engineering concept confirmed, and knowing that Caltrain will become the lead implementing agency, it is in our collective best interest to endorse the least invasive solution and one with no risk of any increased property tax. The council said they must do what is in the best interest for all 64,000 citizens, and so for all Palo Altans, I'm asking you to endorse the hybrid solution as the only safe, ethical, and equitable option to move forward for in-depth engineering and environmental study for Southern Palo Alto. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jordan F., followed by Aram J.
City Council members, my family's multi-generational home on Charleston Road is the only home I've ever known. From preschool family through gun, where my dad passed away and my mom beat cancer. It is our safe space, our launch pad. It holds our histories, our communities, and hopefully our futures. Grade separation should move traffic, not property lines or families. Council, stand on your word. Any plan with eminent domain is not a solution, and fair market value sales price will not truly compensate for all of the economic, social, and emotional losses impacted families would face. The underpass, with multiple property acquisitions, is an unethical, inequitable, expensive, divisive, and unsafe and over-engineered debacle. I biked to gun daily, and the unwieldy underpass will compel students to ride in the road with cars where it is too dangerous. Please eliminate it tonight. It does not merit more time, money, or energy. Please endorse the hybrid option as the solution for in-depth engineering studies. It is safer, less aggressive, less expensive, more environmentally sound, and more equitable solution for all citizens, as it does not impact groundwater or require property acquisitions. Finally, please refrain from politicizing teen suicides and mental health struggles. We can all be pro-sensible grade separation, anti-eminent domain, and pro-mental health support. Thank you for your time and your efforts.
Our next speaker is Aram J., followed by Ethan Z. Aram J., you should be able to unmute yourself and speak.
Hey, Pat Burt, I am seeing bumper stickers around town that read, Pat, I'll take your property without notice and due process, Burt. I would say that's not a great way for you to be kicking off your campaign. Again, Pat, I'll take your property without notice or due process, Burt. It's not really the way you want to start your reelection campaign, trying to take people's property. Now, you don't have skin in the game, okay? Because your property, like my property, isn't in the rail corridor. And I note that Vicky's property, also not on the railroad path. Julie's property, not on the railroad path. Ed's property, not on the rail path. So you all don't really have skin in the game. You need to imagine what it would be like. And I got to do that because like I said, my properties are not on that rail line either. But I got to empathize with folks. Don't take the property, man. That's just not cool. And congratulations to Lydia Koo and Greg Tanaka for standing firm that we're not going to deal with taking anybody's property in Palo Alto. And we're going to put you right out of office, Pat, if you pursue that. I know you think you can't, you won the most votes the last time, but this ain't the way you want to run a campaign. So I want you to think, just like each one of you that voted to move forward with further studies, what you make that same vote if it was your property be taken? I'll bet you no. Okay, Pat. Pat, I'll take your property without due process or notice. Bert, you got to give that up, man. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ethan Z, followed by Nico V.
Good evening, City Council members. I wish to express my opposition of acquisition of residential properties with regard to the underpass option for Meadow Drive, Churchill, and Charleston Road, grade separation, as well as any plans that involve full or partial property acquisition. I grew up in Palo Alto biking to Gunn High School all 4 years, and this steep path of the proposed underpass option, in conjunction with the considerable amount of student bikers, is dangerous. The result would most likely reduce bikers and increase the already congested traffic that already exists on the path to Gunn High School and many other schools in the area. Palo Alto has prided itself as a leader in creating a bike and pedestrian-friendly city, and this plan would go against those values that we so happen to have announced all these years. The underpass option is unnecessary use of funds, unsafe to residential, and over-engineered. The plan is unfair to certain residents, and I encourage the city to reject this plan. Furthermore, as a former PAUSD student who has seen the impact student suicides has on the community, I ask the council to abstain from politicizing mental health. I do struggle from anxiety and depression, and this is in no way of addressing such issue. The grade separation is a way of addressing the issues, and people who are against the underpass option is in no way against people who want a well-funded and well-cared for mental health program that if the city cared for could provide. Lastly, I want to urge the city to pursue all options, the hybrid option, and all plans that do not involve property acquisition. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Nico V, followed by Tara S.
Hi, I'm Nico Vallone. I'm born and raised in Palo Alto and attended Palo Alto schools. The benefit of the underpass solution has been primarily sold as purported traffic improvements. This benefit is illusory. The primary way to reduce traffic is to decrease the number of intersections. The underpass solution removes intersections for motorists traveling in the north-south directions, which increases throughput at the sides of the grade separation. But this is at the expense of residents traveling in any other direction. If you're a local resident headed southbound, you're forced onto local streets to make an uncontrolled left turn elsewhere. If you're headed east or westbound, you're diverted to a roundabout to make a U-turn or be stuck behind other people making U-turns. If you're headed northbound, you have to merge into high-speed traffic. This has downstream impacts too. Removal of intersections is another step towards turning Alma into an urban highway. Higher average speeds mean more collisions, more deadly collisions, more pollution in the form of tire microplastics, noise, and naturally emissions, and so on and so forth. The higher throughput is then immediately wasted on the lighted intersections further north and south on Alma, clogging up infrastructure not designed for that amount of induced demand. God forbid you're a cyclist, in which case you have to navigate unprotected bike infrastructure all the way up to the two-way bike tunnel, which involves a grueling low-speed double U-turn if you're headed home from Gunn. It's obvious that this design left cyclists as an afterthought. It's clear that all the supposed benefit of grade separation here is serving a narrow set of travelers, motorists just passing through Palo Alto. The whole purpose of grade separation is to connect residents across the train tracks, and this solution turns that on its head. This is putting aside the fact that the underpass solution at Oregon already floods. Climate trends indicate more atmospheric rivers, causing more flooding, and the resulting groundwater contamination is the cherry on top of this sundae. The fact that in exchange for these illusory benefits, Palo Alto residents will have to pay an additional $300 million is laughable. It's clear that the underpass solution is not fit for purpose. I urge the council to reject the Rail Commission's recommendation and not waste any more money exploring the underpass option. The hybrid option actually connects residents and prioritizes them. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Tara S., followed by Penny E.
My name is Tara Sigdale. I express my strong support for the hybrid option for grade separation on Charleston and Meadow and urge the council to completely abandon underpass option. The hybrid option represents a balanced and considerate solution that meets the need of our community without the severe negative impacts associated with the underpass option. The underpass option, which involves taking properties and reducing lot sizes, poses significant drawbacks, including loss of property, community disruption, construction impact with lasting consequences for affected residents and the broader community. The underpass option would displace families and disrupt established neighborhoods. The hybrid option does not require the taking of private properties, thereby preserving the integrity and value of residential lots. I strongly believe that the hybrid option is the best choice for our city, preserving the interest of our residents while achieving the necessary infrastructure improvements. I urge you to endorse the hybrid option and to completely abandon the underpass option, which poses too great a risk to our community's well-being and prosperity. It was good to hear the council members' concern about the preserving the greenery and the trees. My property alone under this underpass option will take away 4 large trees that are here since 1950s. They are my parents' age, and it would be really heartbreaking to see them down as a part of this underpass option. So I sincerely request you to consider the hybrid option and abandon the underpass option. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Penny E.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Before we get into the automobile crossings, I just want to put a strong emphasis on the need to, whatever we do at Charleston and Meadow or Churchill and Seal, I think it's going to be very important that the design work on a midtown bicycle pedestrian dedicated rail crossing gets done as soon as possible, that's prioritized over everything else. Because no matter which option you go with, the city has no other grade separated crossing for students on bicycles during the construction period. So I think that it's going to be critically important to get that good work done in advance of any other construction you choose to do. And similarly, the Churchill closure will eliminate important pedestrian and bicyclist commute east-west crossings at that location. So that change will necessitate construction of an alternative bike pedestrian crossing prior to the start of construction work on Churchill. I personally am leaning towards Seal for that because of its connectivity and its convenient placement for school commuting kids. With regard to the hybrid versus the underpass, I spent 25 years working on the Charleston and Rostadero plan, and I'll be frank, I've worked on a lot of other projects too, and I've seen projects go from this conceptual phase and be vastly changed in terms of footprint when they get to 15 and then 35% design and 65% design. I expect that all of these projects are going to be vastly changed, and it's unfortunate that
your time is up.
Thank you. Sorry.
Our next speaker is Charlotte.
Hello, everyone. My name is Charlotte, and I am a recent graduate of Gunn High School. I live on East Charleston near the tracks, and I bike to school every day. To get to school, I needed to cross both the street and the train tracks. As a frequent biker, I think that the underpass for pedestrians and bikers is not a practical or realistic idea because it will be unsafe for cyclists commuting to Gunn who take a similar route to mine, which is the majority of students living on the same side of the railroad as I do. This same problem arises when students go home after school because they would have to cross the street at a more dangerous place. First of all, the steepness of the separated underpass is unsafe and causes a large detour in the routes that pedestrians and bikers would need to take in their commutes. Secondly, since there is a continuous flow of traffic, bikers cannot safely cross the road to get to the underpass when there's a lot of traffic. It would also waste a lot of time because bikers would now be limited to one side of the street if their goal is to cross Alma. And it would generally also waste a lot of time compared to the current conditions with traffic lights enforced. Those are my general concerns, and overall, I support the hybrid model, which does not pose these threats. Thank you for listening.
Our next speaker is Marissa R. Moving to our next speaker, Alan W.
Hi, I'm Alan Wachtel. I'm a member of the city's Pedestrian and Bicycle Advisory Committee, Payback. I'm not speaking on behalf of that committee, but I do want to remind you that the committee adopted a resolution by unanimous vote, which prefers the hybrid as a direct route, shorter grade change than the underpass at significantly lower cost than the viaduct or underpass. The resolution does not recommend the underpass for reasons that you've already heard, I think, in very clear detail from some of the previous speakers. In my written comments, I summarized the committee's reasons and I cross-reference the email containing the resolution. So I think that our position is clear. The hybrid is the best alternative for pedestrian and bicycle traffic, and that's all I need to say.
Our next speaker is Karen C.
Hi, everyone. I'm here today to urge you to reject the underpass for the grade separation on Charleston and Meadow and instead proceed with the hybrid option. My family has been residing on East Charleston Road since I attended elementary school down the street at Hoover. My sister and I have grown up in this house. It is our home filled with our memories and family history. This proposed underpass not only impacts many families like mine by taking away something so sacred to us, our homes, but also poses other negative consequences like higher financial costs, long construction times, slower traffic flows, and increased safety risks. I urge the City Council to represent the interests and safety of all Palo Alto residents. This decision should be made carefully by balancing the pros and cons of all aspects and taking into account the voices of the people who will be impacted the most. With that, please proceed with the hybrid option for the grade separation on Charleston and East Meadow. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Tom M. Tom.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I have been a resident of Palo Alto since 1980. I'm speaking in favor of the viaduct. The viaduct has a very big advantage in that there is no taking of residential properties by eminent domain. It minimizes the construction time and the disruption of current travel patterns. It leaves all roads at the same level and as they are now, and continue to use and it's for continued use of bikes and autos, even during construction. The viaduct provides safe open space, which can be attractive and usable, and has no bike tunnels. The viaduct eliminates the problems of complicated engineering and probable cost overruns. It is an attractive and quieter system and creates no dead-end streets or longer routes. And the viaduct is easily the best solution of our city for our city to look smart 100 years into the future, even though it could cost a little more. It deserves reconsideration and a competitive bid. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Linda.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so I wanted to remind all of you that based on the current housing market price, full acquisition of only 2 properties in Palo Alto will cost much, much more than $2 million. Not to mention acquisition of 33 family properties, which is a huge budget for underpass option. Our city should not waste our taxpayers' money on it. Besides, we know that hybrid option costs only about $4 million, which is only about half of underpass. And it needs a lot shorter time to finish because it doesn't need to deal with any issues caused by acquisition of properties. And it can provide a lot safer traffic routes for bike, walkers, and cars. Therefore, underpass is not a correct choice. We urge the City Council to represent all Palo Alto citizens' interests and choose hybrid options. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Eric N.
Can you hear me?
Eric N., you are very distant with your audio.
My name is Eric Nordman, and I am to Palo Alto. I hope the council will support the hybrid option for Meadow Charleston Crossing. The underpass option requires the acquisition of a 14-unit apartment complex for residents, along with 43 parcel acquisitions. The hybrid requires a few driveway modifications. The hybrid option is dramatically cheaper than the other options. It is the approach used by other cities, which should be favorable for funding agencies. Given the increased construction cost and the Caltrans design required changes, the hybrid option may be the only option that doesn't require a new revenue source. Please support the hybrid option. Thank you.
Our final speaker is Karen K. Karen K., you should be able to unmute yourself and speak.
I unmuted myself. I would like to speak in favor of the hybrid solution as compared to the underpass solution for Meadow and Charleston. I understand that the underpass solution has the advantage of separating pedestrians and cyclists from car traffic. However, the underpass solution has some significant disadvantages, as others have spoken to. It requires many more property takings. It requires steeper crossing for pedestrians and bicycle riders, and it requires a much more convoluted path for cars. The hybrid solution would have more accommodation for pedestrians with wheelchairs and parents with baby carriages, and some less able cyclists, clearly an advantage compared to the underpass. I would like to also point out that Palo Alto has a model for a hybrid solution downtown at Homer Avenue, which crosses Alma under the railroad tracks to the PED bicycle path on the other side, which is near the Sutter Medical Center. Pedestrians and cyclists need only push the crossing button and have car traffic stop in all 3 crossing directions offering a significant degree of safety, which could also be applied to the hybrid solution. Thank you for your consideration.
And that concludes public comment on action item AA3.
Great. Thank you for everybody for coming out and speaking tonight. We'll return to council for discussion. Councilmember Koo.
So I appreciate everybody who came up tonight. I did want to address some things. Listening to the comments of some of the public speakers, these are the children of people who have invested in Palo Alto in order to pass their homes and generational wealth to their kids. It would be really unfortunate if we advance the underpass, as I have said previously, and maintain that it will be a travesty that people lose their homes and it's taken away from them. But then I also want to address some of the commenters who talked about viaduct. Viaduct is also a taking. It doesn't take properties, but what it does is that it will reduce property values for those property owners whose properties back up to the tracks and having the visibility of the trains going by. Furthermore, in South Palo Alto, there's an Eichler community, which has floor to ceiling glass pane walls. It would be an immense reduction to their privacy and aesthetics. So does your property back up to those rail tracks while advancing the viaduct? I do want to say that the hybrid, I like the hybrid too. I know it solves a lot of issues, but the hybrid also doesn't solve Churchill Avenue's grade separation. And, then we have to kind of wonder, the other option is the closure, and we lose one of our connectors over there. And, when we started out on this rail grade separation, it was about connecting Palo Alto. So, I really have to give this some thought about what it does. And Churchill having the school entryway for Palo Alto High School. How much engagement have we had with them? And when I was on the rail committee, we were informed that it would be difficult for their buses and other school vehicles to access Churchill at that location. And Mahia, can you please put up my diagram, please? So in looking at the underpass, I want us to remember we're in a community where we're around neighborhoods. I kind of went through some of the previous documentations that were shown in presentations, and I found this picture. This is a place in Italy, I think, and this is where the underpass came up. As you see, on one side of the railroad, there is the tunnel going down, and then when it comes up on the other side, there's the roundabout where you do all your turns. But look at what's near it. What is near it? Fields and parking lots. And I believe that green rooftop is a shopping center. I don't know what's on the other side, but it's not single family homes. It's not our homes. So I think when we're considering these kind of things, other countries have amazing things, methods, infrastructure, but we also have to look at locally, what do we have here? So I just wanted to point this out. It was a great plan. I think that, if it wasn't so dense with people's homes, it might have worked, but this is not the place for it. Thank you, Mahia. So I'm kind of on a having a little bit difficulty. I believe, we can't impact people's homes, but the hybrid solution is going to cause us to have to think about Churchill. Thank you, Mayor.
Vice Mayor?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. First of all, just focus on what we're asked to decide tonight on council for the public as well as for council members. The rail committee made a recommendation to take the underpass and hybrid alternatives to what's called preliminary engineering. And so the decision tonight is, does council want to do that or do one? And those seem to be like the only possible options because we need to move things forward. Relative to the data we need, point one, to get past this 5% engineering and get into something that's frankly has actual engineering. It's 5% concept, and now we need to move to preliminary engineering to get even to 15%. So we have some data on what the alternatives are to inform the choice. And secondly, this is going to be grant money, not taxpayer money at this stage, and that is a good thing. But it's also on some deadlines, so we have to act on it for that reason. I want to make a couple of other comments. What we're approving tonight is not a decision on any alternative for any of these grade crossings. It's a decision to get basically more information to make an informed decision at some future point in time, which is not defined. So I just want us to all understand that. I also want to underscore the fact that council has not has not endorsed or approved any grade separation at this point in time, and therefore we haven't approved any property takings of any percentages. The concept plan has that in there, which, as we've said before from the dais, is how transportation engineers do big projects. And the reason that it's going to be improved with the 15% engineering is we'll be able to look at other options, including those that don't have property takings. So it's another reason to do that, to get this data. And the other thing, just as an information point that I just want to bring out, is that there's no current timetable for construction of any of these grade crossings. In fact, the irony is that it's become less urgent as the Caltrain continues their ridership down quite below the pre-pandemic level. And there's a question mark about how fast that the business model is going to come back or not. So we don't have a set deadline in the future at which point right now we're going to pick alternatives for all these things and then fund it and build it. So I just want that kind of to be out in the public domain, because I think there's some assumption that, we're on a fast track to make a decision and raise some money. We haven't really even decided if in the next 10 or 20 years we're going to do 1 grade crossing or 2 grade crossings or 3 grade crossings. We're probably going to do more than 0. So all of this is to say that we're still at a very conceptual early stage of whatever's going to happen. But I think from my point of view, having worked on this for a couple of years now in the rail committee, I think we need to move to preliminary engineering on both of these alternatives to have a good perspective on that. Thank you.
Councilmember Tanaka.
During the break, I had a chance to talk to some of the members of the public here, and what one of them remarked, and I thought it was actually a really good point, was that the item before, we had Buena Vista, and we kind of went all out on Buena Vista to really make sure that things were right, and I think we came out with a good solution. But for me, the idea, and I'm sure no one here enjoys being here tonight. The reason why these people are out here, why we heard from so many so far, is because the idea of taking someone's house is really should not even be on the table. We should, like the underpass, I think it should not be considered. We should not study it more. We should not fund it more. To me, it's something where if we factor in the time it will take, the litigation, the delay, the cost of acquisition, I don't think that it's viable. And so I'm okay with other options. Let's look at them and evaluate them, but ones that, and the thing that kind of bothers me is that since council had voted to study some of these items more, the issue is that
it makes all the property owners, if they want to sell, they want to refinance, they have to disclose this. So it's a cloud over everyone's head unnecessarily. And I agree that we don't necessarily have the money for this, but you know, we're acting as if, and we're causing a lot of distress to so many different people unnecessarily. And so I think, I think either we do nothing, or if we do something, we don't put a cloud over people's head. We don't put them on notice that part of the house, the driveway, or whatever is going to be wiped out. Anyways, that's my point of view, and I'm happy to discuss other alternatives. I personally believe the right solution is to underground the Caltrain. Our property values, I say many times, is very, very expensive in our city, and anywhere where it's that expensive, undergrounding and monetizing land above is a very common thing to help fund it. So I think that's the right thing to do in our city. It's done everywhere else where the property value is really high. So I hope my colleagues can think hard about whether you still want to move forward and cause so much anguish to so many people in our community unnecessarily.
Councilmember Vinker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Vice Mayor, for sort of refocusing us on what's in front of us tonight. I have a question about the hybrid option. So I know one of the concerns that has been articulated with respect to this option is the wall, the divisive wall that would be the part that elevates the train. I believe that I also understand that while it might be quite expensive, that the elevation could be accomplished with pylons. And what I'm wondering is, could that be the case just near the road? So, you know, I assume that the more we do that, the more expensive it is. And I recall asking this before, and I don't recall the exact answer. So if you could let me know if that's a possibility. Pylons might not be the right word, whatever, pillars, supports, non-wall supports.
Yeah, if you don't mind, we'll have Peter DiStefano, our consultant, respond to this.
Yeah, I can take that one. It sounds like what you're asking is, can half of it be built on some sort of structure that's like see-through underneath, and then the other half be built on wall? Is that what you're asking?
I don't know about half. I just mean
Okay.
that, right? So at the place where the underpass is, and where normally driving by, you could kind of see down the road a little further, and now we kind of have a wall with like a window in the wall. If for some distance, may not be anywhere near half, maybe a tenth, I don't know. Could there be pylons for a period?
Gotcha. Okay, now I better understand your question now. Yes, absolutely. That does come with a greater expense, though. Building the railroad on embankment with retaining wall is less expensive than building it on like a structure where you can walk underneath it.
Right. Okay. And so if, though, we were to proceed to this next engineering phase, this 15%, I assume we can only have that engineering analysis of the wall or the partial pylons plus wall. In other words, could this next analysis be of both options?
Yeah, I mean, we could present different options with different costs, if that's kind of what you're looking for in the next phase, certainly.
Dr. Cami, it looks like you have something to
Yeah,
add.
no, I was just going to say, yeah, I could certainly look at that.
Okay, that's interesting to me. And then my other question is about the hybrid is, with the hybrid option, bike pads still cross, but they don't have their separated crossing. But I believe we were contemplating building a bike ped tunnel, perhaps, so that during construction they can cross somewhere up or down the corridor. Is that right? Do I remember that right?
So I believe what you're referring to are the additional crossings that we're looking at separately. So I also want to note that this is something that staff has maintained the whole time, is that during construction, we would maintain bike and ped crossing at one of the two locations, Charleston Meadow, at a minimum, maintain one of the crossings for bike and peds. Also to note, and not to speak up Ripon too much, but he's actually done this where he's built a temporary crossing for bike and peds during construction. So
Yeah.
that is something that is not unusual.
Yeah, no, thank you. I think I was kind of going the other way, and I don't know if it's part of our bike and ped plan that we were talking about that. But if so, I guess what I'm saying is if we created this tunnel during construction, which sounds like maybe we don't need to, but if we did, then it would be there afterwards. So there would be either option is my point for a safer one. So is that projected to be done before the?
Well, so yeah, so I believe what you're referring to is the additional bike ped crossings, and you're correct. If we built it, we would plan on building it as a permanent, not as a temporary solution. So you're absolutely correct. So it would be a permanent additional crossings. Then we have a planner that we have planning to work on that. However, they were recently delayed on starting on that due to the El Camino Real item that we heard earlier tonight. So I'll actually be able to reassign them to that work.
Okay. Yeah, and I'm just trying to get at the things that are potential drawbacks to the hybrid, and those are the two that I was trying to address because that's my interest. And I think with respect to the underpass, it's really just a question of are the drawbacks of this option so significant that we should forego even getting more information about it? Because it's certainly not my preferred option. And I guess one of the things that would help me think about that is when we look at the takings, which I don't want to have done, but if the remaining 95% of the engineering could possibly get us away from that, then I'm more curious about learning more. And I know no one can answer that question right now, but what might help me, ballpark it is, in the prior set of plans, is my memory right that there were some takings, but not as significant as the current iteration of plans? Is that right?
Sorry, for which? For the? Are you talking about
Meadow,
for the
Charleston?
Meadow Charleston?
Yeah.
So going back for a few years, just to note, there were always property impacts associated with that with the underpass alternative. Except for when it was initially conceived, it was conceived without a full roundabout, I believe. And that was something that our traffic consultant and engineer said that we needed to have in order for it to function from a traffic perspective.
My impression, for some reason, it's probably been a misimpression, was that the recent iteration, the takings were more significant on this, but
Yeah, so I would say that's the more recent property impacts were more pronounced at Churchill, not at Charleston Meadow. Charleston, yeah.
Okay, but I mean, regardless, I think that Councilmember Tanaka's point is notable, that the cloud over the residents' head is still a factor that we have to consider. So I will listen to what my colleagues have to say on this, but I'm not sure we want to proceed with the underpass as well as the hybrid, but I'm going to listen. Thank you.
Councilmember Burt.
Yeah, thanks. So just a few points in context. First, as Philip just said, that the impacts on properties on the Charleston and Meadow from the underpass have been roughly the same. What we really think of as worst case scenario for several years. And it's been on our matrices that is basically the criteria matrix that was established in 2018 or 19, has been reviewed virtually every year. And so that hasn't changed a lot. But what did change was at Churchill, we had a couple of things. One, I think we were anticipating that we'd be able to utilize more of the Caltrain right-of-way than they're currently allowing, but that's an open issue. And we're also looking at whether we can have a single lane northbound, which either or both of those things could very favorably impact reduction or elimination of property impacts. Similarly, on the underpass, the original, as Philip said, the original concept was actually not only, it wasn't a roundabout, it was a U-turn, like we have planned even with that today on Alma. And it was a single lane in each direction. And the traffic engineers came back and said, no, you need, for the merging, you need 2 lanes in each direction. I think that remains an open design consideration because it would function less well with a single lane, but that doesn't mean it wouldn't function. We have other merging, short merging distances in the city at a number of places. And so that's the kind of thing we would look at if going forward with the engineering. Another is we have 20-foot wide bike and pedestrian lane associated with the current design. And that is extremely wide. It's not a certainty that it has to be that wide, and that would have a significant potential impact. Even the clearance, the height of the bike and ped portion of that underpass is, I think, is it 10 feet now? And 8 feet is, I think, the VTA minimum standard and elsewhere. Each of these things are design elements that would optimize the design in several ways, including reductions on property impacts. So we just aren't there yet. That's the point of going forward with the next phase of engineering, is to problem solve. For me, if those problems can't be reduced, I'm less supportive of considering the underpass. But if they can, and we don't have the impacts that we have today, then it becomes a more viable option. But the only way you get there, and the only way you lift the cloud, is to move forward and actually proceed on refining the design and try to mitigate the impacts. We've said that these are right now worst case scenarios, and that's pretty much the way it is. So that's kind of where we are on that. Councilmember Koo had talked about the hybrid at Churchill. That's just not a consideration. That's been off the table. We're the only place we're looking at a hybrid is at Meadow and Charleston. The concept of a portion of the hybrid being on pillars is something that I actually raised in 2021. At that time, our consultants, AECOM, said, no. Hybrids are earthen walls and viaducts are pillars. And I said, why is that? Well, interestingly, Caltrain has now come back with their design options for grade separations. And they've said, no, the pillars are a construction method. The full elevation, or the hybrid, is a design. And you can have a full height berm that's not a hybrid, or you could have a hybrid that is on pillars, or some combination. And you have to look at what would really be the advantages. I just want to make sure the dedicated bike and pedestrian crossing, though, that we're looking at and going to be proceeding on, and the rail committee last year put as a priority, and the council supported that, is not within the zone that would be either a hybrid or a viaduct. It's north of there. It's in the vicinity of El Carmelo. And so it's before you start lifting there. When we look at the matrix, one of the issues that's been there throughout is that on a berm, in this case our hybrid, depending on exactly where it starts and how much of a dip there is at the actual crossing, there's probably, first the berm would be because of Caltrain's requirements and otherwise, the berm would be right up against the back fences of all the homes on essentially on Park. And it's 60 to 80 homes that would have a roughly 15-foot wall plus train on top of that, right up against back fence. It would not require any property acquisitions, but it would have property impacts for all those, plus several apartment buildings as well. So the number of households is probably 100 and something households. So the concern on a viaduct having an impact on those households is actually less than the hybrid with a berm. The berm would have the physical impact. The other consideration that's been recognized for, I don't know, since 2018 when this started, is that citywide, having a berm wall separating the two halves of the city is a big deal, a big physical separation that divides our community. At least divides it visually. So that's been a trade-off. The talk that keeps coming up about a tunnel or even a trench, but the tunnel would be based upon the BART tunnel. This tunnel would probably be close to $10 billion. It's never going to happen. We're not going to have a tunnel. There's no way that funding is going to be available. We're going to have a struggle to have funding for lower cost alternatives. The trench is also very expensive, but not anywhere near as expensive as the tunnel. Both of those actually require property impacts to have support systems that would go under the backyards of those Park homes. That hasn't been talked about recently. So even that has property impacts. So I guess for me, once again, we aren't, there's never going to be an ideal alternative. We have beat this horse for a number of years. And what we have, like we have in the criteria, is we have a whole bunch of criteria that we weigh and a whole bunch of pros and cons for each alternative. And we're going to have trade-offs and no perfect solutions. But if we move forward with engineering, the intention is that we can reduce the impacts and refine these alternatives, and then we can make a decision. Hopefully one that has better options than the designs of either one today. Even on the hybrid right now, Caltrain is requiring us to build that berm wall, vertical wall, all the way to the edge of Alma and all the way to the backyard edge of the homes on Park, 120 feet wide. Frankly, I think that is something that we will be able to negotiate with Caltrain, but that's where we stand right now, and that's why we need to go forward with the engineering and the additional negotiations with Caltrain on some of their standards. So there's still just a lot of unanswered questions, but think about that hybrid, a 15-foot wall that would go the entire width of that 120-foot wide corridor. And then, and Penny Elson made the comparison that is what she saw over the years with the Charleston study. It went through a number of iterations and issues were raised, problems were there, and then they got addressed and largely solved. Some not surmountable, but many others were. And that's the process that we're entering. So in my mind, the sooner we move forward with the 15% on the two remaining options that we have, the sooner we'll be able to lift the cloud, find out whether we can solve these problems or not. And if we can't solve them, then we'll make a decision. And so that's why I will support moving forward with the next engineering on both the underpass and the hybrid.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just because a couple of public commenters spoke to viaduct, I will admit that I'm in the minority that feels viaduct is the way to permanently separate the train from the human scale. It requires no full or partial takings, and in my view, the only way to retain a neighborhood feel instead of separating east and west with huge rivers of concrete for underpass or a big earthen wall for hybrid. It also takes the least amount of time to construct. But folks, I do think it's gone. And it's hard to say that when you're a fan of the viaduct, but even when it was brought back recently, it just wasn't studied to the extent I think it needed to be in order to become a viable option. And here we are. I'm in favor of the least expensive option that doesn't require any full or partial takings and takes the least amount of time to construct. And there's no solution that fits all three. I live down there, Charleston Meadow. Those are the roads I take to head from essentially Gunn High School east and then north to get, say, up here. Just this morning, tried to take my mom to a 9 o'clock doctor's appointment at PAMF, and we were waiting and waiting and waiting at Meadow, just interminably. And there weren't any school children on bicycles. I mean, the school is not in session. And I finally did a U-turn and just went up El Camino Way to El Camino. And if that's what it's like today, before they're electric, before the train frequency increases, without construction, I am so worried about how we're going to calculate the cost of years of construction, including time impacts, car emissions impacts, gridlock impacts in South Palo Alto. I'm very worried about this. I'm concerned about the renderings. It feels like they're sort of unequal. I look at like 19 slides for underpass with color and signage and whatnot, and 10 slides for hybrid, with no marking of where the bikes and peds would travel other than just little white lines. And I know we've heard that hybrid that the intersections at at Charleston and Meadow are currently grade F, and that hybrid doesn't improve that. But I'm not seeing in the renderings what we're even trying to do to move bikes and peds through that thing. I'm wondering why it was not set off with a green pathway. Are we saying we can't even do that there? I'd love to ask that question.
Thank you. No, we're not saying that we couldn't do that. That's certainly something that would be looked at, as part of the bike connectivity through the networks.
It just looks like so much energy and effort and design was put into that underpass, drawing of what that whole bike system would be. And when we're trying to assess options, it looks like underpass is being served up on a silver platter and hybrid's being served up on a trash can lid. It looked like you wanted to say something. That's why I stopped. No? Okay. Okay.
Yeah, can I address it real quick?
Yes, please.
When the renderings for the underpass first came out, it was very confusing to many where the pedestrians and bicyclists would be traveling. So we were asked to show the path in green, like a different color. So we showed it in green. We went through that effort to do that. And we didn't do that with the hybrid, maybe because it was more self-evident.
Fair enough. Appreciate that. I have a specific question about the underpass and Park Boulevard. When I look at the rendering, it looks as if Park Boulevard gets a dead end when it hits either Charleston or Meadow. Meadow, I think. Charleston. One of them. Park Boulevard, which we consider a bike boulevard, taking us north-south, stops because of underpass. Is that correct? And when you think about the bike ped master plan that's coming, are we okay with the fact that Park would no longer be that artery north-south for bikes?
So, council member, it does stops, but there is a connectivity through the pedestrians and bike pedestrian bridges that are provided on that. So there is a little turning that they have to do and take the bike bridges to get on the other side. So there are provisions for continuity of Park Boulevard bike and pedestrian traffic under those underpass scenarios.
Okay, I couldn't figure it out by looking at it, but
And I'm so sorry to step back. Just one more thing to your prior question. The reason why we had further development of the bike ped paths specifically on the underpasses Was that was a direction made by council because the bike ped connections on the underpass alternatives had more challenges?
I get that. Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay. I want us all to be aware, we've heard tonight from folks who are really unhappy with the underpass. I count myself, in those who are concerned about the partial and full acquisitions. But to Councilmember Burt's point, hybrid is going to come with a big wall of dirt. It could. It may be that we're able to put it up on pillars, but none of the people who have to stare at that dirt wall are here tonight telling us how awful that would be. And just a reminder to my colleagues that we're, as Councilmember Burt has said, there is no option that's going to please everybody. And, those who've been a part of this process far longer than I have certainly really understand that. That said, I am probably at this juncture most concerned about people losing their homes in Palo Alto. This is a community that people strive to be able to come to if they didn't start here. I count myself as one of them, 3-generational household. We sold 2 houses elsewhere in order to afford one broken down house here to get our kids to gun high school. And I'm proud of that sacrifice, but boy, was it a sacrifice. And I'm hearing from people whose lives are going to be impacted. And the truth is, I do not believe we can make them, I worry that we cannot make them whole in the ways any of us would want to be made whole. I think they'll be priced out of being able to buy anything in Palo Alto. And so I do think we're a small enough community where we can afford to care about this. I know we all care about it, but we can afford to prioritize this as a higher concern than some of the others. So that's where I am concerned about underpass. And at this juncture, that leaves me with hybrid. As for Churchill, I do have one question. I know I'm over time. May I ask just one more question, Mr. Mayor? I know that XCAP recommended the closure at Churchill. I believe they were unanimous in that. I'm wondering, because I wasn't a part of it, whether they're unanimous or not. XCAP voted for closure, if I have that right. And I'd like to know if I am right about that. How was the decision made to not to go counter to what XCAP recommended?
Thank you. So I just want to say I do not believe that it was unanimous, but I'll have to review that. Yeah. So it was not unanimous.
Okay, I stand corrected. Still 6-3. So what was the rationale there to go against the majority decision?
Yeah. So I don't want to speak too much for the council, but I will say that there were quite a few members of the public that spoke against the closure, in particular, members of the community from Southgate who expressed concern over being shut out. And as another council member noted tonight, the connecting Palo Alto. And so concerned that closure is not.
And PAUSD.
Yes, and yeah, that's very correct. PAUSD was strongly opposed to it and mentioned that they had concerns about how their buses would operate and get to Pali and their bus yard, which is there as well.
Okay, that's it for me. Thank you.
I think good discussion we're having. I appreciated the vice mayor kind of reframing again our discussion and the reminder that we really are just this 5% conceptual moving into the 15% of engineering design. And as I believe as Penny Ellison said during her comment, how dramatically these projects can shift once we get into that engineering design. Definitely recognizing and understanding the anxiety within the community. I had several private meetings with impacted residents over the last few weeks to hear their concerns, and that anxiety is absolutely real. I completely empathize with this uncertainty that's remaining. I am kind of curious about this idea of that single lane possibility on the roundabout. That's something I've been kind of interested in, and I've also been curious if that would be safer for bicyclists as well? Because I understand that at this point we haven't done use scenarios. I would imagine. Okay, good. Seeing your head nodding, and so I think a concern that many people have raised, which I have had as well with the underpass option, is how safe is it really? I mean, it's such a circuitous route for that protected bike boulevard, and more experienced bicyclists might choose to bike down the roadway. And if they get to a 2-lane roundabout, how dangerous that must be. So I would imagine, and I know, again, not at the engineering phase, but I would imagine if it's that 2-lane roundabout that really expands the size of that into those greater takings. Do you have thoughts on how much that mitigates potential takings if it was a 1-lane?
So yeah, I have quite a few thoughts there, and actually just want to note we have our traffic consultant on the line as well, from Hexagon. But I just want to say a few things. Number one, we have run traffic simulations there, so we do have that, and the traffic consultant can speak to that. The 1-lane roundabout, it's not that it fails from fails from a traffic perspective, or it makes worse traffic. It's actually considered to be unsafe because of the merge that needs to occur and the distance that there is for that merge to occur. So I just want to open up the opportunity for Tricia to speak if you can add anything to that.
Yes, this is Tricia with Hexagon Transportation Consultants. We did look at the 1-lane roundabout as an option initially when the design was proposed. And with the 1-lane roundabout, we did the simulation analysis, and the analysis showed that there would be significant queues that would back up onto Alma and would result in unacceptable levels of service at those ramp intersections. So, and also there isn't enough distance for the 2 lanes to merge into 1 lane in order to feed into the 1-lane roundabout. So from a traffic standpoint, you do need like 2 lanes that would feed into the 2-lane roundabout for it to work.
Okay. Underpass option sounds worse and worse. But I think Councilmember Lithcott Ames made a really good point that there are, if we switch to just the hybrid, there's going to be a lot of frustration and complaints over the impacts of that. I mean, as Councilmember Burt said, there is no perfect option here at all. The one thing we do know is we don't know enough at this point, and so that's why I'm still kind of leaning towards advancing both options to get us to 15%. But if these significant taking impacts can't be improved, and also some concerns as well with just I think the bike boulevard is inadequate. We even heard that from Payback as well in their letter to us too, and other bike advocates. I mean, it seems like the only 2 real reasons to move the underpass option forward is the impacts on bike safety, which at the moment doesn't seem like it's an actual improvement, as well as some minor improvement to the actual traffic in that region. But I kind of understand that in the past, and maybe this is a question for staff, and then I'll stop. Typically, when we kind of look at major infrastructure changes, like I heard with now it's escaping me, sorry, but with other infrastructure changes, that typically kind of the task is to maintain current service levels rather than, is that true? I've heard that from a few people who have worked on various kind of blue ribbon committees.
Well, yeah, I think it depends on the purpose of the project.
Right, and I think here to me, that's not the purpose of this project. I mean, yes, if we could improve those levels of service, great, but ultimately, I don't think that is the ultimate objective here. So, all right, I'm out of time. Let's do another round and see if we can. Okay.
It's not a full round. I said something.
Okay, real quick to correct something that you said.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Well, I don't want to be the purveyor of falsehoods. And, when I said that I was worried that the people might not be made whole, I was misunderstanding the capital gains impact and the tax basis issue. I'm clear now that tax basis transfers and no capital gains. So I'm less worried that people wouldn't be able to buy a comparable home in Palo Alto, except for those people on Alma, which is really talking about Churchill now, not Charleston Meadow, where they are some of the least expensive homes one can own in Palo Alto. Therefore, the likelihood that they can find a comparable elsewhere is probably a concern. So I put that out there, and I've been corrected, and I don't want to be misstating anything that is a matter of law. So I just wanted to correct that. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. That's helpful. Okay, so yeah, let's do another round. See if we can get to motions. Councilmember Koo.
So I just want to make sure that we also understand that no, people will not be made whole when their homes are taken, because you might say that their property taxes might transfer. We still have not seen the documentation yet that it is indeed so. But also, there are certain people that are on social services, and that potentially it could harm them in receiving these services if they suddenly have an increase in income. I don't think we know enough about each family or each individual's situation. And I don't think that we take that into consideration at all. Their children may be receiving school lunches because of their income levels. And the minute they hit that money coming in, it's going to affect them. So I would say, let's be very careful about what we presume and what we think just because people have a house that they're hunky-dory, they ain't. My next thing is, somebody said that we're not using taxpayers' money. We are using taxpayers' money. The 14 million, from VTA that is still to be procured, that's from a sales tax. That's taxpayer money. And that hasn't been procured yet, but the FRA funds has been voted on, I think, a little bit too soon. Personally, I would still like to see that we advance the hybrid and the trench underpass. I'm loving the word over-engineered tonight, so I'll just say it's over-engineered. Thank you.
Councilmember Vinker.
My computer went dark. Hold on. It really went dark. There we go. Well, I'll just start by saying that this is, the more we learn, it just feels like it goes back and forth. And so, I had remembered that the Churchill increase in takings under the current and and but I'm glad that I was wrong I remembered that there was some takings on the Charleston Meadow, but I just did not, or Charleston, but I did not, I don't know where I had gotten that it had gotten worse recently. So that is a good thing, but I just don't like any of the takings if we can avoid it. I then was very heartened to hear that there might be some things in the engineering that we learn, like the single lane, then disheartened to hear that that's been looked at and unlikely to solve the problem. So I think the one thing we can agree on is that, as many of us has been saying, and it's been said for years, is that all of these have significant drawbacks. I guess what I would find interesting, and I asked before about just sort of the I don't know, is pedestal, what's the right word for it? The pillars, pedestals, what word should I use? Does it matter?
Yes, columns, structure, columns,
Columns, okay. To me, it's just a shorter viaduct. right? And so I would love to see the two things go to engineering that are the hybrid berm and the hybrid with columns. And then we don't have the wall and we don't have things backing right up to people's houses. And I know there'll be a cost there. I would be curious, obviously what that is. But that would be an interesting option that's within, I think, the options we have on the table now, because it's, as both staff and Councilmember Burt have clarified, it's a method of construction, not a different design. I think that's right.
Councilmember, what we can do is probably look at the structure, like the embankment structure, but with options of column supported structure based on the length of the one, and we can have some costs and renderings prepared as part of the next level, which might be helpful in decision making as we proceed forward.
Be very helpful in decision making. I think that it's just a variant of the current hybrid option. So I would encourage that we consider doing that. And then the other thing is, thank you, Councilmember Burt, for explaining about the tunnel being up at El Carmelo, because I was hoping it was going to be close enough that it could be reasonably used by people who would otherwise use the Charleston or Meadow, but it is kind of far away. It's probably a bridge too far or a tunnel too something for tonight. But I assume that when that was identified as part of prior planning, separate planning, that it was considered whether to have something between Alma and Meadow. I'm sorry, getting late. Between Meadow and Charleston that could go in between the two, because there's a park just on the other side of Park Boulevard. And there's a road in those circles neighborhoods. So if it's okay with the mayor, I'd appreciate if Councilmember Burt could respond to that.
That is a concept that had been brought up, and I remain intrigued by that. I think the alignment is near the Alma Plaza Shopping Center. It would require probably acquisition of one housing unit there, but the concept is which of those is a rental property and really an investment as opposed to a residence. And so that sort of thing could still be explored. It's something I had some interest in as an alternative to the way that we are trying to get bikes and peds across at the intersection. Pros and cons again when that came up, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure there are. Okay, so we needn't decide that tonight, but to know that that's something that could be explored in parallel is interesting, and I think makes the hybrid more attractive with respect to safety of the bikes and peds. That's all I have at the moment.
Vice Mayor Lowing?
Yes, I think there's the reason why we're all agonizing about this is A, we don't have the data, which is why I think we should proceed to get it. And from our discussions here, it almost seems like we could get, this is going to scare the transportation staff, 3 alternatives instead of 2, meaning with your comments, Councilmember Vinker, that we're going to get kind of 2 looks at what the hybrid would look like. And if we only do the one, then we're not getting anything to compare it to. So we won't more or less decided then that we're going to do the hybrid without having the data, which is confusing. But the other part of the angst for all of us is that I certainly think it's fair to say, and not trying to speak for everybody, but nobody wants any takings. I mean, we don't want that. We know that. And I want to get to something that's more realistic, because I don't think what we're looking at now is realistic. I don't think we would get anywhere near what Councilmember Burt is calling the worst case scenario now. But what we want to do is get in 15% engineering and work with the folks and say, no, we don't like this part. Move this over here, because then we don't have any takings over there. And we can't do that right now. So that's why I think we should proceed to that. And if the only other thing we can do, as I said at the beginning, is to skip one of them, say the underpass, and then we're only studying one. And so then what are we comparing it to? we might as well just go forward with that. And if we have the opportunity to look at both at the 15% stage and then make a call, then we've spent some money on it for sure, but we're going to make a better decision for the next 100 years. So I'm still in line with the original concept here, and I don't want to interrupt anybody, but I'm happy to make a motion on that of looking at the preferred alternatives at Meadow and Charleston for advancing grade set in preliminary engineering and environmental documentation phase, which is not a commitment to anything except gathering more engineering data. So that's my motion.
Second.
Would you like to speak to your motion?
No, I think I have. Thank you.
Okay. Speak to the second.
I would just like to affirm kind of the same principle. The point of this is to get a better, not a fully refined design, but to really pursue and see what's possible as we go to 15% engineering, and then be able to make a more informed decision, and to proceed on that as timely as we can so that we end up providing answers.
Okay, discussion on the motion. Councilmember Vinker.
Yeah, just real quickly, I think it's evident, but were we to send the underpass on just for a design review, can we do it and make every effort to get rid of the takings? I mean, is that, implicit, or is that something you can you just evaluate it as
That's
is?
already in our criteria.
Yeah.
I mean, this has been firmly for 6 years. No, let me just finish. For 6 years, it has been the established policy of 3 different councils.
Yeah, I'm not
to
questioning
minimize that. So I just want to say that it is already clearly the intention.
No, I'm asking more procedurally. I'm not asking that question. I know we've had that. I guess what I'm asking is, this is going to sound weird, but from the design review, so are you going to be looking at alternatives and tweakings in a certain direction, or just analyzing? What are you actually doing in the design review? So that, because if we gave you a directional push, which I understand this is the already existing directional push, but.
Yeah, so it'd be taking designs into a further level, which would include refinements, trying to make the project into more of a finished product, trying to improve things where there are opportunities to improve, and definitely to try and meet goals that were established.
So where there's non-compliance with policies and things like this, the effort would be to find designs that would become compliant with those policies.
So where possible in that process, if we can find reductions in property impacts in the designs, that would be something we'd be seeking.
Great. Does it go so far as to also look at, the bikes having to loop around and all that kind of thing, or is that sort of I keep saying a bridge too far, which is a bad metaphor tonight, but.
Well, yeah. So just in general, just broadly to speak about it, you'd be trying to improve anything that you can in the plan in that next phase. And you might find that, that there's certain things that you can do when you get into a further level of design that can help the plan. There can also be things that come out that, impact the plan negatively as well. So I just want to note that.
That's interesting. Okay, thank you.
Councilman McCoo.
So while the criteria has been that there will be no property takings, as we see, we've come along, and now we will work really hard to have reductions of taking, and then the words of minimizing takings, that's not good enough. That's just not good enough. Which person in these places, who is that person who's supposed to sacrifice their house? Who is that person whose house is going to end up sacrificed so that we can have this over-engineered underpass or hybrid? The whole thing is, we know the underpass, and we've seen it from partial takes that haven't really specified what kind of square footage or what kind of takings it's going to be. Now there's actually drawings showing exactly how many, and also very much specific how much of the property, 5 feet, I don't know how many other feet, but if the roundabout size is not going to change and we're not going to go from 2 lanes to 1 lane, then there's just no doing this. It's just wasting money to push this forward. And I have to say, I'm just amazed by this. And I appreciate Councilmember Vinker saying that put the words back in about no takings, no property takings, because I think that, you know, we need to be reminded about this. We really have to be reminded. And so, you know what, I would like to make a substitute motion. Unfortunately, Councilmember Tanaka is not here, but I would like to advance the hybrid and the trench for further studies to get us to that preliminary engineering and environmental studies.
Not hearing a second for the substitute motion. Okay. Hearing no second, the substitute motion fails. Councilman Ku, do you still have questions or comments on the main motion?
No, I think it's a big mistake to advance this.
Oh, sorry, I'll second that.
Okay, well, Councilman Tanaka, if you could please respond when. Okay, so the substitute motion is on the floor, seconded by Councilmember Tanaka. Would you like to speak to your motion anymore?
No, I think I've expressed my unhappiness with the original motion.
Okay. Councilmember Tanaka, would you like to speak to your second?
No.
Okay. I'm just going to clear the lights because I think they came on before. So, Councilmember Burt, you were quick. All right, Councilmember Burt.
Yeah, I just want to clarify a fact for the record. For the last 6 years, the council has had a policy that they have repeatedly voted on, included Councilmember Ku has voted affirmatively repeatedly, that has a criteria to minimize property impacts. It has not been to have no property impacts. That's just factually wrong. The record shows it. Your own record shows it repeatedly. So and that's in the record, and it's just false what you're saying.
No, I disagree with you.
The
And
record,
you know what? We can
the
agree to
official
disagree.
record.
And I
Sorry.
have the tutorials when I'm getting it from the XCAP chair, pre-drawing showing what was going to be taken and what was not. And I voted it to go forward on the underpass so we can actually get actual drawings versus just the consultants just doing very passive drawings, or just to have the residents come up with the drawings for us. That's why I advanced it. So let's make that very clear.
Any further discussion on the substitute motion? Okay, seeing no lights, let's take the vote on the substitute motion.
Vice Mayor Lowing,
No.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
No.
Councilmember Burt,
No.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames,
No.
Mayor Stone.
No.
Motion fails 2-5.
Okay, so we're back to the main motion. Again, I had cleared the lights, so great. Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Thank you. I am struggling with this because I'm very worried, as we all are, about the partial and full acquisitions with underpass. I don't see a reason to advance it when it is the one option that has worst case scenario, some acquisitions, whereas hybrid has none in the worst case scenario. So my technical question is, do you have any way of estimating what the best case scenario might be? It's going to require, or is
Right, well,
it requires studying in order to figure that out?
yeah, I think so. I mean, yeah, the best case scenario, I think, is probably not a complete elimination of all property impacts without significant changes to it.
And that's my concern. So for that reason, because the hybrid does not entail full or partial acquisitions, worst case scenario, and therefore none as the scenario improves. I'm actually excited about Councilmember Vinker's conversation about and the earthen wall versus the pillar podium, what have you, where hybrid begins to resemble viaduct more because it's on pylons, you can see through them. So I will be excited about exploring what I will call hybrid 1, hybrid 2, but can't see myself voting to do further exploration of something that's going to require at least some property takings.
Councilmember Ku.
Actually, now that I heard what Councilmember Lithcott-Hames had said, I'm not going to say anything regarding this motion that is being shown. Thank you.
Councilman Tanaka.
If this comes to a vote, I will want the split between the hybrid and underpass.
I don't think we can split this motion, but City Attorney?
It's severable. You can split it, and your rules say you should on request.
Should I say it again?
The two are severable.
Interesting. Okay. Then.
You could send one or the other or both.
Okay.
But that isn't the motion. The motion is to have a comparison of two. And so if it came out 1 to 6 and it was just 1, then that wouldn't be consistent with the motion.
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding you, Councilmember Lowing.
The motion is to take two alternatives to go to preliminary engineering. If you split it and people can vote on just one or the other, it could come out, 5 for one and 1 for the other, and then wouldn't only the 5 go?
Okay, so if the intention of the motion is to view this as a package, that
Yes.
you're taking the two together and
Yes.
want the two, then I guess under that rationale, it isn't severable. Council members, the same result can be reached. If you aren't in favor of the two, you vote no.
Right.
And if there is not a majority, then there will need to be a new motion, which presumably will need to
Right.
include some other options.
Then the motion needs to be changed because right now it's severable.
It doesn't matter. It's late. Why don't, I'm not seeing why this procedural point makes a difference.
Yeah, I agree. We're not going to sever the motion. Councilmember Vinker.
I'm wondering if the maker and the seconder would be okay with just adding the specificity that like maybe after hybrid, put parenthesis with berm and with pedestals or columns. Just because sometimes we look back at things and forget what we meant. And I want to be expressed that we have both of those
Sure.
reviewed. Okay, I'm getting yeses to that. So, and I'm struggling with the answer to Councilmember Lithcott-Hames' question. about the takings with respect to the underpass. We're 5% in, but they're doing something else. So I'll wait a second.
Yeah.
Councilmember, we're waiting for staff.
Yeah, I'll just say that we did hear from our consultants on their opinion on, for instance, whether we could go to a single lane. But we've really seen that there have been through this process different experts that have very different opinions on what can be outcomes. We've seen AECOM, who had literally 3 years ago been adamant that we couldn't have a hybrid with pillars in a portion. They were rejected the possibility of a jackbox construction, which Caltrain actually now has endorsed as part of their construction alternative methods. And so there are different ways to approach things. One of the primary advantages of the underpass is it was the only option that improved the traffic flow considerably. And so the notion that if it improved it less than it would with 2 lanes, that somehow that is intolerable, I'm yet to see that. And we'd be working with Caltrain on a lot of this and having a different point of view. And so the only way that we actually move forward with flushing out which of these things are truly possible and which are not is to move forward.
So thank you. And I want to follow up on that, but it looked like maybe there was some conversation. Is there something you want to share with us out of that? Okay. I just want to give you the chance before I continue.
No, I think it's okay. We understand the intent.
Okay. Thank you for that, Councilmember Burt. So it's an AECOM person on the line that's explaining what was been done before, but this next stage of engineering review would be by some other entity, right?
Yes, and actually it was not AECOM that was speaking, that was Hexagon, our traffic consultant, but this next phase would need to go out to bid for a new consultant in conjunction with Caltrain, who would be the implementing agency.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I spent 35 years as a patent lawyer, and we've litigating with experts on one side, experts on the other, and you get different opinions, but also you get new ideas. You get creative solutions to problems. You can get improvements on bad situations. I would not be interested in any solution that ends up in takings, but I am interested in hearing more about it. I think in particular, because if we end up going with the hybrid, which I am strongly inclined toward at this point, I think the people on Park need to know that we looked at all these alternatives and just it came back in an unacceptable way if we end up going. So to me, I think it's good in terms of being responsible to all of our residents, but I will say that for me, I'm not going to be interested in something that comes back similar to what we're seeing now, but I'm hopeful that new engineers looking more deeply with more resources and more strong instruction from this body can come up with something that we don't yet have in our sights.
And I'm completely aligned with you, Councilmember Vinker. And just kind of one question for staff. I mean, it's clear the intention of council is we want to mitigate takings to every extent possible. What happens if we give you the direction, move forward to get to that 15% engineering on both the underpass and the hybrid, and we get to 10% on the underpass, and it's just clear that we're still somewhere kind of similar to this worst case scenario that we're struggling with now? Can staff then kind of maybe come back with an update to council before we get to the full 15% for each plan and just say, you know what, it looks like we're not going to get to where you want. Do you want to change course and abandon it, and we'll just focus everything on the hybrid?
Yeah, so we would certainly want to check in anytime we had enough information to say that we reasonably think that, either potentially there's more property impacts that would occur, or we're not able to mitigate the property impacts. Any of that information, once we have enough information to know that that's going to be the outcome. If we were to keep moving forward further in design, that's when we'd want to share and get input from council.
Okay, great. So you're not going to wait until we get to the 15% on both. Okay.
Yeah, we wouldn't want to keep spending money unnecessarily if we think that it's potentially there's something that needs to be a decision point.
Perfect. Just want to make sure this motion would not be too restrictive that you wouldn't be able to do that. Okay, thank you. And okay, Councilman Ku.
Yeah, just very quickly also, this engineering part of it is going to go out to 2027. So the cloud is still over their heads until 2027 or even end of it. So who knows, what else can happen and what the timeline is, but that's many years.
Okay. Any further, Councilman Baker?
So just to clarify on that, how long will it take?
So yeah, so I think maybe we're going to get a little bit confused here in percentages, and we might need to go back to the slide, but I'll just try and give a high level. The full through 2027, which is what our grant agreement is currently through for the preliminary engineering and environmental documentation phase, is actually like 35%. So what we were talking about is the first half of that is the 15%. And we don't know the timing yet because we'll need to go out and get bids and work with Caltrain on getting bids in order to find out the schedule for all that.
It's not the 2027.
I'm sorry?
It's that's not the 2027.
Yeah, that's not the 2027.
First shy of that. Sooner than that.
Yeah, much sooner. But yeah, as I said, we will not have this schedule until we go to bed.
Okay. Seeing any further lights? Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
If it helps, we could say potentially like half of that time, 18 months or something like that, potentially. Really depends on how long it takes us to get out to bid.
And so that would be 18 months to completion of the 15%. So if you come back at the 10% mark and it's just a non-starter, we could shut it down in 9 months, potentially.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, I just want to say that 10% is a little bit arbitrary. It could be somewhere anywhere within, it could be a few months in and we find that there's some things that are unsurmountable.
Okay, thank you. It seems staff is clear on our intention. Okay, see no further lights. Clerk can call the vote.
Councilmember Burt?
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames?
No.
Councilmember Ku?
No.
Mayor Stone?
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka?
No.
Vice Mayor Lowing?
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker?
Yes.
Motion carries 4-3.
All right, thank you. All right, well, we've reached the end of our meeting. I want to thank staff and council for a really good first half of the year. I hope everyone has a happy Juneteenth and a good summer break. Tonight, I'd like to adjourn our meeting in honor of Willie Mays, who is an inspirational leader both on and off the field. He passed away peacefully this afternoon here in Palo Alto and will be remembered as not only one of the greatest, if not the greatest, baseball player in history, but more importantly for being a good man. He won most baseball awards one can win, and in 2015 was awarded the Presidential Medal of Freedom from President Obama, the highest civilian award in our nation. Willie Mays, the Say Hey Kid, will be missed. And with that, we're adjourned. Thank you, everyone.